Good morning and welcome to day 2 of this highly anticipated clash between Fusionz Boutique Spartan and ESAF Pickwick. Today we're here for an exciting battle after what was an action-packed day 1. But before we get there, we'll now see an interview with the coach of the Spartan side, Mr. Dave Marshall. Just moments before the start of play on day 2 here at Queen's Park, I'm joined by the coach of the Spartan side, Mr. Dave Marshall. Mr. Marshall, a solid all-round performance from his side yesterday, getting up to 233 with the bat and coming back late in the evening to take 3 quick wickets. First of all, let's start with the batting yesterday. Your team got up to 233. What was your assessment of this batting performance, and were you pleased with what you saw from the team's batsmen?
Well, yesterday was a mixed bag. Obviously, from our game plan, we always wanted to really toss and bat first. We had a fantastic start with 96 on the board with 2 openers. So obviously, we're looking for maximum batting points, which is 300 runs. Quick outfield. The wicket was flat and nice, so we expected to make 300 runs, but obviously that didn't materialize because we lose a lot of wickets coming down to the back end. We lost 6 wickets for 69 runs, and in this level of cricket, that's not good enough.
And on to the bowling now. Your side picked up 3 quick wickets to put Spartan in the ascendancy coming into day 2. How pleased were you with that bowling performance that we saw from Spartan's bowlers yesterday?
Well, obviously not getting the full maximum batting points, obviously we had to redeem ourselves, and we were looking to collect at least 3 to 4 wickets, so I'm not too displeased about that. Obviously the guys bowl well. Andrea Marshall has been bowling well now for the last decade. We have young Neil Prasad, who did well last year in First Division to burn us back up. Shem Holder, who's a current Barbados national spinner. So we expect to run through Pickwick team this afternoon.
And finally, coach, what would you like to see from your team today to put Spartan in the ascendancy and in a strong position to win this game?
Obviously, I'm very big on first innings lead. Obviously, we would like a lead of probably about 90, 100 runs lead. Obviously, we will have to restrict the guys under 150. So the first hour of play is very, very important, as usual. And so hopefully, we'll run through Pickwick as soon as possible.
I thank you very much, coach. You've heard it here from the coach of Spartan side, Mr. Dave Marshall, just moments before the start of play on day 2 at Queen's Park. Here from the coach of the Spartan side, Mr. Dave Marshall. But you can't say A without saying B, so we have a word with the coach of the ESAF Pickwick side. As we prepare for play here on day 2 at Queen's Park, I'm joined by the coach of the Pickwick side, Mr. Andrew Emtage. Mr. Emtage, a good all-round performance from the side yesterday, you could say, restricting Spartan to just 233 runs and then coming and losing 3 quick wickets in the evening. Let's start off with the bowling first though. A fantastic comeback from the side yesterday to pick up those wickets and dismiss Spartan for 233 runs. What was your assessment of this bowling performance, and what do you think the team did well to bowl out the Spartan side?
Firstly, I think that right now we are playing really good cricket. It was unfortunate our last game what happened, but the guys are in good spirit. We know what we're looking to achieve from this season. We try to take each game out of each game. But yesterday was, when you come to Queen's Park, you expect a good spinning track. And once you got 4 quality spinners inside your track, you all believe in your bowling attack. However, Rondre has been doing a fantastic job for us for the whole season and also last season. And that form continues. Preston as well, and also Rashid, who's the most experienced fellow within our bowling unit. But the quick start from Spartan, at one point in time I was telling myself, this is going to be a long day here, but I know there's the experience with some of the fellas coming in and doing what they're supposed to do, trusting our processes. I felt that when we were around 145 for 5, I thought that we were back into the game. Yes, Spartan got 40 runs, a little too much. The outfield is fast, so it's a good pitch. So Spartan had a very good start, and we just kept capitalizing on being coming back from the end and being 223 for auto. I would take that any day.
And let's focus our attentions now on the evening session that we saw yesterday. Not the greatest of starts for Pickwick with the bat, losing those 3 quick wickets. What would you like to see from your team today as you aim for those first innings points in today's play?
Yes, losing 3 wickets within 15 overs, looking to come out with the innings on top after that start. But I back my guys. We have a lot of experience with it within our team. I think that the unfortunate Rohan he's not getting the knocks, the opportunities he's getting, because he will play a couple good shots and then he will get out. But his form is coming. I'm very comfortable with him coming on. He did it last year. He's going to do it again this year. We got the experience of Kyle Morris, Shamar, who's an eye to watch right now in Barbados cricket. Also we have Preston Clark. We still have Zondre, and then also the experience of Rash and Rondre as well. Zondre and Rondre, those two names mix me up. But I mean, we have a very good side. I'm not backing our guys. What result we take today, I will take it, because any day cricket is a game of glories and uncertainties. We could come here today and score 300. We could come today and get both for 150. But this is how the game goes. And we trust our style of play regardless of what we do.
I thank you very much, Coach, and I wish you all the best today. Go well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So there you've heard it from both the coach of the Pickwick side and the Spartan side, as we are now getting ready for the start of play here at Queen's Park. I'm Rashawn Hackett, and alongside me is a fantastic man, Wayne Holder. Wayne, welcome to today's play. How are you feeling today?
Well, good afternoon, first of all, and thank you. Never been described as fantastic. I've been called a lot of things, but thank you very much, Rashawn. And but I'm feeling very well, up and ready for it, and looking forward to a very exciting, very exhilarating day's play in this key encounter. And let's describe the first delivery. Andre Marshall, ball to Kyle Hope, and Hope is immediately getting the scoreboard ticking over. Single off the very first ball of the day's play. Remember, this is the second day of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Division Series 3 encounter between Fusionz Boutique Spartan and ESAF Pickwick, being played at the famous Queen's Park cricket ground. And the game, as I said, very well set up. Nobody actually taking a decisive position as yet. Anthony Morris, the another batter overnight. Pickwick resuming at 56 for 3. This man, Andre Marshall, the left arm, slow left arm, keeping Morris rather quiet. So yesterday we saw Spartan winning the toss and starting out on a tear, flying out of the boxes. Now Morris gets his tally going for today. A single into the covers. So yes, we saw Spartan really flying out of the boxes, and eventually, on a day that fortunes fluctuated somewhat, Pickwick dragging themselves right back into the fray, and as a matter of fact, Spartan falling short of the 250 mark, when at one point it appeared that they were well headed for 300.
Yes, most definitely, Wayne, as we see a delivery just struck out into the offside. Kyle Hope, he's continuing his positive approach that he would have finished off with yesterday. I don't think that you could have described it any better, Wayne. A game that is evenly poised, and we're in for an exciting battle of play here today between ESAF Pickwick and this Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. As we can see, Andre Marshall, he has ball in hand. Facing up is Antonio Morris.
And a brilliant take there at Silly Point. Morris will have to come back. Marshall making the decisive early breakthrough for the Spartan team.
Just a soft dismissal there. Delivery just tapped into the hand of that silly fielder, Wayne. It just looked as if he just told the fielder to have it. Antonio Morris, he has to depart for 13 runs, so he does not impact the scoreboard much after coming back here, continuing from yesterday's play. Andre Marshall, he strikes first for Spartan.
Well, fine grab though by, I think it looks like Akil Greenwich. They're at that Silly Point position. Morris guilty of not getting on top of the ball and keeping it down. I think a bit of extra bounce, but he was pushing hard with hard hands at the ball, and the ball traveling a foot from the ground, and a great reflex catch by Akil Greenwich under the bat. So the Spartan having the first, throwing the first blow more or less and breaking that overnight partnership. So
A fantastic start here for Spartan on day 2 at Queen's Park. A beautiful day set up for some play, and Spartan immediately taking advantage of the conditions. Andre Marshall, he strikes, bringing that new batsman to the crease, Shamar Ford. He'll come in at number 6 for this Pickwick side, and he'll look to build a partnership with the experienced Kyle Hope.
well, at the beginning, I was about to tell you, Rashawn, that the game, this first session today is a pivotal point in the match. It would at this point be dictated whether Spartan are able to push their way through the Pickwick batting, dismiss them below their total of 239 and look for first innings lead and the first innings points, of course, or whether Pickwick will be able to galvanize themselves, get some partnerships going, and challenge that 239. But first blow struck by Andre Marshall, and now young Shamar Ford with a heavy load on his shoulder. Of course, he's batting with a very experienced player in Kyle Hope, a man who has performed outstandingly at this level and even at higher levels in the past, and he knows exactly. So he will be the man charged now with guiding the rest of the Pickwick batting.
Most definitely, as we see Stefan King. He has ball in hand for the Spartan side. He'll start the ball with Andre Marshall. 2 slips in place, a backward point. That deep cover fielder along with an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and that deep backward square leg. So he has ball in hand, and he's set to deliver to Kyle Hope.
Driving, getting this one off the inner edge. Ball traveling in the opposite direction to which he intended to play that shot. The ball pitched right up, looking for the drive, looking to drive through the mid-off area. The ball coming off the inside edge and ending up at fine leg.
Yes, and it brings new batsman Shamar Ford to the crease. He's a very capable batsman for this Pickwick side, known for scoring runs, but he's not yet fired in this competition as yet. In 4 innings, just 48 runs he scored, so he's yet to get a score under his belt. I'm sure he'll be looking to change that here with this innings today.
Well, he definitely would need to. His side really needs an innings from him, because they would want to recover from this position. Now, we did say that the game might have been evenly poised at the beginning, but that early strike by Spartan now really tilts the balance, I think, very much in the home team's favor.
Most definitely Spartan. They would fancy themselves in the ascendancy, picking up that early wicket, continuing their good bowling from yesterday's evening play.
King with a wicket yesterday, and here he is. This delivery going down to fine leg again, but this time the shot is much more intended, as the delivery lining up just outside the batter's pad, and Leon Ford just tickling it down to the man on the boundary there at long leg. So the field, you see, the degree of respect that the Spartan team would have for a Kyle Hope, because as early as the second over, they've already got a sweeper in position. They've removed the gully. There he is onto the front foot. So prepared to just sit back as far as Kyle Hope is concerned, and they are going to be able to, they're going to be looking to really thrust all their energies at the other end, to put it that way.
Yes, most definitely, and anyone would understand why there would be a bit more on the defensive side for Kyle Hope. Just punching that one straight to the fielder though, but anyone would understand why the Spartan side would spread the field a little bit for Kyle Hope. The way he came out and just stamped his authority at this wicket yesterday, he just looked so confident. While all the other batsmen scratched their own way, he just took the attack to the bowlers, using his feet to dance down the wicket beautifully, dispatching the bowlers straight back over their heads. So he looked good, and he's came back today. Spartan, they've relaxed the field quite a bit, so
still those 2 slips in place though, as the final delivery of the over is outside the off stump, a dot ball, and at the end of it, 61 for 4. ESA Field Pickwick losing the wicket today of Antonio Morris. But a very decent over there from Stephon King. One can see clearly what he was looking to do, looking to bowl a good full length for the majority of the time. Just worked a little change up there for that final delivery where he looked to take some pace off the ball and got it wide of the off stump. So a good start from him. And we will see what Marshall has in store as he's bowling now to the new batter, Shamar Ford.
Yes, a good start there from Stephon King. Just hitting his lines and lengths early on. Andre Marshall. He'll return after a successful first over. One slip in place, that backward point. Silly fielder, cover, extra cover. Mid on, mid off in the circle. And that one deep mid wicket fielder on the boundary. So he starts to Antonio Morris. Starts with a tight delivery. Morris just blocking that one.
Ford, really.
Ford, my apologies. I forgot that Morris, he went early on in the day to said Andre Marshall.
Yes, you should say that Morris didn't stick around long enough to stay on the memory.
Not at all, but Ford, he picks up. Lighted delivery there from Marshall.
Another beautiful day for cricket though, Rashawn.
A fantastic day indeed, Wayne. We see the sun is out in its glory. Not a lot of clouds in the sky. So it's a very, very hot day today, but I'm sure that these guys will be happy for the conditions to get in some valuable cricket.
Yes, again, we know this time of the year, we expect these conditions. You know, again, I can alert you to certain factors, Rashawn. You know that cricket was brought here to the Caribbean and in this case to Barbados by the British, the English, who would have colonized the island way back then.
Yes, I do know that much.
Right. So what they would have brought this game of cricket with them, because this was the game of the English, the game of the British, and they brought the game with them. And of course, the number one priority at that time would have been the sugarcane industry. Okay, let's go there. Let's take a break and just remind our viewers at the end of that over from Andre Marshall, it's 61 for 4.
A maiden over, 2 from Andre Marshall. So he starts this day bowling well, picking up a wicket, followed by a maiden over.
So what I'm trying to get to, Rashawn, is to tell you the genesis of the timing.
Good.
Lovely work, Shem Holder. The timing of the local cricket season, whereby the colonizers, the rulers, this was the period of time as we are in right now, the dry season, where the sugarcane was reaped, carried to the factories, sugar, whatever, everything had to be done that in the industry. It was only at the end of the crop, at the end of the reaping of the harvest, that the plantation owners, the plantation class who played the game at that time, so don't forget the slaves and the laborers did not play cricket at the time. So they would play their cricket once the sugar crop had been reaped. Hence, you get the cricket season. Some people complain that our cricket season is played in the rainy season. But of course, the season could not commence until the sugar harvest had been completed, which is normally just going into the summer around April, May, that kind of time. So we never got the cricket season going till sometime in the, let's say, in the month of May, the latter half of May. And traditionally, that has been it for time immemorial, basically.
Okay, Wayne. Valuable bit of knowledge there.
More history.
More history. You know, every day is a history lesson.
There's been lots of discussion, though, in recent times about whether we should look to transform into the drier months of the year to get our cricket going. We are so, but one of the drawbacks, though, from starting cricket this early, at this stage of the calendar, of course, you can see the condition of the outfields, with very arid conditions around the rainfall down to a very, very minimal level, and a lack of grass on the surfaces, very cracked, dried out fields. It was also a period where our international season would have come during this period, starting from as early as January, probably running down to the end of March into just about this kind of timing. Again, we have seen that change in recent times, where the West Indies now be forced to push our international games further into the summer months.
See a delivery just struck firmly to that mid-on fielder, and Kyle Hope scampers another single. So he goes up to 24, bringing another over to an end. 62 for the loss of 4.
Like you said, another single, but that's the first run in 2 overs. So getting a run off that final delivery of that over, so the runs dried up somewhat immediately, but no rush on the part of Kyle Hope and the Pickwick side. Still have a long way to go in this game.
Yes, a long way to go indeed, and I definitely think that that is one of the factors that this Pickwick side will have to account for today, Wayne. Just occupying the crease. They'll want to get runs and get up to that first innings lead, but they have to occupy the crease and take some time out of this game. They won't want to lose wickets too quickly. They must bat and bat long, along with scoring some runs. Andre Marshall, he returns. He'll be bowling.
Kyle Hope long on the front foot, so just a slip in place. Now there's also the man, obligatory fielder at that silly point position.
Yes, and it's something that we've seen for the entire duration of this game so far. I mean, there has not been a period of time where there's not been a silly fielder. The entire Pickwick innings, they had that fielder in place. Now, the Spartan side, they're utilizing the same tactic, as we see one just struck over the cover, and they come back for 2 runs. So good running here from this Pickwick side.
Like you say, struck over the cover, but I think a slight miscue on that occasion. Kyle Hope looking to get onto the front foot and closing the face of the bat, the ball coming off the leading edge, but luckily for him, clearly over the head of the man at short extra cover.
That one is struck, Wayne. He just pushed it down to that fielder, picks up another single. So rotating the strike well here is Kyle Hope.
Actually correcting the error of the delivery before. I did tell you that he closed the face on that previous delivery. Here we saw him coming and playing with the full face of the bat, pushing it to mid-on rather than trying to work the wrist and work it to mid-on.
Good bit of fielding there from Stefan King.
You know, there was a time, Rashawn, when there used to be lots of discussion about the 2 Hope brothers. And I can tell you, beautiful delivery from Marshall, slowing it up a bit, and the ball pitching, getting some purchase, and Ford just hanging the bat. Luckily for him, it spins all the way through to the keeper. There is no run at the end of another over, 64 for 4.
Yes, you were telling me though, Wayne, that there was a time.
Yeah, I remember some heated arguments among individuals as to who was the better of the 2 Hope brothers.
Well, I think we would definitely be able to answer that question now. Just looking at the statistics and numbers, most would consider Shea Hope, my apologies, to have gone on to be the better batsman. We know his record in one-day cricket. He's been a prolific performer, a prolific run scorer.
Kyle Hope, making it all the way to made a West Indies touring squad, played for West Indies A, President's 11. I think he's got a double century against, I think, an English touring team playing for a President's 11. Kyle Hope would have played at the international level, but unlike his younger brother, not being able to really press on and break through that ceiling, break through the ceiling, to establish himself. It's King. Good experienced player too. Never one to look to be express fast bowler, but does a lot with the ball, both through the air and off the pitch.
Yes, when you talk about King, he's definitely one who's very skillful. As you said, he's never looked for that express pace, but what he does so well is get that ball to move laterally, and he gets it to move off of the surface. So he's one who's very, very skilled. See a delivery there, just on a good length, causing the batsman to leave. But as I was saying, King, he's been very, very skillful over the years, getting that ball to move. So he is definitely one that causes the batsman to think a bit.
But yeah, an honest performer at this domestic level, this highest domestic level, Stefan King. Has had a look in at different times in some Barbados senior lineups. I think he would have been part of a Barbados 18. I think there's some talk of a tour to Dominica coming up for a Barbados A team, and one would not be surprised if a Stefan King were to be part of that. He's also been called to trials, the national trials, on more than one occasion. So he's going to be bowling now to Shamar Ford. Pitched up again, that full length ball again off the inner half of the bat, so probing away Stefan King, and bowling that stump to stump line, keeping the batsman honest.
Yes, most definitely Stefan King. Starting very, very good this morning.
Here he is from the lake end, you know, that southern end of the ground, where we now see the Ministry of Education headquarters. You obviously know what used to be there in previous years.
I do know what used to be there. That was where the Queen's Scottish School would have
Very
been.
much so. Back in early. But not even so early, because I mean the plant at Husbands is still a relatively young plant.
Yeah, still a very relatively young plant.
Obviously.
One of the great schools, I would consider.
And I can easily see why. Wouldn't even get into any debate with you about that.
Yes, but Andre Marshall, he returns.
It is now 67 for 4 at the start of a new over. Steaming sunshine, quite warm. Conditions very similar to the start yesterday.
Yes, most definitely. It's been a very, very warm game so far. That one just cut and catches the outside edge, and it races down to that boundary. Will it go all the way though? Fielder gives chase, but he doesn't have enough legs. So batsman Ford picks up 4 runs.
One thing you can say about this outfield at the park is that batsmen get value for shots. That ball really traveling quickly across the ground. It was a shot, it was outside the off stump, and managing to get it behind the point, at least to the left of the point fielder. And once you get through the infield with any well-timed shot, you're almost guaranteed that the ball will run out to the road. The boundaries at Queen's Park, not the smallest in the island. Used to be quite a prominent venue for local cricket, Queen's Park. Lots of very important cricket games that have been played here over the years.
Yes, this outfield has definitely been a feature of this game so far. I mean, lots of boundaries being scored in that first innings, and we see some being scored here today. Once it beats the infield, it's really and truthfully a boundary. The outfield very, very fast and dry.
Yes, very little grass. nice grass on the outfield. The Spartan ground, the Queen Spartan ground surrounded by mahogany trees, at least on 3 sides, where we sit on the western side of the ground. Not a lot of vegetation. This is where the clubhouse is, the old flash house to our right. That you would have heard a lot of the oldsters refer to. Used to be a very popular area when there used to be big crowds in Queen's Park for cricket. As that another over completed, and Pickwick looking to recover, looking to build through this middle order. 72 for 4.
Yes, and in case the viewers missed it yesterday or are now joining us, Wayne, we can give them a recap of what has gone down in this game so far. So having won the toss and choosing to bat Spartan, they got up to 233 before being bowled out, led by skipper Akeem Springer, who scored a brilliant 63. Achilles Brown, he put on 40 runs, and there were contributions from Akil Greenwich, who put on 24, but I'll put a pause in that.
Confident looking defensive shot from Ford, head right over the ball.
Yes, confident looking defensive shot there from Ford. But as I was saying, Akil Greenwich, he put on 24 runs along with Maradon Ben, who scored 32, and Jaden Norville had a late flurry at the end, putting on 29 runs. But it was all about Rondre Yearwood with the ball yesterday, continuing his superb form, picking up 4 for 81 for that Pickwick side, along with Zondre Baptiste, who came in late and picked up 3 quick wickets to dismiss those tail-enders.
Hit well, but hit straight to the fielder.
Shot for Dot. Beautiful looking shot there from Ford, but it went straight to the fielder.
Well, at least it should build some confidence in him. Managing to get that one off the sweet middle of the bat. Nice generous box to Shem Holder there at backward point 2.
Playing that one directly under his eye. So Ford, he's really shaping up well, Wayne. He looks to be playing the ball very, very late under his eye, which is always a good sign for a batsman. It shows that they're watching the ball closely.
Yes, as King continues to look generally to bowl this full line, stump to stump line. Challenge the batters to play at a lot of deliveries. This one creeping in, maybe getting that delivery to shape back in to the right-handed batter, and Ford finding himself basically a bit of no man's land because of that good link that King has been able to hit there. Not quite forward, not quite back.
Yes, a bit of uncertainty there from Ford. So I'm sure that King, he'll be very happy with that. It's always good for a bowler to see a batsman indecisive about a shot.
Brings Kyle Hope back on strike. Again, King is straight, Hope is in behind it. Hope on 28, Ford on 7. Stefan King really looking up to his work, but he's ready for the task.
Yes, King, he's ready for the task, and I'm sure Kyle Hope is ready for what's to come as well.
Hard work under this blazing sunshine. Coming forward, this time he's genuinely beaten. I think for the first time today we can say that Kyle Hope has genuinely been defeated. Pushing at the delivery, the ball going past the outside edge to the keeper. And encouraging close to it over there from Stefan King. As Pickwick is hanging in there, 72 now for 4.
Yes, I had a talk with the coach of the Pickwick side earlier, Mr. Andrew Emtage, and he was just talking about the value of an experienced player like Kyle Hope, and was talking about his role in this team today and how you have to lead this batting attack if they are to get to that first innings lead. So I'm sure that the entire Pickwick unit, along with Coach MTH, will be looking up to Kyle Hope to produce something big here today for this side.
Well, yes, the importance of the team rallying around a particular player, given the circumstances. Ford is long onto the front foot. So Andre Marshall, his old clever self, still looking to conjure up some magic from this northern end. And pushing young Ford back with a change of trajectory. Things are fairly quiet in the middle right now. Ford this time gets a delivery that brings him over the front foot. So you see these subtle variations of Andre Marshall already in these 3 deliveries. Ford gets a short delivery, slaps it away square. This is going to challenge the boundary at the deep point. It's going to go across the road. No. A rearward delivery this time from Marshall outside the off stump, and Ford having the time and the room to get onto the back foot, slap it away. No one in the deep on the offside. There's a backward point. There's a squarish cover. And as we said previously, once the ball is well timed and well struck and it gets through the infield, you're almost guaranteed that it will run out to the boundary.
Easy pickings there for the batsman. Just getting a bit of whiff and just throwing his hands to it, picking up another 4 runs. So Marshall, he'll look to come back a bit straighter as we see him do exactly that now. Just angling it a bit down the leg side.
Skipping meat take by keeper Gibson. Faster delivery. This time, not even the man at cover moves. Another delivery outside the off stump. Attempted quicker delivery from Marshall, but he got the line wrong, he got the length wrong, and Ford got everything right.
Quick hands there from Ford, just picking up on that quicker delivery as soon as it came out of the bowler's hand, and he was onto it, cutting it through the boundary for 4 runs. He continues the scoring. A good over there from the Pickwick side, picking up 9 runs in it. Andre Marshall, he'll be a bit disappointed with that over, but I'm sure he'll look to come back. So Pickwick, they continue their good scoring here as they look to get closer to the first innings lead.
Well, 2 boundaries in the Andre Marshall over. So a good comeback here from Ford. And relieving a bit of the pressure that might very well have been building with the loss of that early wicket. Looking to snatch the initiative somewhat. But Stephen King has been measly, very consistent. And there he is again outside the off stump. Keeper Gibson has now opted to come up to the wicket for the right arm medium pace of Stephen King. So I think that's going to put a slight bit of pressure. The batsman with the knowledge that their footwork has to be quite adept with the keeper standing up. Off the outside edge, good work. That's the skipper.
Brilliant fielding there from Akeem Springer, just diving down low to his right, and he gets a hand to it. Fantastic stop. Definitely saved 4 runs there.
Yes, and he's also inflicted some pain on himself. There we see him flexing that right hand. That ball is traveling fairly quickly. And Springer, a big man, tumbling away to his right. Said that ball getting through there was certainly another boundary. This one he's driving, given some width outside that off stump hole, playing the square drive. But this is where the man in the deep cover, he's there to cover shots like that.
Yes, and he did cover that one indeed. A good bit of work down the boundary from that fielder, Neil Prasad. Bring Shamar Ford back into strike.
Wideish of the off stump. So Shamar Ford himself a wicket keeper, so he's got good company in Tyrone Gibson, the closest to each other on the field. not often nowadays that you see keepers up to the wicket for any bowler above slow medium, I would say. But that used to be a feature of the game. It's something dictated with the nature of the surface, the pace of the pitch. When you've got a pitch as flat as this, where you know that the ball is not going to bounce disconcertingly, it makes the task of standing up to the wicket to medium pace that much easier for the wicket keeper.
Yes, well, as you said, Wayne, it's something that we don't see very often nowadays, but it's really a bit of a mental. That one driven to that mid-off fielder, but well done from the Spartan side. As I was saying, though, it's really a bit of a mental battle there when keepers come up to these stumps. They just challenge the batsmen to play from their crease, because as we know, a lot of batsmen nowadays like to use their feet getting down to the pace bowlers, but it cuts out that option completely and it forces the batsmen to think of other ways to score.
And I happen to know that the bowlers themselves appreciate that tactic very much, although there are those bowlers who may not necessarily take to it and they believe it doesn't reflect a very good light on them if the keeper is able to stand up to them. So it may encourage them to try to push him back by imparting some extra pace on the delivery. But I happen to know of keepers who actually who were encouraged by the bowlers to come up to the wicket. This is easily dispatched. So losing his radar somewhat in these last few deliveries, Andre Marshall, this one was a rank short delivery outside of the line of the leg stump, and Hope had no problem in just basically serving himself.
Yes, easy pickings there for Hope. Short delivery, you could call that one a long hop, and Hope just on the back foot, pulling it behind square, and it ran all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So Marshall, he wanted to tidy up on that delivery. Just easy scoring there for the Pickwick
Just
side.
3 fielders on the onside, deep mid wicket. There's the short mid on, and then a man on the rope at long on, much straighter. And Hope again is getting runs in the leg side, so again straying in line there. Marshall, I don't think he intended to drag that ball as wide as it did down the leg side, and this time the batsman pick up 3 runs. Good running between the pair, immediately seizing the opportunity, with the keeper in fact having to chase that ball all the way down into just inside the boundary at fine leg.
Some wayward bowling here from Marshall, just straying a bit onto the legs of the batsman, allowing him to work it behind square. Picks up another 3 easy runs. Marshall, he'd want to tidy up on that.
Yes, he's leaked some runs here in the last 9-10 deliveries that he sent down. Maybe a bit of a case of maybe tiring a little under this blazing hot sunshine. Very economical run-up, if you can call it a run-up, approach to the wicket. So he wouldn't be expending a lot of energy in that area. Hope this time is Ford looking to do similarly work that delivery into the onside. Again, Marshall quite straight. The ball coming off the thigh pad this time though.
Well, I'd hope that he's not tired so early in the day, because Andre Marshall, he's one that we know for bowling very long spells. Typically a fit guy, so I don't think it would have to do with that. Just think he's trying to overcompensate a bit, trying to get the batsmen playing, but instead he's drifting onto the legs, allowing them to pick up easy runs.
Well, you make a good point. Maybe you're just trying different things, not getting a whole lot of assistance out of the track. And looking to experiment. Sometimes that can lead to not perfect execution. So he finishes the over. The monitor here says 72 for 4, but we have scored a few runs since then. Still not a lot of spectators in the Queen's Park. See a couple in the main pavilion.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned that pavilion though, Wayne. We talked about the surroundings of Queen's Park, and yesterday we talked about some of the players who would have represented Spartan at a point in time, and there's obviously those two very famous names on the pavilion, Keith and Clyde Walcott Pavilion. I'm sure that you can tell me a bit more about those two guys and the impact that they had on cricket in the region.
Well, first of all, they were brothers, Keith and Clyde. And then we got to talk about Sir Clyde Walcott, who was knighted, honored, and one of that famous triumvirate, the three W's, himself, Sir Frank Worrell, and Sir Everton Weekes, who strutted the international cricket scene, heavy scorers, and leading the West Indies to real prominence, particularly after the war late into the late 40s through the 50s. So Sir Clyde Walcott went on to become the president of the Barbados cricket and West Indies cricket. He was also the top official in the ICC at some stage. So he would have risen to great prominence, both in his heyday as a batter, known as a hard, strong hitter of the ball, big mass of a man, wicket-keeper batsman too, Sir Clyde. He would have presided over a very productive period of cricket for West Indies. You know, the coming of the great team that started in the 70s, and as David Rudder said, ruled the cricket world. Yeah, Sir Clyde was very much part of that era. So Wes Hall is also another one of the knights coming out of Queen's Park, as this delivery is deceiving Ford, where he finds himself initially looking to playing a bit early, having the presence of mind to remove the bottom hand though, to remain in control of the shot, keeping it along the ground. Because we haven't told you, but Shem Holder has been brought into the attack, the off spinner, replacing Stefan King from the southern end.
Yeah, so yeah, again, we see a short spell from the pace bowler, but immediately the spinners are brought into the attack as they're searching for those early wickets in today's play. And as you described earlier, Wayne, this morning session, this first hour of play perhaps, is a very crucial session for both sides. More so the Pickwick side, because they won't want to lose any more wickets, but I'm sure that this Spartan side will be looking to capitalize on it and take wickets if they possibly can. But a misfield allows a single. What really should have been no run allows Kyle Hope to get off the strike and releases the pressure.
Well, yes, and he will retain the strike too, because that was the final delivery of the over from Shem Holder. Shem Holder's first over for the day, with now Pickwick up to 92 for 4. Hope on 38 for 17.
Pickwick still trailing by some 141 runs, so quite a way to go before they get to that first innings lead.
Yes, that would be, I think it would be a matter of batting in sessions here for the Pickwick team. So they will probably be looking to set small targets as they go along. I think we get through this first hour or so, you get through to the refreshment break. That would be the initial objective, one would like to believe.
Yes, but there seems to be a slight delay as another ball comes out. But in the meanwhile, Wayne, we can continue to talk about the legacy that the Spartan side has built in Barbados and West Indies cricket. You gave me some homework last night to go home and find out how many Spartan players have produced. I mean, how many Spartan players have gone on to become West Indies players, and if Spartan has the record as the most prolific club in producing West Indies cricketers in the Caribbean. I was only able to find out one of them, and Spartan are in fact the most prolific club in producing West Indies cricketers in the region. Obviously, it would be very difficult to obtain an exact number, but I'm sure, Wayne, that you would be able to list some and talk a bit more about some of those players.
Well, first of all, having given you the assignment, obviously I had to do it myself too, to make sure that whatever answer you came back with was somewhat correct. I did inquire of a person who I know keeps records and very much on top of these things, and we came to the agreement that there were 22 Spartan players. Spartan has produced 22 international cricketers in its long history. The last being Shamar Brooks, whom you will be more your vintage, whom you'll be more familiar with.
Yes, I'm definitely familiar with Shamar Brooks, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Wayne, but would you be able to list those 22?
Well, you've put me on the spot. But I shall endeavor as the day continues and as the memory turns over to call the names of those who I remember immediately off the tip of my tongue. I guess if we do a deeper research, we could be able to come up with that list. But I think the very first Spartan player would have been George Carew. He was the first player, and the last was Shamar Brooks. So we know that it spans from Carew to Brooks.
Yes, we know that much.
Punched off the back foot. Easy single. Partnership growing slowly. They came together with the total on 59. It is now 93. So some 34 runs. A fairly pedestrian rate, but I don't think that would bother Coach Emtage or Captain Ryan. The fact that they are together, that there has been no further incision into the middle order, is the key factor here.
Yes. Yes, as you were saying, that is the key factor. Pickwick, they just have to do their best to not lose any more wickets, as there's a loud appeal, and umpire gives him. He has to go back to the pavilion. That's Shamar Ford just being struck on his back pad, and umpire does the rest. So Andre Marshall picks up the second wicket of the day. Spartan strike again.
Again, continuing to be straight. We did talk of those couple of deliveries that he bowled where he was picked off behind square on the onside, and I think that is a definite plan. You would have seen a definite ploy by Marshall to be a lot straighter to both batsmen, and I think young Ford again guilty of misreading the length of the delivery and going back, looking to work this ball into the onside, playing across the line, and struck very much in front. Umpire Prescott having little difficulty in making that decision in the affirmative as far as the fielding team is concerned. So another strike by Marshall. We talked about being a bit offline, a bit weird for a couple of overs, but I think we've seen the results of it, and we've also recognized that yes, it was a definite plan by Andre Marshall to be a lot straighter, and it took him some time to get it right, to get it in sync, but there he was picking up the wicket.
Tremendous bowling there from Marshall indeed, and as you talked about, he just stuck with that plan. Although getting a bit wayward at times, he stuck with that plan, bowling straighter to the batsman, and he finally got the reward, picking up that wicket of Shamar Ford, which brings new batsman to the crease. That's Preston Clark. He comes in at number 7.
Call it commentator's curse, Rashawn, or is it premonition? It's something that we managed to see just as we started to talk about the partnership, the importance of it, and how well they have done. We see the wicket go down.
I don't know what it is, Wayne, but it just so happens that every time we talk about it, so it might as well be commentator's curse. We were just talking about this partnership and beginning to praise it, speaking about how it's building, but Preston Clark, he faces his first delivery solidly onto the front foot.
Preston Clark considered himself very much an all-rounder. Nice free scoring player on his best days. So he too will be looking to offer some support to Kyle Hope. Look to build yet another partnership. Young Ford didn't do a bad job. They did very well until he was outfoxed by the wily Andre Marshall. So here the job again at hand for Kyle Hope and Preston Clark.
Yes, and 28 overs completed, 93 for the loss of 5. So a successful over there from Andre Marshall.
Like yesterday, we saw the input from the medium pacer, as it was for Pickwick and for Spartan. And then we're going to have a diet of spin, if you believe. So we've already seen the introduction of Shem Holder, and he has done the trick. There we saw Kyle Hope going onto the back foot, looking to cut this one square, but this is the off spinner with the ball coming back into him, the ball hitting the under edge and ricocheting onto the stumps, and there it is. That is the critical blow. That's a gut wrencher for Pickwick.
So Pickwick have lost their big fish. Kyle Hope, he has to go back to the pavilion. We see a delivery just back of a length, turning back into Kyle Hope, and he's just beaten, catches the inside edge, and it goes on to the stump. He looks disappointed walking back in. So Pickwick lose yet another wicket, 93 for 6. They go further into a hole as they aim to get these first innings lead.
He has a double strike with Hope immediately following Ford back to the pavilion. I think he may have been done in by seeing the width, seeing that he had the opportunity to free his arms, but he didn't care for that ball spinning back in from outside the off stump. And you saw that ball coming off the under edge and fatally for him onto the middle stump.
Yes, so Pickwick has to lose another wicket, bringing that new batsman to the crease, Zandria Baptiste. So the two off-spin all-rounders at the crease now. Baptiste, he's a left-handed batsman, whereas Clark is a right-handed batsman. Baptiste, he's also a very capable lower-order batsman. He's had a knock early on in the season, scoring 20 odd not out in the first game.
Spartan fully in charge at Queen's Park.
Spartan in a very, very strong position at this point. Pickwick are in dire need of a partnership. Clark and Baptiste, they have to stand up and put on as many runs as they possibly can for this Pickwick side. But Baptiste, he faces his first delivery.
Still inside the first hour of the second day and already 3 wickets down. So Spartan really putting the foot down.
Flighted delivery, just punched out into the offside. So Baptiste gets off strike.
So chance here for these two all-rounders to make their presence felt. Remember this game yesterday, it did twist and turn at different stages, and no doubt that is very much a possibility. Down the leg side. See coming into our picture there, Rashawn, the famous Buff, one of the long-standing Spartan supporters. You know, there was a time not so long ago that there were a group of die-hard, really Spartan faithfuls who used to hang out in that very same area where you see the roller where Buff is walking across the side screen now. And it was a whole group of them. And unfortunately, the Grim Reaper has reaped, and most of them have gone on to the great beyond, and it is said that Buff is the last one standing. there he is making his way into Queen's Park, as I said, one of those loyal, die-hard Spartan, what we used to call back in the day, hailers. There used to be quite a group of them.
Yes, well, I'm sure that Buff has come to enjoy an afternoon of cricket here, and I'm sure that he's also a guy who we could have a chat with later on in the day, waiting to find out.
If he will consent. I know a number of these people who are very, very vocal around the ground and in other discussions, but you bring a microphone and put it in front of them, and all of a sudden the cat got their tongue.
It is very, very true. As another over comes to an end, 29 completed, 95 for the loss of 6. So another successful over there for the Spartan side.
Yes. So, as I said, this young pair, your contemporaries, left hand, right hand, and they already, well, they would know the charge that they have been issued, would want to see a recovery. They did recover very well with the ball yesterday at Pickwick. Let's see what they have to offer with the bat. Clark onto the front foot. Down the ground, over the head of mid-on. 6.
A delivery just getting too close to Preston Clark, and he just goes down on one knee and pumps that one straight back over that long on boundary, picks up 6 runs. So Clark showing his scoring abilities here. He hits his first 6.
Brings up the 102 for ESAF Field Pickwick with that maximum. But that's the type of player he is, Preston Clark. Not afraid to give the ball a clout once it comes into his area. Let's see how Marshall responds, though. And not quite as full. Reading the play, Clark onto the front foot. Marshall 3 for 56. This is his 15th over. And both a quicker delivery this time. Again, Preston Clark very much up to it. Strokes it into the offside. 101 for 6.
Yeah, so we can see that clear adjustment here from Marshall, just pulling a bit flatter.
Hit hard, not timed very well though by Clark, looking to get onto the back foot. Looking to pierce that offside field.
Yeah, so Clark, he's by no means bogged down. He's looking to score, being very positive.
So there's another variety. So we saw almost a full variety from Andre Marshall in that over. There was the flighted delivery that went out of the ground for 6. There was a quicker delivery. There was the arm ball. There was the one pulled back into the pitch. Full repertoire of Andre Marshall has become ahead towards the conclusion of the first hour of the day's play. An hour totally enjoyed by the Spartan team, picking up 3 wickets. I will take my leave for the time being, and will be allowing you, Rashawn, to be joined by Andy Payne.
Thank you very much, Wayne. So Spartan currently in the ascendancy in this game. 101 for 6 are Pickwick after 30 overs have been completed. Shem Hoder, he's with ball back in hand, and he's bowling to Zondre Baptiste. Silly in place along with that slip fielder. So on the front foot, that one. And with that, I say good afternoon to Mr. Andy Payne.
Hi, good afternoon, Rashawn. Good afternoon to our viewers. Good day for Spartan, the home side. You've had a fantastic first hour's play.
Yes, a fantastic first hour of play indeed. Just picking up those 3 early wickets, and they continue to bowl and toil away on those good areas, good lines, good lengths, so they'll make inroads into this Pickwick side.
There's water in there. I think there's water in there. There should be access.
So, as you're saying, Spartan having the best of the first hour, just getting those 3 wickets. The important wicket of Kyle Hope, that is a big wicket.
Yes, a big wicket indeed, and I'm sure that that Pickwick side would have been very disappointed with the falling of that wicket.
Yeah, Hope looked very solid. He was set. He was getting himself really set up for a big innings. But a shortish delivery from the off spinner, trying to cut and taking it on the edge and ricocheting onto the stumps to his demise. But like I said, ever since you saw him yesterday, he looked really a good foil concentration-wise, and he was really middling the ball, especially against the slow bowlers, the type of player that Kyle Hope really is.
Yes, so another over comes to an end. 101 for the loss of 6. Spartan continues to do well with the ball.
Shim Holder, like I said, just bowling 3 overs, coming into this attack today, having his first bowl today, really, and picking up that price scalp. But the off spinner just haven't been able to really toss it up as much as he would like. He's a bit on the flatter side to start, but traditionally, you know, the off spinners try to start on the tighter side, get themselves into a good rhythm, a good going before they really start to impart that kind of spin. So maybe that is the technique of Shim Holder.
Yes, most definitely, but Andre Marshall, he comes back into the attack, and we see a change in field. That long on fielder going back out to the boundary now. Preston Clark just tucking that one into the leg side, picking up an easy single.
But it's going to be a cause for some smart batting from the likes of Preston Clark and Zorndo Baptiste here. Said Andre Marshall, he will continue to be a thorn. He's picked up some 3 wickets. A man who's known for picking up lots of wickets, especially here in Queen's Park. He can bowl long spells. He bowls very long marathon spells. So he's really occupied that northern end for pretty much the duration of this innings. And like you said, this calls for smart bowling and smart batting, as you saw Preston Clark striking him over his head in the previous over, and now he went with the player on the long on boundary.
Flighted delivery, Baptiste is on the back foot, and the umpire gives him. So Baptiste has to go back to the pavilion, a full delivery, and he just gets caught slacking on the back foot, striking him on the pad, and umpire puts up the dreaded finger. So he has to go back to the pavilion for 1 run. Pickwick fall further into a hole. Spartan strike again. It's that man, Andre Marshall.
And that's the good thing about Marshall again, pinning yet another player on the back foot. So just can't get him on the front foot. These players just pin him on the back foot, as Baptiste chose to go back onto the back foot again on this occasion. And Tremaine Prescott had no difficulty in signaling that one out. So Baptiste, he has to make his way back into the pavilion. So further trouble really for the ESA field. Pickwick, they trail by 131 runs as they find themselves at 102 for 7, Rashawn.
Yes, Andre Marshall, smart bowling from him, just tossing up that delivery, catching Baptiste lacking on the back foot. And really, Baptiste, he just didn't pick up that length whatsoever. He had no reason to be on the back foot, should have been forward, but he has to go back to the pavilion for just 1 run, bringing that new batsman to the crease, Jakeem Ford. Andre Marshall, he now has 4 wickets. He is doing damage for the Spartan side. Jakeem Ford, new batsman to the crease.
Yeah, not much to say about Andre Marshall outside of the fact that he continues to bother a lot of batters, especially in and around that stump region. Like I said, not sure if to come forward or if to play back, and Marshall again trapping yet another player on the back foot. So that's just the skill of Andre Marshall. Continues to be very accurate, bowls those tidy lines and the length on or around the off stump, asking the batters to play at almost every delivery, and that's what he's so good at. So picking up a 4th, like I said, 4 for 57 as he's into his 16th over. And Ford, the new batter, right-hander, tell you it will be a challenge for him to stay there with Preston Clark, as Andre Marshall will continue to cause problems on or around that off and middle stump.
Yeah, so Jakeem Ford, a new addition to this Pickwick Elite side, normally plays in the intermediate side, but he's been promoted for this game. Let's see how he shapes up with the bat. Just on the front foot, blocking that first delivery.
Yeah, Andre Marshall, like I said, just continues to get loads of wickets here for the Spartan side right here in Queen's Park. He is the talisman, always the go-to guy whenever Spartan finds himself in a bit of a hole. They always turn to Andre Marshall, and I can tell you, almost all the time he delivers.
Almost all the time he delivers. week in, week out, we see Andre Marshall in the wickets for the Spartan side. He's the key man in the bowling attack, and he continues to show his worth every time he gets the ball. Just a short delivery there for just cutting that one into the offside, picking up a single.
As you can see, the substitute fielder in Dritz, he's on the field. It's Josh Dritz.
Yes, he would be on the field. He would be on the field for Achilles Brown, who temporarily went off. Hope it's not any injury or anything, but Preston Clark just driving that one down to that long on fielder. Picks up another single. Clark, he looks to be batting well this morning, just striking the ball cleanly. We saw him hitting that 1-6 back over the bowler's head, and he's rotating the strike well, so he'll start the next over as he scores 104 for 7. 32 overs completed.
Yes, Andre Marshall again in that over, just being the danger that he continues to be the threat to this Pickwick side, picking up his 4th wicket. And again, the newer batter is just not equipped to get onto the front foot to him. You can see him just pinning yet another batter, trap in the crease on the back foot, and that's really the skill. But it's going to be Holder. He was going to bowl to Clark. Clark, who looks good. He's only faced some 11 deliveries so far, like you said, striking that 6 over the head of Marshall. But it will be up to him to shepherd the lower order here.
Yes, very, very smart bowling from Andre Marshall indeed. Shem Holder, he'll look to do some damage from the other end. Oh, and he strikes immediately. Preston Clark has to go, just turning that one into that fielder at short leg. Shem Holder strikes immediately. He picks up that wicket of Clark, so Pickwick lose another wicket. 104 for the loss of 8. Clark has to go.
Yes, another neat catch there by the man out of silly mid-on, Akil Greenwich. Just picking up his 2nd catch in or around the bat. As Shem Holder brand his man on the front foot, just what the off-spinner wants, getting him prodding, and that one coming off the inner portion of the bat. As you have a look on the replay here, and just brand him forward, the bat goes a long way ahead of him, and Greenwich taking a comfortable catch there at the silly mid-on position. Sure, Coach Dave Marshall, he'd be happy as he's been doing quite a lot of work with Greenwich in that position, and here he is, just the dividends being paid off.
I'm sure Coach Dave Marshall will be very, very pleased with that indeed. I had a chat with him earlier today, and he defined his plans as to run through this Pickwick side in those words, so I'm sure he'd be very, very happy seeing what's going on here today. His bowlers just coming and delivering, dismissing these Pickwick batsmen rapidly just over the first hour of play, and we've seen a flurry of wickets falling for this Pickwick side, so I'm sure that he would be very happy with that, and I'm sure that the skipper would be pleased with it as well, as Spartan continue to dominate this morning session.
They have. There's a drinks break in progress on the fall of that wicket. It says resuming at 56 for 3 and picking up some 5 wickets in the process. They are the happiest side at the first drinks break. But as we turn our attention here to the Windward ground, where Windward, they're up against the Wanderers. Remember, the Wanderers batting in the first innings, they're 51 for 2. The Windward, they got up to 346, a massive total. Jaden Roberts completing a fantastic century.
Yes, Jaden Roberts completed a fantastic century, and there were also the contributions of Micah Greenwich, who put on 70 at the top of the order, and that informed batsman Jordan Reefer, who scored a fantastic 58, and there was also a contribution down the order from Maxwell Lewis, who put on 47 from 41 deliveries. So a strong batting performance from that Windward side, and they now look to do the same with the ball. As Wanderers, they'll now look to go about their batting innings as they trail by 295 runs. So they'll look to get to that first innings lead. But before they do that, it will take some batting, it will take some character, as they have to stand up and bat long. This looks like an entire day of batting if they are to get up to this first innings lead.
Yeah, Joshua Morris, he's there on 31. Ogaro, he's joined him, he's on 7. And Jaden Roberts, the man of the moment yesterday, he's ball in hand, none for 3. He's into his 3rd over. But a lot will depend on that man, Joshua Morris. I think he's got the ability really to go on. A lot of is one of Wayne's favourite players, one who we've seen from junior years, Coach and Parry Boy as well, and he be interested. He's very good mates with Jaden Roberts as well, so it's a good challenge between these two friends. But here is the Windward. They find themselves in a happy position, 346.
Yes, a lot of responsibility lies on the shoulders of that man, Joshua Morris. We know what he's capable of. He had a lot of starts so far this season, but just not able to carry on and get those big scores. So I'm sure that he'll be looking to convert one of his scores today and potentially go on to get a big one. Someone needs to go big for this Wanderers side if they are to get up past that first inning score. He would like to be the man to do it. So Wanderers, they trail by 295 runs, 51 for 1 after 13 overs.
Remember, you can join us on the stream. This stream goes to you via the Barbados Cricket Association in collaboration with Bell Imagery. And you can follow us here on the Barbados Cricket Association TV or on YouTube. So, but here in Queen's Park, where the sun is out in its glory, it's a fantastic day for cricket. I mean, we got a bit of breeze coming across from that the eastern area, but it is really a scorcher here today.
Yes, a scorcher indeed. We could not ask for any better weather for cricket action. It's just beautiful day outside. Sun is out. Not many clouds are in the sky. So it's very, very hot. But the cricketers, I'm sure they'd be happy for that. Good cricket action all over the island. I'm excited to see what goes down here at Queen's Park today.
So the new batter is Rashid Edwin. He's no slouch with the bat whatsoever, but he's got a big task on his hands as Shem Holder. He's picked up his second wicket, and he'll be looking for a third.
Delivery just angled down the leg side.
Spraying him forward again. Just a stifle appeal as that one pass. Greenwich at that silly mid-on position. Seems like he's getting some purchase really.
Yes, that short leg fielder busy as we now see a leg slip being implemented. That's Andre Marshall going into that leg slip area. Sweeper fielder comes up. So they begin to squeeze this batsman Rashid Edwin.
He's looking for the wicket really. Good attacking positions. Again, he saw that one. Bringing the batters forward. This is good by Shem Holder though. Asking the batters to come on the front foot. And this is what the off spinner wants. This is what he would like. To get him to play him on the front foot. Not being able to read the spin. Not being able to negate that spin really. And he's into a really good spell. Albeit his fourth over.
Yes, into a fantastic spell here. 2 wickets for just 5 runs in his 4th over. Shem Holder, we know his experience represented the Barbados Pride team already, so he's now coming here in the park, displaying his ability as we see a flighted delivery there. Brings another over to an end. 104 for the loss of 8 after 33 overs. So another successful wicket maiden there for Shem Holder as Pickwick lost another wicket. They fall further into a hole as Spartan continue to dominate.
It's dominance by Spartan, the home side here. Fusion Boutique Spartan really doing the jobs here. The spectators, they'll be happy. Coach Marshall, like I said, he'll be really happy with what's going on here for them. But a task for the lower order. Andrea Marshall, he's going to carry on.
Picking up 4 wickets already is Andrea Marshall. He'll be looking for that 5th wicket to get his first 5-wicket haul of the season. Ford just on the back foot.
Like you said, you don't know a lot of Ford's batting ability, but to come before Rashid Edwin in the order, it must say something about his batting because, like you said, Rashid Edwin is not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination with a bat. But Andrea Marshall continues to toil. Here he is, burning him on the front foot, and he should get a single that is parried away by the bowler. And they're just ricocheting into the onside, and Ford picks up a run.
Yes, Ford, he's looked solid from the time he came to the crease. Just striking the ball nicely, picking up a single there. He and Edwin would look to rebuild this partnership. It's a big ask, but 2 guys who are definitely capable of doing so as long as they apply themselves and just bat the situation.
Yes, said just try to battle sometimes, just try to get a partnership going. Conditions are still very good here in Queen's Park for batting. It's still a good pitch. See, ball's just getting a bit of purchase as it gets a bit older. But with a new hard ball, you can see that the batters were very happy to play their shots. But in this middle period, you just need to apply yourself really and try to build some partnerships. But again, Rashid Edwin just working that one past backward square and picking up a couple. Marshall, he be looking for a fifer. Nothing that is new to him. He's got lots of fifers. I tell you at this domestic level. Spray Edwin forward quietly. It's a good pitch for batting, I can tell you. Don't think they've done justice the Pickwick side.
Yes, I'm sure that they will be very disappointed with this batting performance, and they'd look to correct it if there is a second innings. Just not taking full advantage of this flat deck here today. What really was a better wicket yesterday, one could say. Very, very flat wicket, leading to the decision for Spartan to bat. They took decent advantage of it, getting off to a flyer, but a good spell of bowling to restrict them to just 233 from Rondre Yearwood. But this Pickwick side, they've struggled with the bat yesterday evening and came back and continued to struggle this morning as another over comes to an end. 34 completed, 107 for the loss of 8.
Yes, it's just to get those starts, but no one carried on. You saw Kyle Hope looking the best of the bowlers. Rohan Ryan, he looked good for a while. So too did Antonio Morris. But none of them got an opportunity to carry on and really got something big for the Andrew Emptage court side. But they look good for starts, but no one carried on. But taking it away from the spinners, as I said, Andrew Marshall, the old Willie veteran, just continues to pick up wickets and pick up wickets often. And now he's gotten support from the Barbados Pride off spinner in Shem Holder, who's got 3 in quick succession, quick time really. So be interested to see if he can pick up a 4th. It's going to be Holder to continue. He'll be bowling to Jakeem Ford. He's on 2. Both batters on 2. Let's bring his man forward. This is good bowling again from Holder to start. This his 5th over. Just asking that batter to come on the front foot.
Yes, very, very good bowling here from Holder indeed. We can see him trying to turn that ball, hence that short leg feeder in place along with the leg slip, just trying to create some action in there. We now see a deep square leg feeder going out to the boundary, so he'd be looking to get a bit straighter and skinny batsmen to play at each and every ball. Oh, and he nicks him, and it goes to the slips. That's Akeem Springer taking a sharp catch. So Holder picks up another wicket. He bowls a flighted delivery, just having a big flash at it was Jakeem Ford. Pickwick lose their 9th wicket.
This is the experience of Shem Holder, what he's learned at the first class level. You saw him bowling those deliveries tight into the off stump, hanging this one outside the off stump, and Ford thought he had something of a drive. No one really in this cover region, and peeling off the outer edge. And a smart catch there by the captain, Akeem Springer at first slip. This is excellent bowling from the off spinner. Like I said, continue to get the batters on the front foot. This is exactly what you want to get off from the off spin bowler. But a lovely catch there by the slipper and the captain.
Yes, skipper and the captain. Good combination there to take that wicket of Jakeem Ford. He has to go back to the pavilion, bringing the last batsman out. That's Rondre Yearwood, who did the damage with the ball. He'll now look to come and make an impact with the bat. He comes out at number 11 as ESAF Pickwick trail by 126 runs. So I think that the Spartan side, they would consider themselves to have won these first innings points. But it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, they're really in the ascendancy here. As you see, Rondre Yearwood making his way into the middle. He's one who goes aggressively. I'm not sure he'd be looking to stick around and poke around. But I'm sure Rashid Edwin would like him to stick around for some time. But sure, Yearwood, he will have a go. But Shem Holder, 3 for 5 as he's into his 5th over. Excellent work there from him.
Yes, I'm sure that Rondre Yearwood would stick around for some time. I don't know what sort of time it will be, Andy, though. He could either be here for a fun time or a long time. So we'll see shortly. Shem Holder, he continues to Andre Yearwood.
Yeah, Yearwood just pushing that one pretty hard, coming off the inner portion of the bat. But keeper Gibson just running quickly out to the leg side. He moves around pretty quickly, the keeper. Covers a lot of ground, even in the outfield. So he's almost like a sprinter. So running all the way down to square leg to prevent the single with that.
Yes, it's something that we've seen very often. Keeper Teron Gibson just dropping his gloves and running behind deliveries. He's very agile behind his stumps. Loud appeal. Umpire says not out.
Yeah, just remember Yearwood, he's a left-handed batter, so Holder, he'll be loving this. Taking the ball away from the left-handed batter. Be interested though, I would like to see another catcher in that slip region, as this ball is really fizzing around a bit. And Yearwood being the last man in, you want to get his wicket. You need to get some in those attacking positions.
Big flash there from Yearwood, but he misses that one. So we see the intentions from Yearwood as we described him. He's one who likes to get a move on things, just not blocking anything, going fairly hard at these deliveries. So he'll look to pile on as many runs as possible in his stay at the crease. Forward, defending that one. Bringing the over to a close. 107 for 9. Another wicket maiden there for Shem Holder. So that's his second of the morning. 3 for 5 in 5 overs are his figures. 107 for 9. 35 overs completed.
Yeah, good work there from Holder. Again, picking up his third wicket. But just dismissing a man caught at slip. Jakeem Ford. Neat catch by Captain Sprayer. Akeem Sprayer. But Holder, it's like how the ball is coming out of his hands this afternoon. He's got a good loop on it, good guile, and good control.
Yes, very, very good control from these two spinners who've bowled very, very well in tandem so far this morning. They've picked up those wickets and put themselves in the ascendancy. Spartan would love this position that they're in right now. They'd look to dismiss the final batsman for the Pickwick side and have another knock. Delivery outside line of the off stump.
Andrew Marshall is into his 18th over.
Yes, a very long spell here from him. He's the second left arm spinner that we've seen in a marathon spell. Flighted delivery there. Edwin just going at that one hard. Misses out.
And that's the type of bowler he is. A smart bowler is Marshall. You see him take it all the pace out of that one. And Edwin going for the big shot. Not able to make any connection.
See a bit of variation there from Andre Marshall. No, just bowling a flatter, faster delivery. So it's something that we've talked about, his ability to vary his pace. Very, very skillful bowler. Slower delivery, and he's down on one knee and sweeps that one hard into the boundary. So Edwin picks up 4 runs. A magnificent shot, sweeping that one.
That's Rashid Edwin going to have a bit of fun with any delivery tossed up there from Andrea Marshall. And Marshall knew that. He just knew that anytime that Edwin gets a bit of room, he's going to go hard. And he did that to success, get it over the rope for 4. But good piece of batting, good little bite, sportsmanship amongst these two. Just teasing him early in the over was Marshall, and now he came back a bit on the slow. And on this occasion, Edwin, he got the better of his man.
That shot looked like one from a man of confidence, Andy. He's just down on one. He's sweeping that one firmly. No one in here would ever think that he's the last batsman batting. Well, not the last batsman, but this is the last partnership. He's down on one. He's sweeping that one. He goes up to 6 runs.
I'm sure that this must be the ploy between this pair, really, to get as close to the deficit as they can. If you can get it, bring it down, maybe even go on and try to overtake the lead. There's still some way back, but you don't want to just go down just guessing and just prodding and probing. You need to get runs on the board, try to negate the deficit of that lead.
Yes, most definitely, as we have a slight delay here as the ball appears to have gone into a ditch somewhere. So match referee Emerald Holder, he will deliver one of a replacement ball. But we see a switch over to another game between Payview Hospital YMPC, and this will decide as Jerome Jones, another left arm spinner, continues to dominate, picking up wickets. He has 4 wickets for 17 runs in just 5 overs. Batting first yesterday, we saw the will decide getting up to a massive, not a massive, but a good 213 for 10. They were bowled out. Lead batsmen for that side were Carlos Maynard, who picked up 62 runs from 142 deliveries. He continues his good form. Shenaldo Taylor at the top picked up 38 runs, and Desmond Currency contributed with 26 down the order. And coming back with the ball, Jerome Jones. He delivers with 4 wickets so far, so it's something that we continue to see across all of the games, and the left arm spinners continuing to dominate. We're back here at Queen's Park, where Andre Marshall, he continues to dominate with 4 wickets.
Yeah, these guys continue week in, week out to get wickets, the left arm spinners. And Andrea Marshall, he said he's one who's known for picking up a lot of wickets here in Queen's Park. And he's looking for another fifer. But the over comes in, and at the end of that one, he's still on 4 for 66 from his 18 overs. As you can see, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan in the ascendancy.
Yes, Fusionz Boutique Spartan in the ascendancy. 111 for 9, 36 overs completed. They still trail by 122 runs. We're back over at this game now, where we see another wicket being lost for the YMPC side. They've stooped to 111 for 9 now. Desmond Currency, he picks up that wicket.
Yes, yes, another left arm spinner in the wickets. And Currency and Jones, as they tend to do the bulk of the bowling, but they pick up most of the wickets for the team and does very well for Wildy. As Shim Holder is continuing here. So Rondre here with Essie in a cut. And cut and a miss due to keeper to Ron Gibson.
Flighted delivery. That was a peach. Flighted delivery, just extracting turn out of this wicket, and it beats Rondre Yearwood. Good take by wicketkeeper Gibson.
Yeah, spinning bounce on that occasion. He has some really good bounce. And Gibson, another neat take for the gloveman. But Shim Holder continues to look good. As you saw him just again bringing the batters on the front foot, where he's causing lots of trouble.
Yes, the batsmen now go down to have a chat now. Edwin just having a word with Yearwood, giving him a bit of advice. Big shot there from Yearwood, just driving that one confidently through the covers, and he picks up his first 4 to open his account. Shot of authority there from Rondre Yearwood.
Yeah, I told you, he's not going to look to stick around. He's going to look to get the scoreboard moving. And again, a delivery flighted outside the off stump and getting some good bat to that one. As you have a look at the replayer, he is hitting that one powerfully over the infield and over cover to pick up his first boundary.
Yes, Rondre Yearwood, he played that shot with through authority. Just looking good, leaning into it, striking it through the covers, picking up his first 4. He opens his account.
That's a bit too full, so he's able to get on the front foot and kill it. But yeah, Shim Holder now putting the man out on that sweeping boundary. As we said, Rondre Yearwood, he's not going to restrict his scoring opportunities, so he just want to keep the scoring down. Is Shim Holder. Yearwood again in defense and closing out that over from Shim Holder, just picking up the one boundary in the over, and Rondre Yearwood lives to see another day. Yes, if he pivot, they trail by 118 as they're 115 for 9.
Yeah, so another tidy over there from Shem Holder, just not conceding many runs. He continues the tidy spell, him and Andre Marshall. are into fantastic spells of bowling. Shem Holder picking up 3 wickets, and Marshall, he has 4, so he'll be hunting for his 5th wicket as they look to close out this innings and dismiss the Pickwick side.
Yeah, and they want to do it quickly. I mean, they would like to be in there before the tea interval. The tea's within an hour away, so he's want to get that innings dismissed as soon as you can. Pickwick, on the other hand, they want to take it down as deep as they can. As you go over here to Empire Ground, Kevin Stout, he's on 40. And Kofi Hurdle, the century maker in the first round matches, he's there on 16. As the Empire side, they trail by 189 there against the UWI side. So a lovely shot there by Rashid Edwin. As we're back here in Queen's Park, Andre Marshall carries on for yet another over. His marathon spell continues. He's into his 19th over.
Yes, Andre Marshall continuing. He starts with a full delivery. Edwin just striking that one aerial down to that long on fielder. Picks up a single. Brings Rondre Yearwood back into strike. Pickwick still trailing by 117 runs, so it's a big axe here for these two batsmen. Yearwood on the back foot, just being very watchful on that occasion. Another flighted delivery, Yearwood just blocking what really could have been a scoring shot, but he's being very watchful. I suspect that that would be due to some instructions from dressing room.
Interesting tactic, like I said. You'd be inclined to try to get as many runs as you can. And that's what Marshall wants to have him on the back foot. So good setup there by Andrew Marshall. Fighting one, get him on the full, and now just pull his length back. Trying to pin his man on the back foot.
Yes, and I suspect that Andre Marshall is just playing a bit of cat and mouse. He'll look to fight this delivery and expect Rondre Yearwood to have a big swing at it, and one of his fielders on the boundary. He'll look for one of them to do the rest. Let's see what he does. Another flighted delivery, but Rondre Yearwood not falling for the bait. So another over comes to an end, 116 for the loss of 9. Andre Marshall completes another tidy over.
Yeah, a little bit of cat and mouse between Andre Marshall and Rondre Yearwood. You saw him flighting the delivery, and you thought that Rondre Yearwood was going for the big shot. You saw the bat lift, and then he restrained himself really and defended it. And you saw Andre Marshall having a bit of a laugh with him, as to that was the one there to hit out to the park. And he just restrained himself. So yeah, another over, quiet over. You know what I'm saying? And just that one run by Rashid Edwin.
Yes, left arm spinner versus left arm spinner. Two very prolific wicket takers, Rondre Yearwood versus Andre Marshall. I'm sure that Yearwood would be familiar with these tactics, having implemented a few of them himself when he was bowling at the Spartan side. So he is opting not to fall for the bait. As Shem Holder, he continues. Still a very attacking feel. Short leg in place, leg slip along with that one slip fielder. Just turns that one into the leg side, down to that deep fielder, picks up a single.
Brings Yearwood back into strike. Like I said, the off spinner will fancy himself getting the left arm out.
Good delivery, just a bit flatter.
It really had a zip through to the keeper.
Yeah, Rondre Yearwood, though, he's been remaining disciplined here, not tempted to hit at anything as yet. We see that high bat lift. He's thinking about it, Andy, but he's just opting at the very last minute not to. We see him having a bit of a laugh, looking towards his dressing room.
Yes, another teaser there. You see him, that bat lift coming from very, very high, but deciding against the big shot as it came to the end. Another delivery of class from the right hand off spinner.
Yes, and we can see the frustration building in Yearwood. We know he's one that likes to get back onto ball. I don't think it will be very long before we see the aggressive shot coming from Yearwood. That's just my prediction. Leaves another one. He can prove me wrong, but he's been very, very watchful. Just not scoring. Just 4 runs from his 19 deliveries. He's one that likes to score, move on with things. But his team has asked for something different today.
It's a good delivery this time, taking the inner portion of the bat. Is it maybe off the middens? As again, keeper Gibson just showing that agility, running a long way down to fine leg to retrieve. So a single to Yearwood. The over comes to an end. 39 completed. The ESAF field Pickwick, they're 118 for 9.
Yes, just a subpar batting performance here from this Pickwick side. As we can see, Kyle Hope, he was the top scorer with 39 runs. So they are 118 for 9 as Andre Marshall continues. But we see a switch back over to this game at Bank Hall where Empire go up against the UWI side. Kofi Hurdle, he's on strike. 19 runs from 31 deliveries. And Kevin Stout on the other end, 42 from 60.
It's a very experienced player for the ANA Auto Express Empire, Auto Parts and Express Empire. There's a very experienced player, like you said. Hurdle, good enough to have scored a century in the first round matches. And Stout continues his good form. He's been in good form all season. Yet to get the big scores. I'm sure he'll be looking for a massive one here today.
Yes, the runs never seem to stop ending for Kevin Stout. But we're back here in Queen's Park where Rondre Yearwood continues his resilience. Just blocking those deliveries. So he's here for a long time, it appears, Andy.
Well, he's doing a job for his team. Like you said, just occupying the crease for some duration. Here is a shot, and the big shot, but not getting much back onto it. As you see the captain, the wicket keeper, again, just moving around smartly to square leg. But that was a big shot coming out from Andre Yearwood.
Yes, and I'm not very surprised. I can just see the frustration building in his batsman. After that shot, he just had a little bit of a jump in frustration. He wants to get back on ball, but let's see how he goes about it. Just forward, blocking that one. So he's doing a good job so far for his side. I'm sure that his teammates in the dressing room will be very, very happy with what they're seeing right now.
Well, he's been there. He's occupying the crease, that's for certain. He's
just turning that one into the leg side, and it goes down to the long on fielder. So a good shot there from Yearwood to pick up a single, bringing Edwin back into strike.
Yeah, just turning it over is Rondre Yearwood. But Andre Marshall, he as well will be getting frustrated because he's been on 4 wickets for a while, and he would love to get a fifer, but being defied by this last wicket pair.
Yes, you know, last wicket pairs are always some of the hardest wickets to get, Andy. These batsmen just have something to prove. They're known predominantly for their efforts with the ball, but today, both of these batsmen are standing up with the bat. Edwin and Yearwood, they continue to do a good job.
Yeah, each of them fancy themselves as a batter in some sorts. Sir Rashid Edwin in particular, and he's gone. Tremaine Prescott raises the dreaded finger. A fifer for Andrea Marshall as Rashid Edwin, he succumbed to the leg before decision. And a fifer for Andrea Marshall, and that's the end of the ESA Field Pickwick innings.
Yes, the ESA Field Pickwick innings comes to an end, so they do not get the first innings points. Those points go to Spartan. Andre Marshall doing the damage. 5 wickets for 68 runs in his 20 overs, well accompanied by Shem Oder, who picked up 3 wickets for 11 runs in his 7 overs. And let's just have a look back at the replay. A flatter delivery, Edwin on the front foot, just hitting that front pad, and they immediately go up for the appeal, and umpire Prescott does the rest, raises the dreaded finger. So Marshall, he claims 5 wickets. Let's have a look at it.
Here he is leading his Spartan side back in. Excellent performance by the veteran. The old man, they call him. He's also the president here at Queen's Park for the Spartan side. And so the spinners in tandem. You see them hugging each other, himself and Shem Holder, leading their team to the first innings honors. Pickwick being dismissed for 119. So a lead by some 114 runs for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan. Rashawn.
An excellent bowling performance there from this Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. They couldn't have asked for anything better. Coach Dave Marshall said this morning that they're going after bowling out Pickwick He said that they're looking to dismiss them, and so said, so done. Just coming here, they did a good job. And in case the viewers weren't here, let's just give them a recap. Resuming on day 2, Andy, Pickwick came back with just 56 runs, 56 for 3. Kyle Hope and Antonio Morris started the day, but those batsmen fell quickly, and it led Pickwick to being 119 for 10. Let's just have a look back through the innings. Craig Holder and Micaiah Simmons, they were the 2 openers gone yesterday evening. Rohan Ryan, he was next to go for just 12 runs. Kyle Hope put up a resilient 39 runs. Antonio Morris, he scored a well-played 13. Shamar Ford, he tried with 17 runs. Preston Clark, 9 runs. Zondre Baptiste fell quickly for 1 run. Jakeem Ford, 2 runs. Rashid Edwin, the last batsman to fall, 8 runs, leaving Rondre Yearwood not out on 6 from 25 deliveries. But it was all about the Spartan bowling attack. Andre Marshall picking up those 5 wickets for just 68 runs in his marathon spell of 20 overs. Shem Holder, Barbados pride off-spinner, picking up 3 wickets for 11 runs in his 7 overs. And Stefan King picking up that 1 wicket for just 26 runs in 10 overs. Neil Prasad also picking up that 1 wicket yesterday for just 14 runs in his 3 overs. So all in all, Andy, it's been a fantastic bowling performance from the Spartan side on what was a good wicket for batting, but Pickwick just not able to capitalize.
Yeah, and just using the 4 bowlers, the Fusion Boutique Spartan side, 10 for Stefan King, 20 for Andre Marshall, 3 from Prasad and 7 from Shem Holder. And the Pickwick side really didn't have an answer today, in particular, losing wickets and losing them at quick intervals. The first man to go, like you rightfully said, was Antonio Morris. That neat catch there by Akil Greenwich onto the bat to give the first sniff of what was to proceed today, with Andrea Marshall at that stage picking up his 2nd wicket then, and then it was the wicket keeper batter of Shamar Ford. He also succumbed to Marshall like before, just pinning him on the back foot. Preston Clark, he looked good for a while. Zonda Baptiste, he went first though. Again, another leg before decision to Marshall, pinning yet another player on the back foot. Clark, like we said, he went on, caught out for a short leg by Shem Holder, the off spinner, picking up his first wickets as Akil Greenwich took yet another smart catch under the lid. And then wickets continue to fall at regular intervals to the end. Jakeem Ford caught at slip by Captain Akeem Springer, smart catch off the bowling of Holder. And then the final man out, Rashid Edwin, being dismissed leg before wicket to Andrea Marshall for just 8 runs. So a 5 for, like we rightfully said, to the veteran Andrea Marshall, 5 for 68 from 20 overs all told.
Yes, Andy, summed it up brilliantly. A fantastic bowling performance there from the Spartan side. As we now see a switch over to this BCA Youth versus Gladiola game. Gladiola having a bat. Randy Thomas, he has a good start, 36 from 64 deliveries, and Matthew Jones, he's there as well, 9 from 16 deliveries. Rajiv Parsuram picking up those 2 wickets for just 18 runs. A very talented young leg spinner, but Superb and Gladiola still trail by 28 runs, so they're on track to get in first innings lead, as Thomas just on the back foot, pulling that one into the leg side, picking up a single.
Yes, another one of these experienced batters who comes to the club rescue when needed. Randy Thomas, he didn't play in the last game. As you know, the Gladiola side losing some players for this game, the likes of Clark, the wicket keeper, and the Pisa. They've always gone back to do academy duty, West Indies Cricket Academy, with that squad. So in comes the veteran in Randy Thomas, and he's there batting away for his team. He's on 37 from 65.
Yes, most definitely, and this game saw a fantastic half-century from young Seth Smith yesterday, scoring a brilliant 86. He was the top scorer for the BCA Youth side. He was one that we talked so highly about yesterday. He's definitely in contention for a spot in this BCA, in this Barbados on the 19 side that will be picked very shortly for the regional championships. Brilliant 88 runs from 116 deliveries, and he was well accompanied by Kalani Clark, who also scored 40 runs. So we talked about that rivalry yesterday. 2 guys who are in the mix-up for the Barbados on the 19 selection, and they're both stating their claims with brilliant performances. Those 2 guys would have top scored, and there was also a contribution from young Joshua Thompson, the left-handed spinner, who scored 17 from 27 balls. So a decent batting performance from the BCA Youth side to get up to 185 all out. But in response, Superb and Gladiola are 159 for 5. Shomari Gittins at the top scored 57 from 95 deliveries, continuing his good form from what we saw last series versus Wildy. Zidane Harewood, he contributed with 23 runs, and now it's Randy Thomas who's there on 37 runs, the veteran, showing his experience.
Yeah, and Randy Thomas, like you said, he's one of those players who would have played for the Barbados at the first class level before as well, Randy Thomas. So he knows about his straight, he knows about batting, he's a good batter, and he will be wanting to take his team to this first in his lead. But you can see a good fight back from the Barbados youth. They're really fighting back. Still 159 for 5. Gladiola trying to get up to 185. Posted by the superb blend Gladiola side.
Yes, posted by the BCA youth side. If we look there closely, we see young Seth Smith with the gloves. DeMarco Wiggins, he's in slips, the skipper of this side, an experienced player at the Barbados youth level, represented at on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19 levels, and he's now looked to play another year of under 19. He has been a prolific performer year in, year out for the Barbados youth team. Matthew Jones, he's on strike. That's young off spinner Trayvon Carrington, who's already picked up that 1 wicket.
It's got a nice action, this off spinner.
Yeah, it's a nice action indeed. Just smooth run up, and then he delivers, getting a bit of turn there. So he looks like a good off spinner. Definitely has to be a good one if he has earned his spot in the BCA youth side. I'm sure he would have taken a good set of wickets for his school.
Again, another good delivery by the young off spinner. It's a nice action. Looks to impart some spin. You see him just trying to spin the delivery away from left-handed Jones. It's just a nice look. See a play and a miss there from Jones. So this is good stuff, really, from the young off spinner.
Yes, good stuff indeed. As Gladiola trail by 26 runs.
As we're back here at Queen's Park, where the home side, they took that lead. You rightfully said. The ESAF field Pickwick being dismissed for 119. And a lead for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan. This lead by 114 runs, Rashawn.
Yes, a good lead of 114 runs. So the two openers walking out to the middle now, they will already know that they have 114 runs already there on the scoreboard. So Pickwick, they will have to work very, very, very hard if they are to put themselves back in a strong position to win this game. As Spartan, they've done well on day 1 and the morning session of day 2.
Yes, it was all Spartan. So Spartan is really taking the spoils really here at home. I'm sure they'll be happy. Remember, they went down to a defeat in the first round of matches. They came back with a victory in round 2, and they will love to close out round 3 here with another win. ESAF field Pickwick, on the other hand, they won their first game as well, and they've lost game 2 to the Wanderers side, and here they are trying to keep themselves in contention here against the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side.
Yes, Andy, and as we prepare for the start of the second innings, I will now make way for you to have a chat with Wayne Holder.
Thank you very much, Rashawn. You got yourself quite a few wickets this morning, so now it's time for Wayne to come to put his head down and bat. So Brown and Springer, they're the two openers for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. They're making their way into the middle. The umpires are already in the middle. Adrian Jones and Tremaine Prescott, the two officials for this game. As I welcome you back, Wayne Holder.
Yes, Andy, thanks for your welcome. Good afternoon to you. This is the first time we are together for the afternoon. Of course, you know, Rashawn bowled a spell just as long as Andrea Marshall, actually. And he got more wickets because he got all the 7 wickets to fall. Marshall got 5. So fine spell there by young Hackett.
Yes, he picked up quite a few.
Well, yes, as the game now You know, in earlier commentary with Rashawn, I did mention at one point that Spartan were in charge. They were in charge then, but now they're in control, more or less, with a very healthy lead on a first innings going in. Not even the end of the second session of the match. So Spartan in a very strong position to set up the game to their liking, more or less. No need to rush and force anything. So they would already be seeing what the target that they may want to set this Pickwick side, and of course with enough time to decide how long they will need to bat, and then how much time they will need to. They think that they can get Pickwick out a second time.
Yeah, they can dictate it from here, man. Let's see, with that comfortable lead of 114, and this wicket is still a good one. The outfield is still very quick. I'm sure the Pickwick side being a bit demoralized, really, in their performance with the bat, so they're starting a little bit mentally on the negative side, really. But it will cause for a big effort from them in this second innings to really pull it back if they're going to keep themselves in with a chance in this game. This trail by 114 runs, win. That's a massive lead in the context of things.
Well, a game so far dominated by the spinners, as we see Dave Yama Marshall pass in front of us. He would have these memories of exploits in this Queen's Park with his right arm leg spin and googlies. And he would have given many problems to the opposition. So we await the start of the innings, Andy, and let's see how the Pickwick side, they've already seen young right arm medium pacer Jakeem Ford marking out his run and setting up to start the bowling. Very minimal use of the seam bowlers so far in the game, and the spinners definitely dominating. We saw the spinners taking all 10 wickets in the Spartan first innings, and I think Stephon King just managed to get the 1 wicket.
Yeah, 9 to the spinners,
So
1
9 to the spinners.
the lone pacer with the wicket. Remember, Stephon King, he managed 10 overs in his turn with the ball, and turns of the pace boys, and Ford only 4 for the Pickwick side in the first innings.
Number 1 on his back, Akeem Springer, the number 1. I guess he's the first name down in the Spartan team, and very much with the bat leading from in front. He faces up to Ford. Struck on the pad. Ball angling down leg as far as umpire Sludgy Jones, Adrian Jones, would have determined. But a nice bright start from young Ford. They're coming for a bit of a hammering in the first innings at the hands of this opening pair, Akeem Springer and Achilles Brown. So he will be seeking to get a bit of his own back, given a second chance. Once again, we're enjoying really beautiful cricketing weather. Sunday afternoon in Barbados. Here comes Ford. The ball's on the pad, whipped out to mid-wicket. This doesn't time it very well. The ball goes bouncing out towards the deep mid-wicket area, and they will get a couple of runs. So that 2 takes Springer and Spartan off the mark. Again, looking for that full-length delivery, young Ford.
Yes, Ford, again, just probably looking to exert some swing on that occasion, but into the legs, as a previous delivery was when Jones adjudged it not out. But still, just into the legs again on Akeem Springer. Just work that one through mid-on to pick up a couple.
Just the one slip employed, a slip on the gully. There's a man right there covering that deep cover area. Fairly expansive cover drive from Springer, just yielding the 1 run.
So you can see the tactics of the ESAF field Pickwick team there, clear from the inception here. We're on the defensive, as you see that man on that deep boundary and surely protecting what would have been a boundary under normal circumstances. There's also a man here at deep backward square right in front of us, and a man on the fine leg boundary.
Well, yes, just the fielder in at that short, straightish mid-wicket position, saving one on the onside. So young Ford would be wary of bowling too straight given the field that he has employed.
He's got a nice run up though, and a nice approach to the crease. Young Jakeem Ford, just nice smooth run up, just get into the batters a bit. He said coming up from the intermediate division into the elite division, just trying to prove his worth and really probably maintain his place here.
Well, yes, not the best, most welcoming conditions for a seam bowler in Queen's Park. But then again, proving his value in trying circumstances. So the bowlers for the Pickwick team, the regular fast bowler, Jataria Prescott, the young budding former Barbados youth player. I think he is one of the brighter prospects in this Pickwick lineup. Missing this game, I suspect, due to injury. I did see him around, did see him doing some work. I'm missing outside the off stump. So yes, I did see him doing some work with the coach, Andrew Emptage, during the course of yesterday's play. The end of that first over, 4 without loss. Spartan leading by 114 at 4. They're 118 in front.
Yes, lead by 118 and comfortable lead, like I said. But young Jakeem Ford just going through the bat there of the captain, Springer. Like I said, a good approach to the crease. Seems a little good rhythm coming up from that, the northern end, and good carry through to keeper Ford as well. But as you continue to speak about the Pickwick seamers, missing from this game is also Smith.
Renico
Smith.
The other West Indies Academy player. I think he probably still with the academy, getting ready for that match against the Guyana Harpy Eagles come next weekend as the regional 2026 regional first class tournament hits into its, well, almost final leg. Not quite final. Actually, we had a semi-final stage. Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago, the winner of that match, or the team coming out on top in that match, going into the grand final against the Harpy Eagles, who dominated that bilateral series with the windwards. But it's going to be Preston Clark, and going right through Achilles Brown, watching that delivery, playing from the crease, pushed back onto his stumps, and that one holding his own, I guess, sliding with the arm past the outside edge.
As he's done so well with the new ball for his Pickwick size, Clark. You see him continue to bowl on that off-stunt line, getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. Like you rightfully said, in no man's land, really, there on his footing was Achilles Brown.
As it was yesterday, it's still this very strong breeze blowing across from east to west. I think I picked up, following the path of some dust that would have been whipped up in front of us, that the wind coming from a southeasterly direction. So that should assist the drift for Clark. He would also want to impart some resin, get that ball drifting away first of all, and then spinning back in to the right-handed batters, looking to get find some way through the gate, as we call it.
Yes, but with the newer, harder ball, and I just think that Preston Clark, he's got this ability to really get that arm ball going with the newer ball. You saw him come back into a second spell yesterday where he got some spin, but with the newer ball, it seems to be predominantly taking it away from the right-hander.
Single. Once again, that fielder in the deep comes into play. So the tactics for Pickwick, falling behind by as many as 114. They too are aware of the amount of time left in this game. So it'll be interesting to see what tactics they would employ. But as a captain, Andy, how would you be thinking going into this third innings of the match?
Yes, you just need to be patient in this innings. Like you said, you've got to look to pick up wickets at intervals, but you also need to be mindful that you can't allow the batters to score too freely. So hence the defensive feeders on the boundary. But what's good is that they've still got those couple of attacking feeders in position for the catch and slip and the silly it on. So this is pretty decent tactics by the Pickwick side, as I would be inclined to do as well. Just have those boundary riders just there or thereabout to prevent any quick scoring.
Saving the boundaries. The wind really picks up here now, as you can hear in the microphones, helping to cool the conditions as much as possible, because it is really steamy. You can actually feel the heat reflecting off the ground in front of us, Andy. Back to us here under our commentary tent. Wonderful to be back in Queen's Park, though. I mean, I watched so much cricket here, Andy, as a young man, as a young boy, actually.
Yeah. As it does bring back lots of memories, Wayne. Like I said, all those dueling battles that you would have seen, the derbies, yes, that would have been so spoken about.
Spartan Empire.
Yes.
The massive crowds in Queen's Park. I like to teach my man Rashawn a bit about the history of the cricket in general, because and not only him, because I am cognizant of the fact that being a young man, I would imagine that there are a number of young people who would actually be following him and would want to support him. So that,
on his socials, yes.
Yes. So the message that I'm trying to put out is not only to Rashawn himself, but it's to the younger generation of cricket followers. It is important to understand the root of the game, where it came from, and to realize that it didn't all start today. That this has been a work that has started over a century ago.
Yes, that history. I'm sure Rashawn is really enjoying himself as you see a delivery from forward. It's taking the outer edge. But it seems like Achilles Brown just tried to play that one down, but a good delivery there from forward and carrying all past the slip region and into the boundary for a 4. So 4 to the good of Achilles Brown. He takes his score up to 7 as the Fusionz Boutique Pickwick goes up to 11.
Well, he yielded the result he was looking for, not perfectly executed. He did want to play that ball into the third man area, which is vacant between the slip and the gully, but I think it got a bit too close to the edge for his own comfort. Fortunately, it traveled along the ground and no danger actually involved.
But young Ford, like I said, happy to see the young man running in. He's got a lot of energy coming in there. And nice run up, good action at the crease as well. And you see good carry going through to the keeper when he gets the ball to go. And again, you talked about how big that one got on Achilles Brown on that occasion.
Yes, always on his toes, young Ford. Chipping in on the toes, and he has been unfortunate on a couple of occasions where he has defeated the batsman, but on each occasion it brought boundaries.
A little bit on the fuller side on this occasion. But going back to the Queen's Park days, Wayne, and as you can tell, young Rashawn Hackett about the days of the Fire General Shield and the cup.
the old knockout cup.
The cup players getting the opportunity to rub shoulders against the shield players, getting the opportunity to rub shoulders against the cup guys.
Well, that even came a bit later, because in the very beginning, Andy, let's start again.
Played.
Well, yeah, easy pickings now. Down the leg side and just tickling it down to fine leg, a very fine leg, just out of the reach of the keeper, in fact.
It's a shot that you don't see very often nowadays, right?
Well, yes, because the white ball format now encourages anything that is not on line and slightly outside the leg. Some is called a wide. But previously I've heard some of the older players talking about those being free hits once it's outside the leg. So that there we saw a free hit given to Brown.
As you see, a few spectators here in Queen's Park, in that new hot area, which used to be that shed.
Yeah, it used to be called the Thrash House.
Trash house.
Back in the day, the Thrash House was a very vibrant spot from which to watch cricket in Queen's Park back in the day. And you hear the exploits of batsmen hooking balls onto the Thrash House. And yes, but you talk about first of all, let's give the total 16 without loss. Spartan in their second innings.
When that is Buff, a big Spartan man.
Well, yes, Mr. Thornhill, actually, the official name. I was telling Rashawn earlier about the Royal and the crowd that used to assemble over there on the northern side of the ground.
Yes.
And
Dino and that lot.
Dino, Carl,
Yes.
Carlos, and the crowd. All those guys gone on to the great beyond.
But it's still very much here.
Buff is still the man. They say Buff is still the last man standing.
Well, he's actually sitting.
But it was, these are guys who give their heart and their soul to the Spartan club, and would have followed this club wherever they went, wherever Spartan played. You're guaranteed to see a particular group of spectators, again, as I was telling Rashawn, who we call hailers back in the day. I have a story that I once heard from the late Royal Branca in discussing the rivalry between Spartan and Empire back in the day, and he was telling us about a match in which Spartan played Empire here in the first division here at Queen's Park, and after the play they all got together in the dressing room for, of course, discussion and a little imbibement or whatever. And they said that he was saying, as an Empire man, they left the pavilion about 10 o'clock. And when they came out of this dressing room and came out of the pavilion, there was a crowd gathered, a crowd of Empire supporters. And what they had to say to them wasn't very kind, because they were not happy to see Spartan Empire players fraternizing with Spartan players. He used the word that they told him, look, this is war. and we don't play that. We don't want to see that. We don't have nothing to do with these people. That is how strongly people felt about the rivalry and about their particular clubs.
Yes, that local derby, as we would call it. It's just lots.
I'm going to go back a little more, Andy, about you talk about the Fire and General Cup, which started, I think, in the 70s,
I think.
around that area. There was a direct. But let's go into this Fire and General Cup. Yeah, but that competition was a sudden death competition.
Yes.
A straight knockout. You lose and you are out. And it was all the teams in Barbados, all the clubs in Barbados. It was a club competition. Were thrown into the hat, and you had this draw, and whomever you pulled, you played, and the loser went out. So you can get matchups between first division teams and a second division team, for instance. And we already know about the number of some giant killing hats.
Yes.
Along the way. So you did have that competition, a straight knockout, lose and you're out for the first couple of seasons, and then the Shield was introduced for first and second round losers initially.
Yes.
It was for those teams who lost in the first two rounds, then will go into another knockout phase and play for the Shield competition. I remember playing in a YMPC team that I suspect.
Like before we just quickly flipping over to the game here between Superb Bling Gladiola, and they trail by some 3 runs and the schools at the Wayne Daniel Complex there in Britain. Matthew Jones, he's not on 26. Ashley Nurse, the veteran, he's on 5. And Pusa Ram, he's picked up a 3rd. So Gladiola trying to get up to first in his lead. They still trail by some 3 runs.
Another all off the outside. There's an involuntary shot by Achilles Brown, but again, because of the nature of the game, the field rather conservatively set. Just the one slip on the gully. But yes, looking at Gladiola inching up towards the first innings points
And
against the youngsters.
remember, Gladiola would have gone into this round the leaders in this Elite Division. They had 2 victories in the first 2 rounds. Wayne.
Yes, sir. Shot delivery not taken cleanly by the keeper. He parried it over his head, and the batsmen go for one by, as signaled by umpire Jones now. So that one really taking off out of the ordinary, one would have to say, the way that this pitch has played so far. One binding by Ford and really taking off keeper Shamar Ford. He seemed to be just as surprised or even more surprised than any other.
Yeah, both of them Fords. But again, Jakeem Ford, the pacer, like I said, he continues to run into the pitch with some purpose. I just loves his action. I love the.
You talk about his approach,
His approach is
nicely
very
forward,
nice.
you know, keeping those feet under him at all points. So good techniques, good biomechanics. You could notice for the young man. Just want to continue to encourage him.
Just some talent conditions, but like you said, he's just giving you that energy. The effort is there from young Jakeem Ford. He just looks the part.
So yes, the 40 over competition, then the Barbados Fire and General knockout went from the cup, then the Shield, as I said, for first and second round losers. Then they played to their final as well. For the short again, this time Brown is in control though. Picking up the length, going into the hook shot and deliberately rolling the wrist over it, keeping it down and away from the man at deep backward square into that gap.
It's a well-played shot by Achilles Brown, who looks in good form. He's coming off of 2.5 centuries previously, got up to 40 odd yesterday, and here he is, continues his good form. He's on 18 win off 16, and a well-controlled shot, like you said, a short delivery, just going down the leg side and really helped that one away behind square for 4.
Yes, he settles again. Ford looking for his first wicket in the match. This one is cracked away. Commanding stroke. Climbing on top of it. And not a lot of power, more a caress. Square of the wicket. There is a man on the deep, wide third man bordering on backward point position. But that ball was so well timed, so well hit, that he, although he was like just about some 15 meters away, never had a chance of pulling it back.
Yeah, he did well, and he got on top of the bunks on that occasion and played it in front of that man who's stationed at that wide third man region, and he had no chance really, as he was in full control of that shot, a shot of a man in form.
Oh, yes, that's a lovely shot, one you would enjoy playing. This time he's long on to the front foot. I suspect he would want to suggest that he actually tucked his bat inside the line of that delivery, allowing it through to the keeper. The end of that, the 5th over of the Fusionz Boutique Spartan second innings, 29 without loss. Brown, the main scorer, he's on a 22. Skipper Springer there on 6. As we approach now, coming within some 15 minutes of the lunch period.
Yes, Wayne, just remember this stream is going to you viewers live in the Barbados Cricket Association in collaboration with Bell Imagery. We send this to your living rooms. You can just follow it on the Barbados Cricket Association website, BCA TV, or on YouTube under the Bell Imagery tag.
Nice to be part of history, Andy. For the very first time we're seeing the official transmission of the local domestic competition going global on the web. only augur well as the young cricketers from Barbados get some much deserved exposure to a wider world. So Springer back off strike, actually getting a single off that first delivery. Quite a few singles have been picked up in that offside area. Wide open space between backward point and extra cover with the sweeper cover in place. So easily to pick off those singles. Outside the off stump. Seeing a message here from, we talk about Spartan supporters, people who would almost give their life for the club. And you talk about a man called Harold Eastman.
Especially good afternoon to Harold Eastman. We came here in the park and we were looking for Harold, but then we remembered that he was away doing some duty.
Very unusual to come to Queen's Park with Spartan playing and not encounter Harold Eastman. Harold, one of those personalities that you don't even have to see him, you will hear him before you see him.
But just for Harold, just to mention that we made mention of him yesterday on the stream.
Well, yes.
He's one of those personalities, like you rightfully said. Once you get to Queen's Park, you're looking for him, or you're waiting to hear his voice.
Did I hear something that he was celebrating a birthday or something? Something like?
No, I don't think it's a birthday,
It's not
but
a
I'm
birthday.
sure I think it's work commitments. I think it's work committed. So.
Well, yes, but very much a Spartan man, Harold Eastman, has become to the end of yet another over. As he mentioned it, he's actually doing some duties with the... Actually, no, that was a way back, but he's actually doing some duties with his insurance company. Big congress there in Panama. Harold, having a grand time. And also working for the dollars.
The big dollars. As we flip over here to Bank Hall,
Hall.
the home team up against the University of the West Indies. They're 129 for 4. They still trail by 164. Two new batters in the middle. Cuddle, he's there. He's on 8. And Perryman, he's yet to get off the mark. Jamali Lynch, bowling for the UE side. He's picked up some 2 for E17. So the home side in the spot about the day in.
Batting under some kind of handicap too there, Perryman. One just saw him a single on the left leg, so very much favoring his right leg. But the fact that he's there in the middle. Then we go up to Windward. We are Wanderers. 118 for 4. I think Windward yesterday making some 346. Pardon me?
346.
346.
Yes.
346, racking up the highest total in yesterday's play. So Wanderers with their work cut out, but the man who has turned into a bit of a talisman so far this season for them, Ian Boyce, still very much at the crease. He's been the man putting in the performances both with bat and ball. Stylishly stroked. Full toss as we welcome the first innings hero for Pickwick, with the ball that is, Rondre Yearwood, leading wicket taker for the club up to now. 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's replacing Jakeem Ford at the north. Only in the 7th over. Left arm. Still bowling with the one slip, so we can expect to see plenty of slow bowling employed. Yesterday we got through the overs at a very decent clip. Play coming to a close just about on schedule. No extra time needed. And with these two teams, the team that Pickwick has chosen and the team that Spartan normally choose, that is the expectancy. Quick over rate, lots of spin bowling.
Yeah, and again, we spoke about the pace on the outfield and a lot of balls traveling on the ground really and going to the boundary. So a lot of fours, but not a lot of balls being hit out of the park, so to speak. That would delay time. But it was a good day's play, honest.
Yeah, not another sixes struck in this match so far, as Yearwood starts with his first over. 34 without loss. Remember today, ESAF Pickwick resuming their first innings, 56 for 3 in reply to 239 made by Fusionz Boutique Spartan on the first evening. And today, the Spartan bowlers managing to sky through the rest of the Pickwick batting, dismissing them in 40 overs for 119. The damage done mainly by that man, the left-arm spinner, Andre Marshall, 5 wickets. And Shem Holder, the off-spinner, chiming in and helping out in the destruction, picking up some 3 wickets. Well, interesting move now we see, Andy, because we did talk about young Jakeem Ford being removed from the attack at the northern end, but here he is, switching around to the south or getting his first ball. We did notice that the Spartan seamer, Stefan King, operated from this very same southern end. So maybe giving him an opportunity for what they might have assessed a bit more assistance for the seam from this side of the ground. So as you get the field in place, Captain Ryan, now the field really spread far and wide, looking to keep the runs down seems to be the first priority. That's right on target is Ford, that unique way of running in on his toes. So he's got a slip, he's got a deep third, he's got a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There is a man right back at deep square, and of course a man at long leg. Brown is stroking this one straight up to the man at mid-off, but the ball fielded quite right back on the edge of where the 30-yard circle would be in a limited overs game.
It looks in good form, this Achilles Brown. Like I said, stroking the ball with authority there, man. Just showing you the full flow of the bat, the full face, and just picking up another single. But he looks in full control.
Yeah, he looks very much like a man who is enjoying his batting too. Springer, who has been a bit more circumspect in the second innings, gets a short delivery and tugs it away out to the man at that deep forward square position I described earlier. But as we said, Brown looking really in command. Springer not his fluent, flowing self so far, but a dangerous customer if he gets in. Man, the shots all around the wicket. So as the wind again picks up, Ford, pigeon-toed, outside the off stump, taken low down by the bootlaces, by the other Ford, Shamar Ford, the keeper. It's Brown being watched, Achilles Brown, by his granddad.
Word of a good man. And a lot, the former principal of the Queen's College School, which a lot of these
Yes,
boys.
a number of his students, or former students, he's now retired. Although I'm sure his main support will be to Achilles and this part inside. You're almost sure to see him wherever Achilles is playing. Weekend in, weekend out. With his number 25. He's on 26 at a run of ball, 36. The lead now is exactly 150.
That's 150 lead is up, man.
We still got a couple of minutes before the end of the first session, a whole session today. So I suspect, I asked you about the tactics for Pickwick, what you would envisage them to be.
Shot.
But that's a beautiful shot.
Shot.
Clean as a whistle. Caressed. Yeah, that's a delicious cricket shot.
A shot of authority, man. Like you said, just coming onto the front foot and caressing it, playing it back past the bowler, or what we call a pot belt. Really a well-timed delivery, and like you said, with this outfield value for your shots. So this is one of the highest class from Achilles Brown, just playing it back past the bowler.
Yeah, just presenting the face of the bat, and the ball running off across the Queen's Park setup here, and as you would know, the middle is the highest point of the ground. The ground tends to taper off from the middle, and that ball picking up momentum once it left the table that is the square here at Queen's Park, and just running away. The fielder at mid-off, giving up quite early any thoughts of a chase. So 40 without loss as we're going to another Rondre Yearwood over, and here we see Akin Springer doing what is probably the best for him on the side at the moment, getting off strike and getting the informed Brown and the flowing Achilles Brown back on strike. Brown on the 30. Soaking up the sunshine here, the Pickwick outfielders, as they wait for Rondre Yearwood to deliver them some reprieve, looking for success. As this delivery is a quick one outside the off stump. Brown is picking up the line and allowing it through. Slightly defeated there, Brown, but still managing to pick up a single to deep square. As we talk about the points situation, Pickwick dismissed for 190, so no batting points for Pickwick. They did collect the 4 bowling points yesterday. Spartan with 2 batting points for batting yesterday and 4 today, so plus the first innings on it, so 11 points that they have gathered so far. So remember, the batting points go with 2 for the first 200 runs in a 4s and 6s situation. On some of the grounds where we play 3s and 4s, that first target is 175 for the first 2 batting points. Another point when the team reaches 225, and then the maximum at 275. You play at one of these smaller 3s and 4s, Andy, or you used to play. I think you're still that active nowadays. You've moved into the boardroom, I noticed, at Maple. But yes, Maple, small ground, but another ground with a lot of history, and lots of good cricket would have been played there over the years. A lot of exciting cricket, having played there and watched a lot of cricket there over the years. So you are one of those 3s and 4s grounds.
That's
so
correct.
Your maximum is 275.
275 on the 3s and 4s. Like you saw when the Spartan side started yesterday, we were almost certain that they were looking at a maximum 4 batting points. They seemed well set for a 300 score of that first opening partnership, and then the retirement and the return of Achilles Brown there got up to 105 for 1, and then the Pickwick side really pulled them back in that second half of the innings.
Yeah, we know something of a slump for Spartan. I think they would have been like 4 wickets down as we head back up to Brereton. That young lady standing as the umpire there, Andy, I think I'm very familiar with that person.
Tell you that's your daughter in. Miss Ayana Holder doing great things in the middle.
Well, yes.
So Gladiola picking up that lead. And they're just approaching that 200 run mark as well, Wayne.
A young lady with cricket in her blood. Yes, but very proud dad to look on and recognize her progress. As an umpire, she didn't actually take up the playing of the game. She suffered an injury at a very young age, an injury to her right arm, which would have been somewhat of an impediment, and she never really got into playing the game. I remember as a little child bowling a fast leg break, something like a Chandra Shekhar, and I thought to myself, okay, this is something special. But as I said, she did pick up an injury, had a broken hand, and had some steel placed into the elbow and the leg, and she was warned against further damage to that arm, so she had to give up the idea of playing the game. But the next best thing to do to get in the middle is be an umpire.
Yeah, I know she's had a stint with the scoring as well, but the umpiring seems to really taking her to the next level where she's gone on at the regional level. Done some games and some
Regional tournaments, and probably, hopefully, she will be on the scene again sometime in the summer with the age group, some of the age group tournaments, both the male and female, coming up. But back here at the park is 44 without loss. Spartan leading by now 158. And the young Joaquin Ford sliced away down to deep third, pitched up delivery. So this seems to be a tendency now for Achilles Brown. He loves to open the face of the bat. He plays a lot, getting to the delivery, and then at that last moment, using the bat almost like a knife, slicing a number of deliveries down into that deep backward point area.
Not taken away from his ability to hit the ball down the ground, as you saw in the previous over when he played that fantastic straight drive. So it don't take anything away from his ability to use the full floor of the bat.
Well, yes, it seems to be more of a timer of the ball, and wanting to use the pace of the bowlers. But missed their backward point, allowing a single. But every time a ball beats a fielder here, you've got to give some thought to the state of the outfield. Number of cracks. So you did yourself mention that you had a look out in the general outfield yesterday. And I saw you actually on the outfield.
Yes, some areas of concern really, but like you said, it's all to do with the drought that is really being experienced in here. Not much rain in or around the country at all.
Oh, yes, well, that will come. I'm sure it's going to come, and there's going to be a day when we're going to be asking it to hold up. We're going to be playing with it to hold up, because that is all part of life. That is all part of the universe. As this delivery again, we see that shot from Achilles Brown getting onto the front foot, bending of the knee, and then at the last moment just opening up the wrists, getting this one a lot squarer. Andre Baptiste stationed in front of us here at deep cover point. He'll be looking to get his hands on that ball, not necessarily from here where he's standing, but to run in from one of the two ends, bowl some deliveries. He walks in now with the bowler, and this one on the pass, tucked away. It's another single. So this pair just prepared to keep it turning over, not looking to do anything too extravagant, nothing too expansive. That is the final delivery of a session totally dominated by the home team, Fusionz Boutique Spartan, who find themselves in a handy position of a lead of 162 with all their second innings wickets intact after dismissing the visitors ESA field Pickwick for 119 in their first innings, replying to that 239 they would have made, actually, it was 100 and the actual score for Pickwick, because I have a note here of 119 but I see that they lead 114, so it was actually 233 made by Spartan and not 239, so a lead of 114. But as I said, a dominant session for the home team, getting rid of the Pickwick first innings, and now the two openers setting a very solid platform, Andy.
Yes, fantastic platform, like you rightly said. Brown looks very good. He's stroking the ball with immense confidence, coming off of those couple of half centuries, like you said, being at 40 odd in the first innings. He's like good. It's really set up for one of these players to carry on big. I mean, they know that the team will be looking for them to battle the remainder of the evening, even progressing further with this lead and putting pressure on the ESAF Pickwick side to come next week and try to at least save the game or go for a victory. So this is what Coach Dave Marshall, he would have liked at this stage. But ESAF Pickwick on the other side, they would like to get some wickets immediately after the interval. Try to set them back, try to determine what type of total they'll be facing up in the fourth innings of this game. The pitch continues to play well. We said as the ball get a bit older in, you're seeing some purchase for the slow bowlers, and I'm sure after the luncheon period you'll see quite a lot more of the slow bowling being implemented by the ESAF Pickwick side. But all in all, it's been a good first session really for the home side, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan, picking up those 7 wickets in the early period and now posting a good total to progress this lead up to 160 yards.
So let's close out this session. Let's do a quick wrap. Spartan yesterday winning the toss, batting 233 all out, and today Pickwick coming back 56 for 3, dismissed for 119, and at the break Spartan ahead by 162, 48 without loss. Akeem Springer on 14 and Achilles Brown 33. We'll be back with you.
So yes, before we leave, Wayne, I just want the viewers to know you can also see on stream coming up while we take a break. There's going to be some wickets from the previous rounds of games that was streamed here by the Bell Imagery crew.
And he's bowled him a wonderful delivery, cleaning up the middle stump. And he's bowled. Yeah, his timing right. And he cuts and he goes into the slip region, caught out first slip. Loud appeal from the umpire side, and umpire gives him
Delivery outside the yard stand and River for his walk.
49. And Watson is driving outside the yard stump and brilliantly caught. Now he gets a short delivery and is brilliantly caught.
full delivery. And he's out. Short delivery.
And he's caught behind. Back into that team as the final wicket comes a begging.
Yes.
If you're not rewarded, then that's not the case. And here's reward straight away from the north. Brilliant chance. And Jordan Nez comes in and takes a brilliant catch.
Fielder settles under it. That looks to be Jazz Griffin. And he settles completely and without appeal. And the umpire
Yard of the batsman and he's gone.
goes to extend the lead for the player. And he goes again. That one goes high up in the air. Fielder Jordan now settles under it. He bowls to Dre Springer. Springer, big swing, and he goes to slip.
Full delivery again. This time with a lot of appeal.
Gone in the air.
Big names in cricket. Morris goes into the sweep. Loud appeal, and the umpire. Oh, and he has an end. Beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, and he takes him. Oh, we see the short ball being implemented now. Williams settles under it.
A lot of gym these days, but remember, he's playing this high in the air. Chance for a catch. The fielder comes across and takes a simple acting captain's feeling and bowls it.
That's back here from this the northern side or the road side. A short delivery, fended up, and he takes it on the rebound. From away.
Jerome Jones gets a short delivery, goes for the hook. And here he is driving up his sleeve. You notice that Jones looks to impart quite a bit more spin. Chance for a run out. The return is
Out of full delivery, and it's pulled.
stripping the difference. Comfort that the player got that offside. As the piece is gone in the air. Chance for the back.
Jones just flicking that one in.
Down the left side, well done! Comes in. Turn it this one. Turn.
That one through the cover region. Here. Lovely straight drive down the ground back. And he drives that one all the way. And Curl just head on this taking on voice. Pulls that one down, pulls on. So I'm sure that he has one to take to that desperate. Oh, Curl brings out creativity.
The first taking the edge. Lemon Reefer.
And Hurdle hits that one over the top. And Hurdle starts him off immediately with a big six. Corrected. Reefer just bowling a short delivery. Williams rocks back onto the back foot and so much with the back. Oh, a big slog sweep. Down base for notice, but he's currently walking back and bowlers running. A big sweep down on one knee again. All the way for Springer. Springer just getting that one back over the bowler's head. Springer, oh my word, an unconventional shot for Springer, falling down to his knee.
Driven powerfully back past the bowler. A delivery over pitch by
big shot over the leg side. Oh.
Comes now to bowl to Hayden Hart, and Hart is driving over the top of the wall. The Reefer is getting some width outside. He's withdrawing himself from the attack and bringing the off spinner in.
A lovely shot down the leg side. Morris driving this one straight back down the ground, and guess what Morris has done so well this innings is that he's presented the full back face, and he goes again all the way over the boundary into the road for 6 runs. He hit, but Reefer just pulling that one down.
I've seen this from the under 15.
Which of the Reefers is he family to? Is he by any chance family to Floyd Reefer?
All the
Williams into Reefer, and it Watson takes him down the ground. Most definitely, he gets back on the back foot, pulls that one down to the mid-wicket area, and
just one shot of Kofi Hurdle and it's gone through it.
Lovely shot all the way over cover for 6 runs. Flowing drive to the offside from Reefer, and he's away all those deliveries. Reefer just showing aggression, and he hits that one long and away over the boundary. As you mentioned something. He gets to the half century with a lovely sweep down the leg side. Drops that one shorter, and Boyce gets back and capitalizes. Full delivery driven beautifully by Boyce through the covers, and number 7. Short delivery, pulled down, and it goes all the way. Comes in now to Boyce, bangs that one into the wicket, and Boyce just swivels that one down to fine leg
And we've had some 3 sessions completed and seen the fall of 20 wickets in a game dominated by the bowlers, particularly the spin bowlers. And with the 3rd innings in progress, Fusionz Boutique Spartan very much in the ascendancy over their guest ESAF Pickwick. The opening pair of Akeem Springer and Achilles Brown resuming with Spartan on 48 without loss, as I welcome for the start of the final session today, Rashawn Hackett.
A very good afternoon to you, Wayne. It's a pleasure to be back here alongside you. I am keen to see how this evening session shapes up. A morning dominated by the Spartan side. Anyone watching would say so. And they continue with the bat here now. This opening partnership yet again in a steady opening stand of 49 without loss. Akeem Springer, he's on 15. Achilles Brown, he's leading the charge with 33 runs as we see him cutting one down to that super fielder and picks up another single. So Spartan, they're doing well in this game so far.
So it's a luxury actually to find yourself in this kind of a position as an opening batsman with your side enjoying a very healthy lead on first innings, and there really is no pressure on you to do anything than just bat and keep accumulating runs.
Yes, most definitely. You couldn't have said it any better. You find yourself with a big lead coming to the crease, so they don't have to do much, but that one is pulled down to that fielder. That's Zondre Baptiste. He does well on the boundary. They pick up a single.
Yes, so Rondre Yearwood, there's quite a lot expected of him by the Pickwick team, who find themselves really behind in the game and needing something extra special to really drag themselves back into contention. That lead already past 160. Spartan with all their second innings wickets intact. No great help coming from the conditions, although we expect the pitch to maybe to get a bit drier and to offer a bit more for the slow bowlers.
Yes, and we see once again the Fusionz Boutique Fusionz ESAF Pickwick side resorting to their leading wicket taker Rondre Yearwood early in this innings. He's the man that they would lean on to pick up wickets. It's what they need desperately as another over comes to an end.
Well, yes, and I'm also keen to see when they will introduce the youngster, Baptiste, who looked to be the more threatening than the other right arm or spinners in the first innings. True, you might say he only bowled at the tail, but he was able to outfox a couple of those lower order batsmen, and a very short stint for him. And I would be very, very eager to see what he has to offer coming into the attack a bit earlier and offered a longer spell.
Yes, most definitely, Wayne. I think that he's one that will definitely make an impact here in this current situation that we're seeing. He came in yesterday, picked up 3 wickets immediately after getting the ball in the 59th over, and we see him now just down on the boundary. Doesn't look...
Doing a couple of stretches at one point. I don't know if he's aware that we've actually been discussing him.
Possibly, he's just right in front of us, so there's a possibility that he can hear us.
But in the meantime, the more experienced Rashid Edwin given the responsibility immediately after the break.
Yes, that's Rashid Edwin, would have picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. He's entrusted with the ball. Slight appeal there. Umpire says not out.
Oh, yes, long-time campaigner and one who has a history of big wicket hauls in local competition, both at this level and the lower divisions.
That's a good delivery there, beating the outside edge of Springer.
So just the lone slip again, the man on the bat at forward short leg. Edwin looking to be tight, looking to rein the batters in. Although this pair have been prepared just to milk the bowling and chop the ball. Wide delivery and a bad delivery it is from Edwin.
A bad delivery, but Springer, he was up to the task, just dispatching that one behind point all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. He continues his free scoring. Another boundary for this Spartan side.
Really a nothing ball, short, wide. Springer had to reach for it, but of course, with the pace of this outfield and the fact that there is no fielder behind square other than the slip fielder on the off side, made it this easy to get the boundary. There he is again. I think tempted to go in the same direction, but the delivery that's pitched a lot closer to him, a lot fuller delivery. But Springer quite adventurous, looking at that area, that wide open area behind point.
Yes, another delivery wide of the off stump there from the bowler. Springer just having a flash at it, not making connection.
Nice delivery going past the outside edge. So not a bad start except for that one straight delivery from Rashid Edwin as he picks up the bowling after the luncheon break from the southern end. Leaves us to turn to the northern end, where again we expect to see a lot of runs here. 4 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, so after 12 overs completed, Spartan are 56 without loss.
So that lead now 170. Spartan, as I mentioned earlier, are picking up some 11 points and looking to complete an outright win. An outright win here will shoot them somewhere towards the upper areas of the points table.
Yes, most definitely. I'm sure that they would be hunting for that. We have a situation here, Wayne, where both of these teams are tied on 23 points. Both of them similarly have only beaten the BCA youth side. That one, a short delivery, pulled down to that long on fielder. He does well. They pick up another single. But as I was saying, both of these teams find themselves in a situation where they've only beaten the BCA youth side. Spartan would have suffered a massive defeat in the first game versus Wildy. Pickwick would have suffered a loss in their last game versus the Wanderers side. So they've both beaten the same opponent, but both of them are going head to head now, and I'm sure they will be looking for an outright win. Spartan more so in the ascendancy right now, as Springer just tugs that one into the leg side. Fielder doesn't see it, so he picks up another 4 runs. Springer is free scoring at the moment.
Well, there was one fielder who didn't see it. It really didn't matter though. We can see the man at long on. A lot of eyes would have been focusing on him because of the shot that Springer went into. The ball actually coming in off the inner half of the bat and dragged down into cow corner where there's no protection whatsoever.
Yes, so Rondre Yearwood, he's into his 4th over, conceded 12 runs already, 5 in this over.
So we see a slight adjustment in the field now. But he's pushed around towards the more conventional mid-wicket position. He was here in front of us at a deep forward square. So one more added.
Fusionz Boutique Spartan still leading by 176 runs, so that lead is really growing now, and it could turn into one that's a very imposing total.
Well, Pickwick has got to come up with some ideas. They don't want to find themselves in a position where they resign themselves to, well, not necessarily defeat, because I guess their next start would be to make sure that they don't lose outright. If I know Pickwick, that would be the thinking, and appeal for stop and gone.
Achilles Brown, he has to go back to the pavilion. Fantastic glove work there from keeper Shamar Ford. One that just drags him out of the crease. Lovely delivery from Yearwood.
Well, yes, one outside the off stump, and Brown found himself onto the front foot, stretching out on that front foot, and I believe we'll have a chance to look at it here a second time from our position here, as we see Brown, the gloves whipped off, and Brown probably just overbalancing slightly for that brief split second, and umpire Prescott in perfect position to make the decision, gives his man. Brown himself didn't look too concerned, but of course he cannot see where his foot was planted. He would just know that he went on the front foot and missed the ball, but he would not be able to see where the back foot was planted at the time of the stumping. But he comes back.
Yeah, so Rondre Yearwood, he does exactly what he was brought here to do. Achilles Brown, he has to go back into the pavilion after a well-played 35 from 40 deliveries.
Yes, and looking for some magic here, the Pickwick side, and turning to their main spearhead in Rondre Yearwood, and to some extent he has delivered. So 62 for 1. Akil Greenwich came to the wicket in the first innings at not at the dismissal of Brown, but with Brown having retired injured. But now genuinely he is at number 3, because the first wicket still hadn't fallen when he came the first innings. Brown out for 35 to add to the 44 he got in the first innings. He'd be disappointed to get the start, build a start, and then not be able to carry on.
Yes, but Achilles Brown, that good start has to come to an end, and it brings new batsman Akil Greenwich to the crease. He's not facing this delivery as Rashid Edwin comes back from the other end. That one just turned into the leg side. They come for the first run. Springer, he's happy to settle for 1.
Well, yes, just always the one. That's your leg by it is. Signaled by umpire Prescott.
And it brings that man, Akil Greenwich, into strike. A well-played 24 in the first innings before he was dismissed. He looked to be batting very, very well.
Well, yes, Akil Greenwich reminds me immediately of our earlier discussion about the Spartan club and the number of test playing members coming out of this club. And we, with all of the spraining of our brains and taxing our brains, and in my case, my memory, the list of test players to play for Spartan was right there in front of us.
Yes.
Every time we walked into the pavilion.
It was right there, hung up on the wall, big and bold. How could we miss it, Wayne? We were looking for the secret while it was right there in front of us.
Well, you know something to say, the best place to hide anything from a man is right under his nose.
Yes, most definitely. But we saw the list, Wayne, and we see some spectators there gathering on the scoreboard now, enjoying this cricket. Lovely day for some cricket here in Queen's Park.
Taking refuge from the heat, and this one, Springer, remember I told you in that earlier over, looking for that shot, looking to exploit that vacant open space behind point, gets the perfect delivery to execute the shot. One pitched up wide of the off stump and just coming down on it and slashing it away, the ball racing down to a deep wide third man position for 4. So he's been wanting to play that shot. Still no coverage from the Pickwick captain. Still leaving that area open. Maybe looking to find the outside edge of Springer's bat. Kyle Hope at slip took a couple of sharp catches in the Spartan first innings in that very position. So Greenwich, I think, now will take up his first delivery. Muscularly built right-hander.
Leg slip now being implemented. That's Craig Holder. Ball.
Again, the ball travels in that backward point area. Baptiste will only escort it and try to retrieve the ball. So an area. Let's see what will be the reaction of the Pickwick captain. None whatsoever. No change in the field. So I think he's trying to tell his bowler, I didn't set the field for you to bowl that line.
Well, there has been a
Sending him.
slight change in the field, and we see that fielder at sweeper. Sandra Baptiste has gone a bit to his left, more so at a point area now. Greenwich just on the front foot, striking that one to long on.
Well, yes, but still not in a position to effect a save once that ball is played that fine as those two boundaries that came in the over would have traveled. We come to the end of the 14th over, 74 for 1. So I did tell you, Sean, that with the arrival of Akil Greenwich at the crease, that list of Spartan cricketers includes one Alvin Greenwich, who was actually the father, the dad of Akil Greenwich.
Yeah, so a very rich legacy within that family. Alvin Greenwich, he would have represented the West Indies. Do you know a bit more about him, Win?
Well, yes, Alvin was more or less my vintage. Would have played here for Spartan, an outstanding opening batsman, and would have gotten his chance in the West Indies setup again in the late 70s when we had that exodus of West Indian players to the Kerry Packer outfit, that falling out between West Indies cricket and a group of players who went on to the then very lucrative Kerry Packer World Series, and the West Indies basically had to present a completely new team under Alvin Kallicharran, and Alvin Greenwich was able to force himself into that outfit. I think traveled to a team that went to India. They also played against the Australians, a touring Australian team here in the Caribbean.
Yes, you use that term carry pack away in, but I'm sure that a lot of the viewers may not know what that is if we have a younger audience. So do you mind telling us a bit more about the Kerry Packer series and what it entailed?
Kerry Packer series, World Series cricket, as it was the official title given to the tournament, was where Kerry Packer, a television magnate, a broadcast magnate in Australia, decided that he wanted to establish his own brand on the Australian cricket scene. I think it came with a falling out where his company, Channel 9, were denied the opportunity to be the broadcaster, the official broadcaster for cricket in Australia, and some very good work done there. So, and as some other reprisal because of his ability to raise the necessary funds, he started his own rebel league, more or less, involving some of the best cricketers in the world. Well, it was the West Indies, England, and Australia, the best cricketers from these three countries. And because of the lucrative rewards, the lucrative contracts on display are offered, the players naturally gravitated. So it caused a breakup, more or less, in these three particular countries. And just like the Australians were touring the West Indies at that point in time, this is around the latter half of the 70s, the Australians were touring the West Indies. There was this falling out, and both Australia and West Indies had to look for brand new sides. The Australians brought a fresh side under the then retired, coming out of retirement, Bobby Simpson, and as I said, the West Indies put together what would effectively have been a second 11 under the captaincy of Alvin Kallicharran.
Okay, Wayne, a good bit of knowledge there. It reminds me of the story of the rebel tour to South Africa, that apartheid tour.
Well, yes, that was 1982. That tour that took out. But the difference with that, though, is that whereas the reserve team got to fill the spot made vacant by the first 11, by the first squad, in the rebel tour situation, it was a matter of persons who would have been in the reserve, who would have seen their chances of making it into a very powerful West Indies team at the time, as somewhat remote, and took up the opportunity to go and make some big dollars over in South Africa.
Most definitely, as Akil Greenwich, he makes a big shot just easily dispatching that one into the boundary for 4 runs. A lovely flowing cover drive.
Well, yeah, nice gentle full toss from Edwin. And Greenwich Springer taking full advantage because of the having moved the sweeper cover from cover point over now to just backward of point. They've opened that gap. So a good awareness. Well, it was actually Greenwich playing the shot, but exploiting the gap created by that movement in the field.
Another time, he just on the back foot, just punching that one, and it goes into the same boundary for another 4 runs. Beautiful batting from Akil Greenwich.
So whereas Akeem Springer was prepared to go behind point, influenced the captain to push the fielder from deep cover towards that point area, he's opened the gap now at deep cover, and Akil Springer now has gone the other side.
This is good awareness, Wayne. Good batting, good awareness of the field, just piercing that gap in front of point now, whereas before the fielder was there, they moved him behind point, and he now found that gap.
Mysteriously, no change to the field.
Well, interesting tactics here from the Pickwick
yeah,
side.
Slight change to the field now because Baptiste comes back around to his right. Let's see what Greenwich does here. Slapping this one straight to the extra cover. What will make it really ironic now is if Greenwich was able to go behind point before this over is finished.
That would be very, very ironic. Let's see what happens. Just sweeping that one down behind square. And that one will run into the boundary for yet another 4. So his third 4 of the over. Greenwich continues.
Well, Edwin a bit all over the place. No consistency there because, again, looking to compensate though because he's been struck to the deep cover boundary on 2 occasions. So he's looking to get the ball closer to Greenwich, to cramp Greenwich. And they're straying outside the leg stump on Greenwich, quick to adapt and helping himself to another boundary, lapping this one to a very fine boundary at fine leg.
Yes, most definitely. So free scoring here from Akil Greenwich as he goes up to 21 from just 12 deliveries. Rashid Edwin, he's into a very expensive over, conceding 3 4s already.
Yeah, and he's hitting this one into the gap. Oh, this is fine batting. It's a very poor bowling too, I must say.
This is what you would call taking a bowler out of the attack. 30 runs partnership come up for these two. I'm sure that about 24 of them would have been off of this over. Akil Greenwich just assaulting Rashid Edwin. And I don't think, Wayne, it's going to be long before we see a change from that end. Perhaps we'll see the introduction of Baptiste.
Baptiste pushed it even a bit straighter now. So that area square of the offside very much open. And this is a straight delivery though. And Greenwich can do no more than block it into the onside. So the end of an eventful over from Rashid Edwin and Captain Rohan Ryan, somewhat beleaguered there and seemingly almost sending a message like, I don't know what to do. How do I stem this flow? How do I plug these gaps?
Well, with that over, Wayne, the 200 runs lead also came up for Spartan. They now lead by 207. 16 coming from that over. So it's interesting to see what the captain will do. I would like to see if he will go back to Edwin or if he will introduce the young off spinner Andre Baptiste.
Well, he's not going to introduce anybody else from the north. He's going to remain with his left arm spinner in Rondre Yearwood, 93 for 1. So the scoring definitely picking up since the arrival of Akil Greenwich at the wicket.
That's a delivery just on a good length. No run there from Springer. So let's see what Springer does. He was very quiet on the other end for that last over as Akil Greenwich just took an attack to Edwin.
Greenwich got a bit greedy there. He took all for himself, a bit selfish. He took all of these sweets offered up by Edwin for himself.
Yes, didn't leave any for Springer whatsoever, but Springer, he's into a good innings for himself. 30 runs from 44 deliveries.
Been steady without being spectacular. But sometimes that's all it takes. As Spartan continues to grind this Pickwick team into the ground.
That one just cut beautifully off of the back foot, and that goes into the boundary for another 4. So Springer getting in on the action, picking up his first 4 of this over. Rondre Yearwood, he looks disappointed.
That area behind point, a very productive one for Akeem Springer. There he is picking up yet another boundary to the left of the backward point, getting some width outside that all stump and laying back in the crease, waiting for it to come to him and almost playing it out of the keeper's gloves.
This is good batting here from the Spartan side, Wayne. They're just batting positively, picking up runs easily as they carry that lead now to 211. They're scoring so free. It's a remix of the first innings where we saw them doing the same. So how will Pickwick answer?
Looking again for that area, so he's very much determined that that is where his runs are going to come. Akeem Springer, there's a man at backward point, there's then a deep point on the boundary edge, past the leaping Edwin at slip. The ball is going to trickle into the rope at a very fine deep third. 4 runs off the edge. Runs involuntary shot, but very much welcome boundary as Spartan reached the 100 mark.
A fortuitous boundary there from Akeem Springer as Spartan brought up the 100, as you correctly said. Springer, he goes to 38. Greenwich, he's still there on 25 from 15 deliveries. So a superb batting performance that we're seeing from them right now as they pile on the runs.
Listen, just as we said, a change in the tempo we would have noticed ever since Akil Greenwich has come to the wicket. And Springer also now chiming in, getting the cue from his number 3 batter, and quite a number of runs off those last 2 overs.
Yes, and as we talk about a change of tempo, we can also speak of a change of bowler, as we correctly call Zondre Baptiste. He will be introduced into the attack after picking up those 3 quick wickets in the first innings. He now comes as the captain calls on him.
Well, coming a lot earlier, if you remember, he came after 52 overs in the first innings. Here he is now coming to bowl the 18th over.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be wanting to seize this opportunity. We know him as just a wicket taker. Has 13 wickets in this competition so far. Came into this game with 10 after picking up 2 4-wicket hauls in the previous games. And then he picked up 3 in the first innings of this game. So let's see how he goes about his bowling today as he bowls to the aggressive Akil Springer. Akil Greenwich.
Prodded into the offside. Well, here is an opportunity to bowl at the top order. In the first innings, he came in to bowl with the lower order with the young Jaden Norval trying to shepherd that lower order to keep the innings going. But here he's got an opportunity to bowl at numbers 1 and 3 in this innings, as this one off the outside edge. Lucky runs, the ball running down towards the boundary at the third, and it makes it. Pacey outfield again. The batsman really benefiting by this very fast outfield, because that was almost a nothing shot ball beaten off the outside edge. And not the most mobile person on the field for a slip in Rashid Edwin.
I would love to see the wagon wheel of this inning so far, because I'll tell you what, if there were 105 of these runs scored right now, at least 50 had to come from that area behind point. So it's been an area of free scoring, and interestingly, Pickwick still opt to not have a fielder in that area.
Not plug that area whatsoever. I think, like I said, the only thing I can think is that the captain is sending a message to his bowlers: I don't want you bowling there.
Yes,
because I'm not setting any fielders there. I'm not plugging that gap.
Clearly, that's the message from the captain. He's not setting a field at all.
Even if he doesn't mean it, that is what it means.
See that one punched out to the cover fielder. Does well. That's Rondre Yearwood. So they pick up a single.
As you notice that Greenwich are very much inclined to keep the ball in front of him, hit the ball into that cover area. A number of players might have been tempted to look to go square with those shorter deliveries from the off spinners that are coming from that southern end, but you see he is more inclined to get behind, get on top of the ball and punch it off the face of the bat.
Flighted delivery on that one is driven beautifully down to that fielder, but he does well again. That's Rondre Yearwood. They complete just one run.
See the difference in players. The delivery to Springer is looking to open the face and get it down to that point, whereas Greenwich, again, tends to hit the ball with the full face of the bat more towards the cover area and in front of the wicket.
Yes, there definitely is that difference in the two players. Springer, he likes that behind point area, whereas Greenwich, he doesn't mind playing the ball in front, just leaving that one alone.
Yeah, could have been tempted to play a similar shot, that delivery wide of the off stump, leaving it into the gloves of the keeper, and Baptiste completes his first over, the end of which sees Fusionz Boutique Spartan at 107 for the loss of the one wicket. Some 5 bowlers already used by Captain Ryan in the second innings.
Yeah, so Spartan continue to rally and rally strongly as they lead by 221 runs now. So at this rate, when we're looking at, we're going to be in for a very, very big run chase here today. If Spartan continue leading by 221 runs, we see though, Yearwood, he comes back from the other end. The wicket taker, they'll be leaning on him to pick up these wickets as he did in the first innings.
Spartan so far ahead and with so much time, one would expect them to basically look to bat out today. I don't think there will be any experiments as far as declaration of the like I said, the amount of time left in the game is left to them to really pile on the pressure and have the entire day tomorrow to decide how they are going to go about trying to dismantle Pickwick in the second innings.
Yes, and we see another delivery played behind point there from Springer, but that fielder Hope got a hand to it.
Yes, there is a slip backward point, deep point, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, a man at just backward of square. So again, punched off the back foot as Yearwood going into the pitch outside the off stump. Yearwood, the lone successful bowler in this second innings. And Springer is stroking it, just gently coming down, steering it away from the bowler on the onside of the pitch. And once again, the batsman ambled through for one more run. Almost scoring at will, the spear.
Yes, there really is no sign of urgency here from this Pickwick side. They just seem to be observing what's been happening. As Spartan continue their free scoring, Springer just down to that delivery, working it down to the long on fielder, picking up another single. Pickwick, they just look out of it.
Very much so. Playing catch up, that last wicket falling when the score was 62. So we've already added some 53 runs for for this wicket. That is coming very quick time, almost unnoticed. The 50 partnership, they have gone past the 50 partnership. 111, so the full Nelson plus 1 for 1.
Yes, and with that, Zondre Baptiste, he'll continue from the other end. Bowled a relatively decent first over, just being struck for that one boundary.
So let me see what he has to offer. This field continues to be well spread. Looking to do some damage control, it looks like Pickwick. They will have their work cut out, definitely, whenever the second innings begins, whether it be later this evening, whether it be tomorrow at the start of play, or even the Spartan were to continue to bat any longer into the final day's play, next Saturday I should say. Game continues next Saturday. So we've got some action happening, Rashawn. I think you are noticing it too yourself.
Yes, most definitely, as Greenwich just drives that one down to that long off fielder, picking up a single.
Is that young Simmons? Some familiar personnel, I think, in the crowd. There we get another shot of Buff, Mr. Thornhill. Also Royaline, another long-standing former Spartan player of old. Roy Peter Tui Yaline. Andrew Seeley, former secretary of the West Indies Cricket Board.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, Wayne, that actually was my mother sitting down alongside them.
Well, that was the reason that I used some familiar faces, but I was leaving it to you to say. So welcome, Mum.
Yes, welcome to Mums. She's a follower of the cricket, always watching every weekend, so she hears all the homework that you give me, Wayne.
Well, she understands it is all in the growth. It is all about growth.
Well, she always jokes with me at home that I'm more diligent to the homework that you give me than the one that Yui gives me. So, you're putting me in a bit of trouble there, Wayne.
Yui's homework may be a bit easier. Maybe a bit easier with that. So, and that's the other thing. Maybe you know the work at Yui so well that you don't need the extra lessons.
Well, if I knew the work at Yui so well, Wayne, I would have graduated one time.
No, you can't. It doesn't happen. It's a journey.
Correct. Everything in life is a journey. But Baptiste, he continues. 3 runs being conceded in this over so far.
Yes, a Pickwick on a journey here to where I think it's a situation where their destiny might have been taken out of their hands. As Baptiste bowls another decent over. 3 runs coming from that one, and at 114 for 1. Spartan now ahead by some 228, so exactly doubling the present total. The lead 114, they're now presently 114.
Yeah, so the scoring continues for the Spartan side. Akeem Springer, he's leading the charge with 42 from 56 deliveries, and Akil Greenwich, who recently came to the crease, quickly up to 34 runs from just 25 deliveries. As Spartan continue to sit in the driver's seat, they've looked to pile down the runs, but Pickwick, they've been trying, but trying in vain as Yearwood.
Let's see what this combination of Yearwood and Baptiste are able to contrive as far as pulling back this exorbitant rate of scoring. 114 from 20 overs.
Yes, a big task, a big,
well over 5.5 runs and over.
yeah, so a big ask for the two. Both Pickwick's leading wicket takers for this season so far, Baptiste and Yearwood. They're known to pick up wickets, so I'm sure that Captain Ryan will be relying on them today to come and do so.
So yes, we were talking about that list of Spartan cricketers. We're still returning to that. And, the first Spartan cricketer to play for the West Indies, we were told, well, I might have been informed that it would have been George Carew, but further research has told me there's a name with which I would admit that I'm not familiar. A name, Edward Bartlett. As a Springer into the gap at the mid-wicket, heading for crowd corner, slug sweep. Shot that has become very prominent with the advent of the one-day international, the one-day and the T20 stuff. And there he was down on one knee and into that hole at cow corner, beating the deep mid-wicket. Springer goes up by 4. goes up to 46. So it's looking for his second half century of the match. So yes, I was saying Edward Bartlett was part of that West Indies team that played the inaugural Test series for West Indies, the 1928 series in England. And even I wasn't around then, Rashawn.
Well, Wayne, you said you're not familiar with Bartlett, so you have some homework yourself to do to go and find out more about Bartlett, and perhaps you could come back and tell the viewers a bit more about who he was.
I think his nickname was Barto, I can tell you that much. But okay, I accept my assignment. So yes, it's also been noted that the most recent international player from Spartan would have been Shamar Brooks, as we did mention previously. That long list of players include the likes of Malcolm Marshall, who had a stint here at Queen's Park. Actually, Malcolm Marshall would have probably learned a lot of his cricket right here on this outfield in front of us, because Malcolm Marshall was a great exponent of softball cricket, and he played lots and lots of cricket right here on the Queen's Park ground. Remember Malcolm Marshall leaving school at Parkinson School and coming down and playing cricket right in front of us here in front of the pavilion. There was a very prominent Sunday morning softball competition. Malcolm, it is with softball cricket here in Queen's Park that Malcolm Marshall basically cut his teeth and learned a lot of the tricks of the trade of fast bowling. So yes, he would have had his time here at Queen's Park. Moved on later to the Banks Club, where he would have, at the local level, played the most of his local club cricket.
Yes, when you talk about Malcolm Marshall, there was also the likes of Ezra Mosley.
Well, yes, Ezra Mosley had his beginning with the BCL, the Barbados Cricket League team, which then played in the first division and intermediate competitions. So yes, Ezra Mosley coming out of the league. One of the great.
A sloppy misfield down on that boundary allows Spartan to come back for 2 runs. But Wayne, I would like to bring to your attention and the viewers' attention, Captain Ryan has finally implemented that fielder behind point. He implemented it last over, but
yes, he did.
I'm happy to see that fielder that's quite quoted there at that backward point area. So after conceding quite a lot of runs, he finally makes the change and brings that fielder into play. A bit too late, we may say, but better late than never.
Well, yes, and Baptiste also operating with a different line, and here he's going to see now him actually bringing in a new change, looking to change the angle by going around the wicket, and immediately he has asked that man to move from backward point now into a short fine leg position. So from looking to bowl around the wicket, looking to keep the ball close to the body line of the batsman, not give them that roam outside the off stump. So you'll be expecting to be bowling a lot straighter, coming from the blind side, we call it.
It's not a bad strategy, Wayne. I actually agree with it. Spartan have been scoring very fluently outside line of the off stump, so bowling a bit straighter would restrict that a bit.
They're going to get a second run as again some inept work done by Ford there at long off. Coming around, getting there, the batsman seemingly settled for the single, and there we saw this bubble, and quickly coming back for the second run. So this new ploy of Baptiste to come around the wicket to Greenwich and getting him onto the front foot. That short leg fielder has been removed. So there's a short fine, deep backward square, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, extra cover, deep cover right back on the road, and of course a slip in Rashid Edwin, and this one played uppishly into the onside, falling short of Captain Ryan there at the short mid wicket. But for the first time, we see some uncertainty in the play of Akil Greenwich. This delivery, pitching and spinning back into him, and just playing a jerky defensive shot, but safely into the onside.
Yep, so it brings a close to the over for Zandre Baptiste as we now make a switch over to Bank Hall, where the Empire side continue to bat. They're up against the UWI side. Currently batting is young batsman Damani Roach. Jonathan Carter, he's the bowler, bowling some off spin.
He's already picked up 2 wickets.
Yes, he fancies himself as quite an off spinner.
Versatile cricketer, Jonathan Carter, over the years.
We're back here at Queen's Park though, where Spartan continue to battle it out with the Pickwick side. A one-sided battle as Spartan continue to dominate.
Looking for the sweep. Not a very convincing appeal coming. The ball definitely looking to be heading down leg. Jonathan Carter, an interesting personality, if I recall, again, going back into my memory. Jonathan Carter actually came to national notice as a primary school cricketer, playing for the Costa Edwards Primary in St Andrew, where he had the distinction of scoring 100 and taking 10 wickets.
Wow, very, very impressive stuff there from Jonathan Carter. Springer just stroking
In the
that
same
one.
season, yes. Not necessarily the same match. Jonathan Carter. Dwayne Smith among those guys you recall as little boys on television, in the news at night. It's a time when viewers look forward to coverage of the Herman Griffith competition. Off the back foot.
You said there was a time where viewers look forward to the coverage of the Harmon Griffith Primary
Yes,
School
just the
competition.
highlight. That's that little highlight package that came at night. It was both the Herman Griffith competition for the primary school cricketers and the Baiko football tournament. Those were, as I said, specialties. Those were events that the general public look forward to seeing. The highlight packages to see the budding talent that was on offer then.
Still two very prominent competitions in Barbados known for the development of many of our young cricketers is the Herman Griffith competition. But another over comes to an end. Spartan leading by 242 runs, 128 for 1 after 23 overs.
Having it all their own way. And we head back to Bank Hall. A loud appeal for leg before wicket. Denied by the umpire. The bowler looked quite confident. That bowler being Jamali Lynch, who has actually been the chief destroyer of this Empire first innings. 181 for 8 they are. Still behind by all of 112 runs. With Kobe Williams and Damani Roach, so not a lot of batting left in the hut at Bank Hall. Famous Bank Hall ground. I guess when we get to Bank Hall, you may have some more work to do.
Yes.
Because another one of quite a lot of history at Bank Hall.
Yes, but speaking about history, Akeem Springer, he brings up his 50 and 67 deliveries, a fantastic knock, a superb innings where he just led his team once again. So his second half century of this game.
So when you talk about history, he's now making history.
He's now making history.
Akeem Springer, well done though, young man. Continues his rich form and continues to score quite profusely in this local competitions and leading the Spartan team from the front. He has been has proven to be an excellent leader for Spartan.
Yes, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that Baptiste, as quickly as he came into the attack, he went out because the skipper has replaced him now with Antonio Morris. So Baptiste just getting a few overs and he was taken out of the attack. Morris picks up from that end.
Well, it's trying different modes and methods, Captain Ryan. See that delivery. Looked to be a bit of a back of the hand. I thought I recognized there from Morris. So looking to spin it out of the back of the fingers.
See that one just being punched out to that long off fielder. Springer has already passed 50. Greenwich, he'll look to do so next as he moves up to 42 runs.
Yes, he's gotten there fairly quickly too. 42 off 36 deliveries. Not a great increase in the number of spectators, but allegedly Sunday afternoon here in Queen's Park, it has turned out to be. So that is another over completed. The first from Antonio Morris, his first of the match. He didn't get a ball in the first innings.
Well, he's more so of a batsman, Wayne. He just bowls a bit of part-time off spin. Very capable with the ball, but he's not known for his bowling efforts.
Basically, one of these guys you would recognize, you would describe as a partnership breaker, and one who would come into the play to relieve the main bowlers when they do.
Yes, but Rondre Yearwood, he'll continue. He's into his 10th over now. Picked up that 1 wicket. Just conceded 37 runs. So a good spell of bowling from him so far, as he normally does.
If you look back at our list of former Spartan players in West Indies cricket, we continue to have a look at that long list.
Misview there from Craig Holder. And that one will run close into the boundary, but fielder Preston Clark does well. And they come back for 2 runs. So Greenwich, he'll go up to 44 from 37 deliveries.
Greenwich again continues to be a strong puncher of the ball off that back foot. Scored a number of his runs by leaning back on that back foot, punching the ball up through that cover area. There's a very close gap between the extra cover and the cover, looking to save the single. In front of him, actually he went straight through the fielder at extra cover, that previous delivery. Maybe Antonio Morris there.
Yes, and the field is quite spread. There's a long off out on the boundary, long on, and that deep mid wicket. Who's more so in a cow corner area?
If you look around the outfield right now, though, Rashawn, you will notice a number of teapots have come out. Look at the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders with the teapot out. That teapot means Hans Akimbo. Yes, it's almost looking rather resigned, as just waiting for things to happen.
Yes, this Pickwick side, they look absolutely out of it. Just have no answers for the batting of the Spartan team. They just look to be witnessing it at the moment, just like we are, Wayne.
Well, once they fell behind by as many as 114, they definitely were going to have their work cut out, as Springer helps himself to yet another boundary.
Just easy pickings there for Akeem Springer. Just on the back foot, pulling that one into the boundary. 1 bounce for, picks up another 4. 54 runs from 70 deliveries. He continues his assault.
Ever so easy. Spartan progress to 137. 137 for 1.
That delivery just beating Springer. So a good comeback delivery there from Rondre Yearwood.
Not a lot going for them here, Pickwick, Yearwood. doing the hard yards, doing the heavy lifting with his spell. Well, throughout the match, had a long unbroken spell in the first innings, and here he is doubling up in the second.
Another over comes to an end. 25 complete, 137 for the loss of 1.
But yes, as I was saying, though, once Pickwick fell behind by as many as 114, it was always going to be difficult for them to catch up. I think not really utilizing a decent batting surface, and even if they had conceded the first innings lead, one would have expected them to at least challenge that 233. I think that is where the game got away from them, though, just falling for 119.
Now you talk about the game getting away from them, Wayne, but when I look back through the sessions of this game, I can only say that Pickwick have really dominated one session, which was that second session yesterday, where they picked up those wickets in quick succession. But when we look back through the entire game, it has been dominated and led by the Spartan side. Yesterday, they led that entire morning session with the bat just coming out and scoring rapidly. They had a bit of a drawback where Pickwick picked up some wickets, but even in the evening session, picking up those 3 quick wickets, they have continued to dominate in this game. And today, this morning, they picked up the remaining wickets, dismissing the Pickwick side, and now they're piling on the runs with the bat. So it really has been a Spartan affair.
Foot on the throat, and that ball is going to run into the boundary.
Just easy scoring from Springer again.
You could almost feel the frustration of Rashid Edwin at first when that ball went past him, because he knew there was no chance of him catching up with that ball down to deep third. One wonders if it was an outside edge or if it was a case of deliberately steering it into that area. There we see it again. And I think we can give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, that being Akeem Springer, who has been very quick to exploit that particular area of the field all through this innings of his.
Well, I am not even on the field, Wayne, and I am beginning to get a bit frustrated because I still don't understand why is there no fielder in that backward point area.
Short third, that kind of area.
Yes, there needs to be someone behind there. We've seen so many runs scored, and the captain still does not implement the fielder.
Well, he's got himself at a very short mid-on. He's got a short mid-wicket in there, so I keep maintaining he's asking the bowlers to bowl straight, to keep the ball close to the batters, not give them that room outside the off stump.
Yes, it's alright to ask the bowlers to do one thing, Wayne, but at the same time, Springer, we see that he's targeting that area behind point, and he continues to successfully pierce that gap. So I'd like to see the captain just put someone behind there just for the protection, because at this rate, Pickwick are leaking runs as Spartan have now gone past a 250 run lead. They now lead by 257 runs, still with an hour and 30 minutes to go in this evening session, and they have 9 wickets in hand.
So what we are seeing here is that Pickwick being batted out of the game, and it's going to come down to a situation that the only thing left for them would be to try to bat out whatever player remains when they're asked to bat the second time and look for the draw.
Yes, most definitely Pickwick just have no answers right now. We see another change taking place. That's Craig Holder, the opening batsman, now being handed the ball. But we go back over to Bank Hall, where the Manny Roach and Kobe Williams continue to bat. Empire 185 for the loss of 8 after 48 overs, still trailing by 108 runs.
Well, yes, this 9th wicket pair still hanging in there for the Bank Hall men. That's Kobe Williams. Lynch it is. Will be continuing. Jamali Lynch was out of the elite team for the first 2 series. Has forced his way back into the side, a regular member of the elite team at UWI over the past couple of seasons.
Yes, but we see Craig Holder, new bowler being implemented into the attack, so another part-time off spinner. Captain Ryan just trying everything at the moment.
Yes, just having some wild throws of the dice.
At this rate, we may as well soon see wicketkeeper Shamar Ford coming and having the bowl next.
So some 8 bowlers he has used so far, either 7 or 8. he has used so far in this innings.
7 bowlers that he's
bowlers
used.
so far. So yet to bowl is Kyle Hope himself, the keeper, and Mackay Simmons.
Yes, but at this rate, I'm sure we'll see them have a bowl at some point. Craig Holder fancies himself as an off spinner, but we know him predominantly for his batting exploits
and for his keeping in the past. But I've also noticed that he's been able to pick up a couple of wickets from time to time.
Yes, he picks up some wickets.
Let's hope he picks up for Pickwick's sake. A couple here.
Very interesting action. He just looks to come into the crease very hard and then stops and continues.
Yeah, a whippy action, you would call it. Start, stop in the approach. Just a one pace behind umpire Jones. Walk up to the wicket and then a quick whippy action. Causes a hurried shot from Springer. This ball threatening the pads on pitching.
Yes, but what we have seen, Wayne, is a reduction in the scoring for the past couple of overs. Spartan, they're still batting well, but AQ Greenwich, he's there on 47, so well within one hit of a half century.
Would be deserving too if he were to get it. Actually came to the crease at the fall of the first wicket and immediately was able to not only maintain but lift the tempo of the scoring.
Yes, most definitely. From the time that Greenwich came to the crease, he has made an impact, just piled on the runs, scored frequently. Just punching that one out to that sweeper fielder.
So he creeps a bit closer to his 50 and at 147 for 1. Lead now 261. So it's getting to a situation where the lead will become of some academic interest. We're looking to push this lead way out of the proportions of anything that Pickwick may be able to even think of chasing in the last innings. Remember the last innings, well, the last day of the match, next Saturday.
The day before Mother's Day,
Oh, yes,
where we
so-
celebrate all of the lovely women in our lives. But we make a move back over to this BCA Youth game versus Gladiola, where the experienced Ashley Nurse has gone to his first century for the season. He's there on 105 from 80 deliveries.
That's what I said, a ripping 100 off 80 deliveries if he gets up, if he has gone up to 100 already. So really snatching it, one would have thought that the youngsters did very well to stay in the game. I think by the time Gladiola were able to overcome their first innings total, there were some 6 wickets down. But since Nurse has come to the crease, he's added to the misery of the youngsters. Young Parsaram, though, with 5 for 90, continuing to do well. So he would have picked up those last 2 wickets outside the off stump, playing and missing. I almost said news flash. A ball actually beat the bat.
Something that we've not seen regularly at all. But a moral victory there from Morris, for Morris. Just working that one into the leg side, picking up another easy single is Springer. Fusionz Boutique Spartan leading by 263 runs.
At least not offering width outside that off stump. Morris.
Yes, that would be the cardinal sin here. Captain Ryan holding firm, not putting that extra fielder on the offside. In fact, he's strengthening the leg side. Another mid-wicket goes into place.
So let's see if Morris is able, bringing the fielder also from the deep square leg position right up to a single saving position at backward square. Keeping it close as he was wont to. So finally one more delivery left. And this is the 28th over. 149. So just one away from the 150. Beaten, beats the batter, beats the keeper. That one whipping off the pitch once it struck, and with Greenwich, I think slightly overbalancing, I would want to believe, but the ball not taken cleanly by the keeper. That one hitting him somewhere in the area of the chest.
Yes, Wayne, but 28 overs have come to an end. 149 for the loss of one. Our Fusionz Boutique Spartan leading by 263 runs. We'll now make way temporarily, Wayne, though, for Andy Payne, who's going to come in and do an interview with Spartans leading wicket taker Andre Marshall.
With pleasure.
So thanks to Rashawn and Wayne. Just giving way. As Spartan tried to get up closer to that. They no 150 for one, so the 150 come up. 28.1 overs. Greenwich just one shy of a half century. And Springer, the captain, he's 0 As I welcome with me Andre Marshall. Andre?
Hi, good afternoon, Andy. How you doing?
Good. As you see, your teammate Akil Greenwich ran up his half century.
Yeah.
He moves up to even played 50 of some 49 deliveries. So well played to Akil. And your lead continues to grow. Andre, you lead by 265 runs. First of all, just want to say congratulations to you for another fifer. And you know, Andre, you do this here almost every season. Spartan finds himself in a bit of trouble and they call on you. We can call you know the old man.
Yeah. Veteran in the side.
Veteran, definitely. So yeah, just another fifer. I don't think you've taken count as to how many 5-wicket hauls you've taken for Spartan, have you?
No, definitely haven't. I think it'd be too many to count, Andy.
Yeah, going back from the years, you know, you would have played for the Common School, and then you came here in the park. You played alongside the likes of Sulman Ben, and your now present coach Dave Marshall. And ever since the exit of Ben, you've really taken over the bowling here in Queen's Park, and you obviously continues to be the leading bowler here.
Yeah, definitely. And kudos to those two gentlemen that you referred to just now. Two of my mentors coming into the team out of school in 2006. I never thought I would have been a mainstay in the team with those two guys still playing, and Suleiman didn't even break into the West Indies team as yet. But he always said, you know, he saw something in me. He used to work with me a lot on the afternoons during practice and afterwards, and even up to this day, we still maintain close contact as well. And I still lean on him as much as I am a veteran in the side. No, I still go to him a lot and have some conversations as well.
Yes, and these park conditions that you know ever so well, and you spoke about those gentlemen. I mean, spin bowling has been the strength, so to speak, at Queen's Park for ever so long. You go back to the days of Howard and Holford. You've heard about the Lintons and Springers, yourself and Ben, and now you've got a young and upcoming spinner in Shem Hall of Barbados or spinner. That partnership in terms of spinning, how instrumental have you been with someone like Shem?
Yeah, and you know, me and Shem go way back, coming through Common Mirror together as well. So we've built that bond. I call it a bromance. And you know, playing cricket with Shem is always a pleasure. Obviously he's represented the country in the first class, at the first class level, and with him as well, we pass a lot of knowledge along to each other, and our main thing is, you know, to try to bowl as consistent and as possible. And if runs are going from one end, one guy needs to really, you know, keep it steady, while the other guy expresses himself and look for wickets, and vice versa.
Yeah, partnership that have worked well in tandem over the years of recent, really, and really propelled yourself to the position that you found yourself in here today, leading by 268 runs. Like you said, Akeem Springer, he's there on 66. Akil Greenwich, he's on 50, not out. Andre, I'm just going to take you back to a period there a couple seasons ago, Spartan being relegated to the Division 1, and you guys stuck together, yourself being the president of the club as well, and did well enough to bring the club back into Elite Division. How tough a period would that have been?
Relegation, for Spartan, especially a club at a Spartan's stature, was really, really not a good thing for us as an institution. It really hit us hard, and not just us in the club, but obviously spectators and people that follow the cricket as well. But I think, Andy, with every disappointment is a blessing, and it gave us a chance to really come together, give us a chance to rebuild the Spartan brand. And I think that when we set the mandate and the call to action at the beginning of last season, we said, you know what, guys, this is not the level of cricket that we have to play, that we're supposed to be playing. We're here now. Let's make the most of it, and let's play together, stick together as a team, and do what we know that we can do, and that's perform, and that comes with the consistency, and we find ourselves back here in the top tier cricket in Barbados.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, seeing you guys at the Division 1 level coming in and winning the championship, I mean, handsomely to get yourself promoted again, if so to speak, into the Elite Division. And like you said, it's really stuck together as a team. And I've seen that team spirit, and like you said, the club unity. I'm sure that's driven by you. I've seen you just had yourselves an award ceremony, something at the club.
Yeah, definitely. That was something that we spoke about during the back end of the last season. We said, in terms of rebuilding our brand as well, we want to start, rewarding the players for their performances, and we sought out to put that together. It was a really well put together event, and kudos to the two females that are around the club, and Shawnee Smith and Felicia George. They've done tremendously well. Sitting on the committee and management at Spartan, a lot of bright ideas, and that's what we need to see going forward.
Yes, Andre, and as we talk about that, I mean, now the recruitment of young players going forward, yourself as president at Spartan, myself being president at Maple, it's a drive really to, get new players coming into the club. Have you guys been out there seeking new looks or ways to attract new players?
Yeah, definitely. We sit down with the coach, myself, and the captains with the two teams, and we looked at the brand of cricket that we want to play and how we want to approach the game. And they sought out young Kevin Newton coming into the side, a good prospect as well. So himself, and we have a young fast bowler that's playing in the intermediate cricket. A guy came in from St. George School, young Williams. He's a good prospect as well. I'm sure that we're going to see him probably in the limited overs competition. Dante is small as well. Scored a half century in the first game at intermediate, then 2 back-to-back hundreds in the second game. Unfortunate that he didn't get a look in for this game, but our message with him to just keep performing. Your chance will come.
Yes, and that's the likes what you like to see in the club. People who are looking to force their way into the Elite Division, so that's good for the club. That I agree as well. And even though you mentioned Kevin Newton, you've got 2 new acquisitions probably from last year, and Akil Greenwich, who's very much here now, not on 50, and young Achilles Brown, who's been in good form.
Oh yeah. Achilles Brown, I often refer to him as the prodigy. Hold him very close. I would like to say that I mentor him well as well. I stick to him close. He for sure is a very top talent, and Akil, we know, having to fall in his dad's shoes, who would have represented the club as well, Mr. Greenwich. Akil did tremendously well last year, playing in the first division competition. He wasn't here for the first game. Well, he was here for the first game. He missed the second because he had to travel for work. He's back here, and it seems like he never left.
Yes, as you're just going to touch back on this season. So coming into the season, newly promoted, losing your first game. How low was that?
Yeah, that was definitely low, and I didn't play in that. I was obviously on sick leave from work, so I couldn't play. But the real mandate from that was, against the defending champions. Yeah, we lost, but it's how you recover as a team, right? And we did. I think having the schools in the second game and taking nothing away from the schools, because I find that schools team is probably one of the better ones in recent years. We really set out there to stamp our dominance, and we've done that, and it's continued here, and it's all about momentum and taking it into each game, innings by innings, game by game.
And dominant you have been. You're not missing in the cricket, as the players just with themselves a refreshment break. I'm here with Andre Marshall, acting in dual roles, president of the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side, as well as a main bowler in this Spartan Elite team, picking up a fifer in the first innings and just have no worry. Yes, Andre. So as you continue to dominate this game, I mean, just be interested to find out what are some of the tactics you guys as a team, Coach Dave Marshall and the captain Akim Sperrier, looking to do in the remainder of this game.
Yeah, having a handsome lead of 100 plus, real call to action was really to, bat out the rest of the day. Let's try to get at least as close to 300 as possible. That too will give you a psychological advantage, and let's see how next week pans out.
Yes, so there is good tactics to get over 300. You lead by 268. There's still 1 hour and 15 minutes play remaining in this day's session. So a handsome lead and well in advantage. I'm sure Captain Sprayer, you guys would like to see a century between one of these two. But the pitch has really been good, Andre. I think the outfield is just lightning fast, as you can see. I mean, albeit you guys have suffered, because of the Agrafest, some of the 10 areas you can see the challenges that you have on the outfield. But with that, the outfield remains to be very fast. As you see a ball driven there by Captain Akin Sprayer down past the cover region for yet another boundary. So 4 more to him. He continues to be in good form, moving up to 70. Akil Greenwich, he's on 50. So that lead continues to grow. So I'm definitely sure you'll get beyond that 300 mark, Andrew. But any words, Andrew, that you always say for your fans, the Queen's Park? You've lost some people along the way. I'm sure you would like to say a word on that.
Yeah, I really want to thank the fans for sticking with us, especially through that downtime and that down period of relegation. We still had quite a number of fans coming around, and that relegation actually brought back a lot of fans around the club as well who were very concerned, and it was good to see that they came around, aired their opinions, sat down at the table with us, tried to chart the direction forward. We came up, and they're still around. And as I said earlier, Andy, I think the demotion did well for the club. Gave us a chance to rebuild the club as an institution, and we'll take it from there and continue to grow from strength to strength.
Yes, and those stakeholders, like you said, they've came to this table, set you guys on a good path, and you can see the rebuilding going on. And finally, your sponsors, Fusionz Boutique.
Definitely, they've stuck with us for a number of years. Every time we go to them at the beginning of the season, they don't even hesitate, and that's good to see that they pay such a great interest in Spartan cricket, and I just want to thank them again for sticking on board, and I hope that it's just the beginning again of a illustrious partnership between ourselves and Fusionz Boutique.
So you have it from Andrea Marshall, a man with a fifer in the first innings, and I'm sure a lot would rest on you going into the second innings. As you know, chasing up over 300 is a proposed target. But a man picking up some 5 for 68, some 20 overs consecutively. Andre, I can tell you, a man who probably needs a lot of rest when he gets on that night.
Yeah.
Final words?
Yeah, so it's just for us, Andy. Thanks again for the opportunity. It's just for us to really execute the remainder of the game plan. And as we do that, we'll look to come out at top at the end of the game.
Well, good luck to you and the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. Good to see you guys back in the Elite, where you rightfully belong, and playing a proper brand of cricket. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks again, Andy. Take care.
So that's the man, Andre Marshall. Some 5 wickets for 68 runs in the first innings for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan, putting the side in a comfortable position as their lead now continues to grow. They're 159 for 1 in their second innings, leading by some 273 runs. Captain Sprayer, he's very much there on 71. Akil Greenwich, he's on 50 from 51 and playing a fantastic, a great partnership as the spirits come together. Just at the loss of 1 wicket, that being Achilles Brown being stumped by Shamar Ford off the bowls of Roger Yearwood for 35. Yearwood, he had a long spell. He bowled some 10 overs, 1 for 44. And it's Craig Holder, the part-time off-spinner. He's the man bowling now to the well-set Sprayer. So Fusionz Boutique Spartan just trying to get up beyond that 300 mark, as you heard from Andrea Marshall. This ball tucked into the leg side again. Just quiet period really for the Spartan side, but they're very much large and in charge here in this encounter as yet. Sorry, just another 2 deliveries left in this over. But quiet period. Akil Greenwich, he comes back on strike. And I'm sure one of these pair would like to carry on for a century in this innings. said, Craig Holder, he's into his third over. He's doing a relatively good job, not picking up a wicket as yet. See him around the wicket there to Greenwich, who's driven that one up to long off for yet another single. So just picking the singles off quietly as the score goes up to 160. Welcome back with me, Rashawn Hackett. Rashawn, I know you've done some extended work. I'm sure your peer Pat will show for that.
I would love for that, Andy. But a very good afternoon to you. A bit of banter there.
Yes, as the overs come to end, so 161 for 1. The Fusionz beat Spartan in their second innings in 31 overs. Akeem Springer, the captain, he's very much there. And with him is young Greenwich.
Yes, but we see a switch back over to the windward, where Wanderers are putting up a resilient batting effort at 220 for 7 in the 50th over. Jared Lovell, the skipper, he stepped up today and he's on 97 runs, really building for this Wanderers side.
Yeah, and he's batted well throughout the season. We saw him in that first game at Dow's Road, where he suffered a little bit of an injury. But when he batted, he looked solid, he looked good, he looked set. But he got a couple of soft dismissals in that game, and it'd be good for him to carry on and get a century. Supported there by Nikolai Charles, who will stick around. He's one of the players that if you're approaching the century, you will like to be at the crease for you. I'm sure Nikolai's not going to give it away. He's not that type of player.
Most definitely, but we see Spartan, they're really, really building what can be an imposing total here, Andy. 161 for 1, leading by 275 runs. Akil Greenwich and Akeem Springer, the two of them look set. They look as if they're here to bat. They don't look as if they're going anywhere.
Yeah, and there's good batsmanship being showed by this pair. Good partnership as well by this pair. But obviously, you can give it to the Pickwick slow bowlers, the part-timers, if you want to call them that, as the ball misfield there. It looks like hope at that short fine leg position. And that goes into the boundary for yet another 4. So 4 to the good of Akil Greenwich. Akil Greenwich, partnership of 100. The 100 partnership comes up. 103 off 111 overs. Akil Greenwich contributing some 55 of that and 47 to Springer.
Yes, a wonderful partnership indeed. One that's really building, and I'm sure that the two of them will look to carry on. From the time Akil Greenwich got to the wicket, he's really looked good, and he carried the scoring rate up for the Spartan side, joined by Akeem Springer, sorry, who's on 72 from 95 runs. Spartan just look good. Pickwick, they really look out of it, Andy. They just look to be observers, as I was telling Wayne. They don't have a clue of how to dismiss these two batsmen right now.
Well, Greenwich, like you say, look good. He's playing some attractive shots off the back foot, off the front foot, through that cover area, and where he looked really solid and really much in charge. As I said, the Pickwick side, they need a wicket. They need a wicket from somewhere if they're going to pull themselves back into this contest. But the two batters in the middle entrenched for big scores, and they look very well.
Yes, as we see Akil Greenwich just turning that one into the leg side, jogging through for another single.
Yeah, 100 partnership for this second wicket pair. It's really took the steam out of this Pickwick side. As I said, they've turned to the part-timers in Morris, and this time the delivery down the leg side. And Holder, I mean, haven't gone too bad amongst each other. Some 8 overs between them in the process. Morris sending down 5 of those 5 overs, no maidens, none for 20. And Holder, he's bowled 3. And they've kept it kind of quiet between the part-timers, but nothing of bother to the two batters.
But on a more positive note, Andy, Jared Lovell, he's crossed that century mark, 103 from 88 deliveries. So congrats to him. I'm sure that the entire Wanderers unit will be very, very happy with that knock.
Yeah, second century in this game so far. Saw Jaden Roberts bring up a century for the Windwards in the first innings, and now Jared Lovell, the captain, he brought up 100 off 88 deliveries. Well played to the young man. Kudos to him. And like I said, Nikolai Charles continued to be there supporting on 8 of 33 deliveries. But Jarian Hoyt, the pacer, he's set to get another over. None for 43 from 8 overs.
Yes, most definitely, as we make a switch back over to Queen's Park, where Craig Holder continues with the ball. He'll be bowling to Akil Greenwich, sorry. These two really, really set and look dangerous. They feel quite spread right now. There's a long off, long on. deep mid wicket, or more so cow corner position, deep square leg, that slip in place, short extra cover, and 2 short mid wickets.
Yeah, lots of gaps in the outfield. There's just some 4 men inside the inner ring. They've got a slip. They've got a man at mid. Oh, sorry, mid. They've got a man at mid wicket. They've got a cover, and just another man in front square on the onside. So just the 4 men in the ring. So a lot of singles, a lot of spaces out there. So they should continue to pick up singles easily, as you can see that delivery straight down to long on by Captain Sprayer.
Yes, a lovely batting indeed. I'd really love to see one of these 2 batsmen, if not both, go on to score centuries in this innings because they really look good. They deserve the century. I'd love to see one of them go on and raise this bat and reach 3 figures.
It's still got some time in this day's play. It's still 1 hour away from close of play, like I said. And if they continue to bat smart, and with all the gaps that I've spoken of, it could be 5 runs or over comfortably before taking the chance in this type of field placing. And that should be the thoughts of the 2 batters.
Greenwich just on the back foot, eases that one out to that deep point fielder. Another easy single there. Pickwick not yet able to find an answer. They're not yet able to find that breakthrough that's desperately needed, but 33 overs coming to an end, 169 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, 169 for 1. Good partnership, like we said, continues to progress here by this pair. Like I said, the heads of the Pickwick feeders, they're really down. There's no one really cheering them on, and it just seems to be just a quiet period where they've really given up, so to speak, on what's happening here in today's play. But the lead continues to grow. 283 is the lead. So sure that the Spartan side will want to carry on deep. Speaking to Andrea Marshall, who said the initial plan was to get a lead of over 300, and which they're approaching as they're just 17 runs away. And the new bowler coming from this to roadside in.
Yes, I'm very keen to see how this evening session shapes up because it can go one of 2 ways, and the Spartan can bat right through the evening and put on such a big total that they really put Pickwick out of this game, whereas they would just have to settle for a draw, or they can declare after the 300 and put Pickwick in for a knock in the evening session, which we know is the most difficult time to bat in any day of play. Preston Clark, though, he continues a change of bowler. Clark replaces Morris.
Yes, Preston Clark, he's done well. 3 overs, 10 runs, no wickets in his first spell. So I'm getting the ball to shape away from the right-handers with the newer ball in the second spell. Now it'll be interested to see his tactics. I'm sure he'll be looking to get a bit of spin. But again, lots of gaps in the outfield here, and the batters should just be looking to picking up his 1s and 2s.
Good delivery there from Clark. Greenwich just on the front foot, blocking that one. Pickwick side just look dejected. Shoulders look to be dropped. Heads are down. Spartan, they're up and roaring. Everything off the middle of the bat as Greenwich just punches that one off the back foot down to that long off-fielder, picking up another single. This pair, Andy, looks very, very dangerous, but what is even more scary for the Pickwick side is the fact that only 1 wicket is down, and there's so much batting to come in this Spartan lineup. There's the likes of a Teron Gibson, who's a known run scorer, a Maradon Ben.
So well played shot. You should just get 1 for it. Just coming on the front foot and playing it quietly into the cover region. But like I said, the pitch continues to play well. I don't think that we've even thinking about those batters that you're mentioning at this stage. You'd be more concerned of this pair here trying to get up to those 3 figures in this innings.
Clark's over comes to an end. Tidy over, just 2 runs conceded. 171 for 1. 34 completed.
Yeah, it's just looking set, like I said, just looking to battle the evening here. This pair trying to get up to those century marks, the landmarks. That's what they should be thinking about. 74 to Captain Sprayer.
Yes, but we see the BCA youth team having a bat now after what was a superb batting performance from the Gladiola side. They're 1 for 1, so having lost that early wicket, DeMarco Wiggins, he's at the crease along with Shaylin Wood. But the key moment of this match was that Ashley Nurse century. He scored a blistering century in quick timing.
Yeah, the veteran Ashley Nurse, like you saw him playing there at Rice's last week, And I remember saying to yourself and Wayne that he's a player that once he gets away, he could be very dangerous. And I'm sure Ashley's one who can struck a lot of boundaries. And he's a 360-degree player. He hits the ball all around the ground. Any place you can think about, Ashley plays a shot, he plays the dinks, he plays the sweeps, he plays reverse sweeps, and as well as the long ball over the boundaries. So congratulations to Ashley getting the century in the innings to lead his team to first in his lead, and I'm sure they'll be looking to press for a victory to continue to lead the top of the tables in this elite division.
Yes, and these batters really seem to be getting into their work in this series. In Series 3, we've already seen those centuries of Jared Lovell, Ashley Nurse, Jaden Roberts, and these two batsmen, Akeem Springer and Akio Greenidge, are looking dangerous, and we could potentially see another century here at Queen's Park.
Conditions are all set for it here, Rashawn. It's excellent conditions for batting. So get yourself set. Bit of a part-timer coming on, lots of gaps in the outfield. These are things that you need to capitalize on. Things seems to be just flowing nicely and quiet for you. This is where a batter will want to get to a century, like you said, without much trouble.
Yes, there's really nothing in these two batters' way stopping them from getting a century. They really have to try hard to get themselves out here. As we see a delivery angle down the leg side, that one will roll into the boundary. Umpire signals buys. So 4 easy runs there for the Spartan side.
Good for the Spartan team. Like that lead continues to grow. Like you said, a delivery angle into the pads of the batter, which just got inside the way, didn't make contact, couldn't stop by the keeper as well. So 4 buys to the good of the Spartan side. As that lead, it goes up to 292, getting closer to that 300 mark. That was the first landmark for the Spartan side, and then you can see how it goes after that, Rashad.
Yes, this Pickwick side just really look out of it. Hands on Kimbers, and they have no answers.
And they need an answer. They need an answer quickly. Remember, next week, Saturday, is the final day's play. This particular round being played on consecutive days, and then the third day on the next weekend. But this streaming, like I said, continues to go to you, the viewers. The Barbados Cricket Association in collaboration with Bell Imagery, and you can view it from your living rooms, and you're seeing 2 players who are very much well set and looking for centuries. So the ball is back with Holder, the part-timer, trying to close out yet another over. As you see, Greenidge going on the back foot and playing that one up to deep point for an easy single, Rashawn. So the over comes to an end. At the end of it, they're 179 for 1. Lead continues to grow as it gets closer to that 300-run mark. I'm sure to lead by 293. They're in a very prominent position.
Yes, a very, very prominent position indeed. These two batters just taking this game out of the hands of Pickwick. Well, it was really never in their hands, but these two batters just taking it and making it almost impossible for the Pickwick side to win this game. They just continue to pile on the runs. They just continue to do their best with the bat, and it's been a superb batting performance here from Spartan. But Preston Clark will continue. He'll be bowling to Akio Greenidge. Slip still in place. That backward square leg. Deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, long on, long off, short extra cover, and that sweeper fielder.
Just deflected out to the leg side. There is Greenidge and picking up yet another single. So again, like I said, a lot of singles on offer, a lot of gaps in the outfield, and no bother at all whatsoever for the batters.
Yes, it's really been easy scoring here for these two batters. What they've done so well is that although they were able to hit the boundaries, they were able to still rotate the strike. As we see now, another delivery down the leg side, and they'll come for 1 run. They'll settle on that 1 run. So they've really rotated the strike well, along with hitting the boundaries rather easily.
And that's the nature of having good set players. Obviously, the feeding team's gone on the defensive, but they've opened up the gaps, and they don't look like you're getting wickets. And sensible batting, they're not trying to bludgeon the ball over the boundary, as there's no need for risk. Rashawn, as you see, yet another delivery punch off the back foot. This one should get close to the boundary. This one should be a 2 runs, as that one, the feeder from long off had to run a long way around to his left.
Yes, just a back pitch delivery. Akio Greenidge just on the back foot, up on his toes, punching it out into the offside, picking up another 2 easy runs. They continue Greenwich goes up to 64. Springer, he's on the other end on 77.
So yeah, like I told you, with the amount of gaps in the outfield, they could be scoring at some 5 runs over here without taking any risks. And this pair well set, and I'm sure that that should be the plan. You see, they've already got 4 comfortably, and there's still 2 deliveries left in the over. So none can stop you from scoring at 5 runs over with this type of field placing.
Yes, most definitely. And we talked about the ease of boundaries being scored in this innings. And in this game, as we see a misfield there from Craig Holder, another easy single. He's not having the best of times in the field. But as I was saying, Andy, we talked about the boundaries being scored so easily throughout this entire game. A fast outfield, not the biggest of boundaries. An impressive 66 fours have been hit so far across these 3 innings. And just 7 sixes. But it really just goes to show the quality of this field that we're playing on. It's not the best of fielders, but I'm sure the batsmen would appreciate it.
Yeah, like 766 fours, as you've mentioned. But yeah, again, the pace of the outfield. Once the ball get beyond the ring, you're sure to get a boundary. There's a value for your shots as you play this on this parish outfield, and very fast. So good batting by this pair as the lead continues to get closer to that 300 mark. The 299 runs, the lead.
Yes, just 1 run to get to that 300 run lead mark. It's interesting to see what the Spartan side will do. Will they continue to bat and just take that win completely out of the game for the Pickwick side, or will they challenge themselves to bowl at Pickwick in this evening session and pick up a few early wickets? We'll see what happens.
Well, there's still some 12 overs left in this evening's play. If I scores give me the right numbers, so I think we still got 12 overs remaining. If that was one that counted coming from the southern end, but yeah, so still a lot of time in the innings here for the Spartan side to even further progress that lead.
Yes, but as we speak, there will be a change in the bowling. Rondre Yearwood, this team's leading wicket taker, comes back into the attack. We see him having a chat there with skipper Ryan. Pickwick just desperate for wickets now, going to their key man, Rondre Yearwood.
And it's a tactic that you had to go to. You can't just continue with the part-timers in tandem, really. You just give the main bowlers a bit of a rest, but you have to come back. They weren't looking threatening whatsoever. So you have to come to your main bowlers and try to prize out a wicket, and also probably try to restrict the scoring, as it was easy pickings really against that pair of Holder and Morris to a lesser extent.
Yes, Rondre Yearwood, he starts with a good delivery on the line of off stump. Springer on 78 runs. Short delivery, loud appeal. Umpire says no.
Yeah, you can see that one going down the leg side. Short, he got into position, but he missed that one. I think he'd be disappointed that he missed out on the pull shot as Akeem Springer, as that one was angled into the right-hander and a bit on the shorter side.
Good delivery there from Yearwood.
That's the length. That's the length. You want to be consistent on that length. And again,
2 occasions where Yearwood would have picked up a moral victory. I'm sure he'd be very, very happy with that. We see Springer just doing a bit of gardening now. So, this is a good sign for Pickwick. 2 balls beating the batsman outside of the off stump. That is always a good sign for a bowling side.
Now you see him, just that one coming back in with the arm. So good bowling again there by Rondre Yearwood, being reintroduced into the attack. And seems to be on the money from first over. Rondre Yearwood 1 for 44 in 10.1. But that leads, like I said, just 1 shy of the 300 mark. I'm sure you're looking to get there. Another good delivery. Just good variation from Yearwood throughout that over there. We're showing an excellent over for his first over on the return.
Yes, a maiden over comes to an end. 37 overs completed in this innings. 185 for the loss of 1. Akeem Springer, he's on 78. Akil Greenwich, 65 from 74 deliveries. So a superb batting performance from the Spartan side. They could not have asked for anything better. I'm sure that coach Dave Marshall will be very, very happy.
Yes, and Marshall should be happy. As you see now, the experienced Andrew Marshall just having a word with coach Dave Marshall. Marshall pair, two very well-known slow bowlers from here in Queen's Park. I'm sure they'll be discussing tactics, like you rightfully said. What are we going to do? Are we going to look to bat out the remainder of the evening, or lead is the numbers that we'll be speaking psychologically over that 300 mark? Are we looking to get some wickets this evening, a late evening burst? So I'll be interested. Like you said, you saw Andrea Marshall, that is, coming out to have a chat with Coach Dave Marshall. Maybe that's one of the tactics that they're planning.
Yes, I'm sure that those discussions would be going on within that conversation. Obviously, Andre Marshall, a veteran of the Spartan side, and Coach Dave Marshall, he leads the charge. So I'm sure that that conversation will be taking place there between those two guys.
Yes, and as well as, you know, as you're around the cricket, you see the tactics. You've seen Coach Marshall as the 12th man in Josh Drates. You know he's going to now probably have a word with the two batters in the middle. So all strategies are going to play out here. You see tactics. Just probably tell the batters they got a set time to bat on. Try to get a quicker score, quicken up the scoring rate. Try to get to a total, and then have a declaration. So that might be something in the planning.
Yes, it will be a very, very interesting evening, and I'm excited to see what those three come up with. Coach Dave Marshall, Drakes, Andre Marshall. There will be a message going out to the middle though, Andy. We know that for sure. Substitute fielder just has water in his hand, as we see Springer down on one. He's sweeping that one to the deep fielder, picking up another single.
Yes, and it would be a tactic that would not be a bad tactic, so to speak. And just Pickwick side look so dejected to have to go in this afternoon in such a period after being dominated throughout today's play. I'm sure it will be a good tactic on the part of the Spartan to try to get them in the middle this evening.
Yes, not just dominated in today's play, dominated throughout the whole game. They've really been outfoxed by the Spartan side, both with bat and ball. So I'm sure that is something that they will have to take into account as this evening session comes to an end. Delivery just swept there by Greenwich. Lobs up in the air, but it lands safely. They pick up another single. Another over comes to an end. 187 for the loss of one. 38 completed.
Yes, and that lead goes beyond the 300 mark. 302 is the lead now there, Rashawn. And like you said, a message being sent by Coach Marshall to Captain Akeem Springer. He's on 79. Greenwich, he's on 67, but definitely a message being sent. Sure, the tactics could be changing at this stage and probably putting pressure on this Pickwick side to bat this afternoon.
Back over in this game between BCA Youth and Gladiola. DeMarco Wiggins, he's still at the crease. 3 runs from 20 deliveries, along with Shailen Wood, 2 of them. Score just sits at 5 for 1 as we see tall Stephon Griffith comes in. BCA Youth still trailing by some 120 runs.
As again you see umpire Ayana Holder. She's in the middle, entrusted to do the duties. She's the daughter of Wayne Holder, your fellow commentator.
Yes, most definitely. I would have known that. I know Ayana very well. She's been around the cricket for quite some time now, and she does an excellent job at her umpiring. So all kudos goes out to her.
Here's Vaughn. Short delivery. Just he's eluded that man in the gully region. He saw the slip cord in with the hands up. But Stephon Griffith is disappointed that he didn't get his man there. He saw him kick the ground in anger. So probably it could have gone to hand. We would have seen that. But just angry. There's Stephon Griffith as they're 9 for 1, and he's picked up a wicket. So his tally continues to grow. Stephon Griffith having a fantastic season.
Yes, and you talked about that frustration. I wish that the viewers would have now seen this last delivery that was bowled at Queen's Park. Rondre Yearwood, he switched to a pace and bowled a short ball at Akil Greenwich. It was a bouncer, so he seems to be a bit frustrated, not getting the wickets that he would like. A faster delivery there.
That's a nice shot there again by Akil this time, but good work in the outfield from Kyle Hope, stationed at that point region.
Yes, Kyle Hope, he's really been excellent in the field throughout this entire game. I can't recall one instance where a ball has beaten him. Excellent fielder, we know he is. Another one goes to that point area, but That goes for 4.
This time to the right, a Kyle Hope at point, and the man at the sweeper boundary to his left is bisecting that too and going all the way into the boundary for 4. So again, like you said, the tactics might be pretty clear. Just get a little move on as you see Akil getting deep into his crease, getting into a good position, and hitting that one to the right of Kyle Hope and to the left of the man at the sweeper position and into the boundary for yet another boundary.
Beautiful gap finding there from Akio Greenwich. He's done it so well all of today, and he continues to go up in his scoring. 71 from 82 deliveries.
As this lead, like you said, continues to grow. 307 is the lead. Greenwich, he might suffer at the declaration of his team. I'm sure they're looking for a declaration here as you see the Spartan players on the sideline there. Joshua Dritz, the 12th man, coach Dave Marshall, and Andre Marshall there as you see another shot of flowing drive there from Akil Greenwich. Just extended the arms, Reef given and pace off and playing a fantastic shot to Brett. Yeah, another 4. He takes his tally up to 75. Look at that shot, Rashawn. You describe that.
A real shot of class there. A batsman shot, just stepping into that one, hitting it beautifully over the covers. Beautiful shot indeed. Picking up another 4. Akil Greenwich, he goes up to 75 runs. What a batting effort this has been from the Spartan side all evening.
197 for 1. This real imposing total. Again, just coming onto the front foot and playing that one into the onside for a dot delivery. But yeah, it's been a great game of cricket so far, especially for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan. They've really taken full dominance over the ESAF field Pickwick side. They scored 233 in the first innings, dismissing the guys from Pickwick from forced career for 119, and here they move up to 199 for 1. Hackett.
Yes, a sharp turning delivery there from Andre Yearwood, but well negotiated by Akio Greenwich, just angling the bat face down, guiding it behind that fielder at the slits, picking up another 2 runs. He goes up to 77. Akio Greenwich, Akeem Springer, he's there on 79 from 110 deliveries, Andy. But I will now make way. I will exit the commentary area and introduce you back to Mr. Wayne Holder.
Wayne Holder, a man of history. You're a history teacher, so he's been teaching you for 3 consecutive games now. I'm sure at the end of this, your knowledge of cricket would have gone to such a high esteem. Your peers.
Right here. So it looks like the UWI eventually getting first innings points in that match at Bank Hall with the Empire team. UWI now back in their second innings. Just about in the first over, we've actually just seen the 1 delivery set down. As this dominance by Spartan continues, really now grinding the Pickwick team into the dry, arid dirt of Queen's Park. This is, don't want to use the word massacre, but this is a cricket game we must remember. And we see an opportunity for a stumping may it have been. Let's take a look and see. Looking for that big shot there was Akil Greenwich, stepping out of his crease, and the keeper not taking it cleanly. We're not going to get a chance to see that apparently, but Preston Clark is going to continue, and Greenwich tickles this one down to fine leg, coming back easily for the second run. The 200 up for Spartan in the second innings.
Good not here by Akil Greenwich though. He's looking very good for his team. 79. Captain Spray, he's on 80. 111 lead, 316 win.
Well, yes, then the race is on to see which of these batters will be the first to 100 to pick up a century. Let's put it that way. But you know, Andy, yesterday we made the point that the game appeared to have been playing on 2 different pitches, given the outcome of the first and second sessions. And today, one could basically say likewise.
Yeah, the home side have really taken full advantage. As you've seen a flowing shot there from Greenwich, extended his arms and hitting that one straight back over the bowler's head win for yet another boundary. So excellent batting continues from young Akil Greenwich. He takes his tally up to 83, and like you said, the Spartan side showing the dominance on the surface.
Well, yes, very much so. And there we saw that boundary hit straight down the ground. But, this morning the wickets, well, the early session, I should say, the wickets tumbled for Pickwick. It seems as if the bowlers were going to completely dominate the rest of this match, having done so also on the first day. But now that Spartan have come in to bat their second innings, the batting definitely fully dominant again, and Spartan in complete control. The Pickwick bowlers not able to find any life whatsoever from what has turned out to be a quite placid pitch.
Yes, it's been placid, it's been a quick outfield, so a lot of batting advantages. I'm sure the Pickwick side, they'll be ruining the chances that they didn't take advantage of what was such excellent batting conditions in, and now they find themselves in a real hole here as a team.
And
Losing their second wicket, Rondre Yearwood picking up the scalp of the captain. Atkins Freya caught at first slip by Holder. Another good delivery, just spinning away from the right-handed batter and finding its way into the hands of Holder, who held on to a comfortable catch.
actually, I had just noticed, Andy, that there were two slips employed, and was wondering with the position of the game. This delivery is seeing Springer playing away from the body, a casual looking shot, looking to glide it down behind him. But as I said, I just noticed that there were two slips, and I was wondering to myself, with the game in such a position, with Spartan so far ahead, how there could have been two slips. But we can see that maybe they were working to a plan, and a good sharp catch taken by Craig Holder there at first slip.
Yeah.
Finally, a bit of reprieve, something to shout about for the Pickwick team.
Yeah, former wicket keeper, so he's good around the close areas into that slip region. But here, as Springer, the captain, coming back to a loud applaud win from his teammates, kicking the ground in disgust as he would like to carry on to 100, getting the 60 odd in the first innings, and now here 80 in the second innings. He'd be very disappointed that he did not get to that 3-digit number in this game, albeit set throughout and losing his wicket to Yearwood in the second innings.
Well, yes, almost against the run of play, one could say that wicket going down. But Rondre Yearwood continuing his work from that northern end. He's been on now unchanged for some 12 overs, into his 13th in fact. And he's finally brought an end to that partnership. 206, 150 odd run, 154 run partnership. I think if my arithmetic is correct, for the second wicket between Greenwich and Springer, and brings the new batter to the wicket. That batter being Tyrone Gibson. Gibson, a player who has promised much with the bat. One already acknowledges his credentials as a keeper, but he has promised a lot with the bat, and I think Spartan has shown good faith in him. They continue to bat him into essentially batting positions. I think they too recognize that there is some promise there. What he would probably need to do now is to transform that into some production, some productivity.
Yeah, productivity be needed. Like you said, he's a very competent glove man, and you want him just get those numbers in front of the stumps. And Spartan, like you said, continues to give him those opportunities. He looks good whenever you see him win, but it's just to carry on to get those big scores. That's been the missing from his armory.
Yes, the stats from Springer's innings says that he faced some 111 deliveries, struck 9 fours, and in his second innings, knock of 80. So you see Gibson coming on strike.
So a very tactical move there by the bowler. Rondre here was just placing that short mid wicket in a strategic position there, and just in the short mid wicket
Yes,
region.
yes, interesting. Right there on the square, on one of the adjoining pitches on the square, very
He's-
close to the bowler.
You saw him placing King Ford there. I mean, like literally placing his man there.
I want you here. There's also a very straight, short, extra cover shot mid-off. Like, reminds me of the days of softball cricket. Those used to be very essential fields in up in ball cricket. And that short mid-on and the short extra cover, that is equivalent to first slip. A normal hard ball cricket. A couple of runs misfield by Simmons could have been interesting with the batsman scurrying back for the second run if Simmons had been able to pick it up cleanly on the first attempt.
Yeah, but just a bit of urgency. As you see, Gibson seems to be very quick between the wickets. You saw that urgency in the running, and as soon as Simmons misfielded, he was looking to get back for second, and Akil Greenwich responded well. And this total is 206 for 1 in the 40th over, the lead by 320.
Yeah, what that second run did too is that it allowed for Greenwich to be on strike at the start of the new over. As you said, 320. I think now the lead is beginning to stretch somewhat away from the Pickwick team. You know, this game of cricket, sometimes I hesitate, you know, to make definitive calls, knowing some of the things that can happen. But Spartan now pushing themselves into a virtually impregnable position. Greenwich continues his march up to those 3 figures. And Gibson coming into bat with such a cushion, and you really as a batter couldn't ask for it easier than this.
But sometimes that's to your,
To your
dismay.
Sometimes, you know, it can lead to a bit of complacency. You know, so differently, you come in with your side under pressure. You're telling yourself, well, my side needs me. I really need to buckle down. You know, a different state of mind can prevail sometimes. Pleasantly stroked, just a single.
Again, you can see that urgency from Gibson. He's looking to get back for a second. Greenwich, who's been there for a while, he's on 84. And you saw just maybe a little bit of fatigue. He wouldn't be running those runs as quickly as the new batter.
No. He has enjoyed his innings onto the back foot. Again, that has been a feature of his play, Andy. His back foot play.
He'd be punching the ball off the back foot.
He's a very, very technical looking player. High top elbow in a lot of those shots. Looking to punch the ball rather than looking to go square. Playing the cross batted shot, he tends to keep a vertical bat, play with the full face. Just hope we don't put the muckers on him here. But he's onto the front foot to this one. Preston Clark brought back after the break. The only success for any of the bowlers has gone to Rondre Yearwood. This time he's eluding that man in that short mid-wicket out to the deep fielder. And Gibson forced back into his ground. Again, the final delivery of the over, and Greenwich continues to maintain the strike as the bowling figures for the Pickwick team. Don't make very attractive reading if you're a Pickwick supporter. 213 for the loss of 2 wickets. The evening has become a bit softer, the light has become a bit softer. And the atmosphere around the ground, a few more people coming in as we head
Let's head back up to their win. Looks like this is a game from the
That's
windward.
windward. The scorecard had me a bit
Yes.
confused.
It just is
But yes,
the,
we
the
recognize.
graphics didn't commend what was on the screen.
So Yearwood is forcing Greenwich onto the back foot, having to watch this one very carefully. Yearwood now adopting a tactic of bowling around over the wicket. I mean, he's been consistently around the wicket. Here he is changing up his angle, so presenting a different challenge to the right-handed batters there, Rondre Yearwood.
It seems to be getting a lot of spin from outside that area as well, Wayne. You saw the delivery that took the edge at the bat of Captain Sprayer, and then you saw that previous delivery to Akil Greenwich that caused for some defense, really, in his technique.
Maybe some rough created there by the right-arm bowlers bowling from the southern end. So very well being a situation of looking to exploit that bowler's rough. So it's much easier from bowling it over the wicket. Like I said, was surprised to see 2 slips in place. That may very well be offer the explanation where he's been able to get some extra purchase from that area. There he is again into that middle and leg stump direction. Greenwich having to be very careful. I think Greenwich very conscious of somewhere in the regions of those 3 figures. Will want to, with no pressure to really push on the scoring, will want to ensure that he gets up to that coveted number 100. Then gets a full delivery. Lots of effort into that shot, allowing it to get a bit too close to him, I thought. But once again, for the 3rd consecutive time, he takes the strike at the end of the over. The lovely conditions here at Queen's Park. And
Very picturesque there, Ian.
very, if you look out towards the coconut palms on that eastern side, circling the ground. He's got a drone strike, a drone view, looking over. So some lovely work done by our cameramen, or camera persons, I think.
Well, Jalea, she's one in control.
Well, yes,
She continues to do an excellent job, Ian.
she's only a man because she's a human. So Greenwich again on 87. The Australians are very superstitious with this number 87, but he's immediately off, and they're going to come back for the 2nd run. Sloppy work there by Kyle Hope out in the deep. And Gibson, as you rightly mentioned earlier, very feisty, very quick between the poles, and calling Greenwich through for the 2nd run immediately as he saw the misfield.
Yeah, a bit casual by Hope. I'm not sure he would have looking for the players to come back for a 2nd, but Gibson just saw the error and capitalized on it immediately.
Yeah, so quite be out there in the deep too. Like I said, the boundaries at Queen's Park, decent size. One of the more expansive grounds, bigger grounds on the local circuit. So just the 1 slip in place, that lead continuing to build. And Clark driving, not quite to the pitch actually. Ungainly looking shot from Greenwich for once. He's found himself reaching out towards the pitch of that delivery. Not a lot in front of him on the off side, just as to evade that man in that short extra cover. There is some cover in the deep, long off and deep cover.
Ooh, that one spun a long way in, isn't it?
Well, it seems that way is challenging the boundary at a fine leg. He's going to pull up inside the ball actually coming to a halt by the time Zandre Baptiste from deep backward square gets around to it. So another couple of runs. Actually buys.
Yes.
What was the signal? So now we see with that previous delivery bouncing and turning, we see the leg slip now being put in place. So for once we see some activity, some proactivity from the Pickwick team, who throughout the afternoon have looked very resigned to their fate of having to chase a really huge total next Saturday when the game continues. So that's the end of the over, and at the end of that over, before we head back to Bank Hall, UWI losing, I think, the wicket of Kyle Jordan, was it?
I think it would be Kyle Jordan, but the first innings century maker, and Hans Campbell.
Yeah, coming at number 3 here.
He's on 13, man.
Well, Jay Clark coming at number 3. Campbell opening. Nice delivery there from Damani Roach, it says. Says the Campbell comprehensively beaten and dragged out into that shot. With the delivery pitching outside the off stump and playing at the angle, I believe, Campbell. Ball holding its own. Now we go back to the Yearwood again. Yearwood 2 for 69. Final delivery of his 15th over on the trot.
Well, I think it was separated for a while, man. You saw the part-timer of Holder. Yeah, so he had 10 overs in his first spell.
So he is on the front foot. So delivery to close out that 15th over nonetheless. 229 over 2. Greenwich on 93 struck some 11 boundaries, faced 104 balls. And as the evening shows signs of closing, the direct sunlight onto the field has left us. Not sure if permanently or temporarily, but it's gone very cool. Nice cool conditions now as we head down towards the end of another engaging day of cricket, we must say. Cricket that has not at any point been dull. It has been compulsive viewing, whether it was wickets falling on a regular basis or batsmen taking control and dominating the bowling. So young Preston Clark. It's been a long day for the Pickwick side. I'm sure that they are wishing for it to come to an end. Eyes on the clock. I think the situation with the overs also. I'm not sure how many overs remain in the day's play to complete the day. So there we see that naughty shot that I keep warning our batters about, looking to go behind with the off spinner close to the off stump. That ball pitching much too full for that shot. It looks inviting, it looks tempting. I was looking for the sweep shot. And blinded would have been Gibson. He went for the sweep shot. The ball stopped well by the leg slip Craig Holder. And Gibson, not really knowing where the ball had gone, I think he believed that he would have eluded the keeper and the leg slip, looking to step out of his ground, quickly sent back by his partner. And this time he's using his feet well, down the wicket. Driving out to long on. So it looks a good player when he's at the wicket, Gibson.
Yeah, he's a busy player, man. He looks to get on with it, really. Plays some attractive shots. But more importantly, it brings Greenwich back into strike. He's on that 93, man.
Seeing Gibson using his feet there to the spinner. foot, dangerous looking shot, but he's been there for quite a while. Greenwich does a bit of gardening. Is asking for a guard once again to be sure that he is on the required position that when he goes into his stance. Clark is short, cut away. Won't get to the boundary though. The Simmons from deep cover moving around to his left. So for once we see Greenwich looking to go square to the off spinner. I think that one was short enough. He had enough time.
Yeah, and it was wide as well, so it's difficult to get that one in front. So he played the correct shot. As he said, it was short and wide. So with that, he had to go a bit behind score. But with that, it takes him up to 95, Ian.
He's on 95. The lead now 346. I think now the whatever the lead will be by the close of play will be of academic interest. I would love to question the coach, Dave Marshall, as to what he would see as his tactics going into the final day. Will there be a declaration over week immediately?
Well, when I did the interview with Andrea Marshall, that was one of the questions I asked. And he said the aim was really to bat out the evening. They were thinking to get up to a score of 300 and put that psychological number in the heads of the Pickwick side. But since that, they've carried on. They has lots of time then, Wayne, and they got up to 347 now with that single the lead. So I think it's even gone beyond what they had as the initial total.
Well, yes, well beyond that 300 target initially. And as I said, they focus very much on Akil Greenwich as he approaches a century. Spartan out to deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for the second run as they feel that Simmons has to come in and around to his left. Does his work well, gets to it, releases it quickly, a good return, but Greenwich is much too fast and easily into his ground for another couple. Still inside, one strike of a coveted century here at his home turf in front of his home supporters in Queen's Park. We see the cameras are coming out and a number of his teammates taking up positions around the boundary in front of the pavilion. Dot ball though this time, not able to get past that man at short extra cover. Yearwood. Greenwich is again driving straight to Ryan at extra cover.
This is a number in that I know ever so well.
97. Back he goes, hits it in front of cover. They're going to come back for a second run for sure. Leaves him now on 99. 90-9, Akil Greenwich. Andy, you know what it is to be on 99, the partnership.
31.
Here were some 31.
And 40 deliveries, so this has been a pretty quick rate between this pair.
Yes, as Spartan pressing on. I think that lead now going past the 150 mark.
350.
350, sorry. 350 mark. And there it is. Fine knock by Akil Greenwich. Turns towards his teammates in the pavilion. And elated Akil Greenwich brings up a century. We'll be keen to find out whether this may be his first.
Well, just getting word it is his first.
Actually, a maiden century.
Yeah, maiden century for young Akil Greenwich. A young man, his dad, Alvin Greenwich, former Spartan player here at Barbados, West Indies. He'd be very happy for the young man.
I'm sure about that, and good sporting gesture on the part of a few of the Pickwick players who congratulating the players, including Captain Rohan Ryan, but a much deserved knock, and he was very much in control from the time he came to the wicket. Akil Greenwich, he actually put a spurt into the scoring and into the whole momentum of the Spartan batting after a more cautious opening from his captain, in particular, Akeem Springer.
Seeing that one struck up to mid wicket, as looks like Baptiste. He's come back to replace Preston Clark from this southern end. As we're just winding down, Wayne. I think all the overs are balls, so anything here now is overtime.
So we're heading to 5:30, and I think that's the actual close will be 5:30. That is the advantage we have here with the plethora of spin bowlers in both of these teams. Allows for a fairly rapid turnover of the overs. So Greenwich 101 at the moment. He's faced 112 deliveries, struck 11 fours. And he's led Spartan into a virtually impregnable position. You have to see Pickwick even challenging this very huge target that they will have to face come the final day. Gibson showing some innovation there, looking for a reverse sweep. He got the shot and he got a boundary. Didn't time it particularly well, but because of the area there behind a point being rather open and the fast nature of the outfield, we keep mentioning that the 4 runs have been had.
Yeah, well played reverse sweep, good innovation there from the wicketkeeper batter. And as you know, wicketkeepers tend to play these kind of square shots, Wayne, and he continues in that vein. I saw Baptiste just outside the off stump. And it'd be interested again to see the tactics of the Pickwick side. I'm sure with a slip employed still. Remember, they're just looking for runs here at this late stage. You would think they were wanting to put someone on that short third man region.
It's not going to happen today for sure. if it hasn't happened before. Baptiste is again. No, this time he plays it with a lot more effect. Executing the shot very well. That very same reverse sweep, getting a lot more bat onto it, timing it a lot better, and this time 4 runs deserved for Gibson, 2 on the trot. Let's see it again.
Well, Wayne, the effect was the same, 2 fours. But this time, like you said, executed a little bit better, and again, still that slip feeder in position. Wayne, like I said, this is runs, additional runs that you got to go for a chase. You must be mindful, like I said, to be on the defensive, take the shot out of his mind, really, and just have a last score. So 363 to get is a big total.
Gibson up to 22, just about a run a ball. And this time he's gone for the more conventional sweep. A chase here for Craig Holder. He gives it up as the ball runs into the rope directly behind the bat in front of the side screen. So there we saw the 2 reverse sweeps, and then with the bowler changing his line, bowling it on the leg stump, and Gibson going for the conventional sweep, managing to get it very, very fine. Picks up 3 boundaries on the trot.
Yeah, so Baptiste coming back in to replace Preston Clark. So I'm just going for those 3 sweep shots. So again, good batting there by young Gibson, just using the spin of Baptiste on that final delivery and playing the conventional sweep, like you said, but show his innovations with those couple of reverse sweeps and playing them to all good effect, like you said, getting the boundaries in all 3 of them. So this total goes up to 253 as well, and the 250 comes up 253 for 2 of some 48 overs, and the lead is 367.
Well, yes, Spartan continue to chalk up the landmarks, to go past the landmarks. And Gibson there on 22, Greenwich 102. It's a day that he will remember for a long time, one would believe. The day he got his first Elite Division 100 at Queen's Park. His father would have done such a long time ago, and he could have added more than one century. So he's got some big boots to fill, and some catching up to do, Akil Greenwich. I think we're heading down to that 5:30 hour. Greenwich would want to keep his wicket intact, to come not out, to put that extra decoration on the innings, embellishment to say not out rather than dismissed, as he is on the back foot, struck on the pad. Hopeful shout from a couple of the Pickwick players, because definitely got some bat onto that one.
Yeah, he got a bit of bat.
But again, we see, actually I've noticed now that Yearwood has gone back over the wicket, so he has given up that ploy. Gibson wristily hits it into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on for a boundary. Lovely looking shot. Not a lot of back lift. Good strong wrist on display there, and perfectly bisecting that gap between the deep mid-wicket, who was rather straight, and the long on.
I tell you, he did well, Wayne. He did what wicket keepers do well. He picked the length pretty quickly. He saw a delivery just short of a length from Rondre, spinning away from the right-hander, but he was quick on the length and got into a really good position and hit that one into a wide mid-wicket region, and that's an excellent shot.
Nice, crisp looking. Down the leg side, and he's gone again. He's gone down towards the deep fine leg position, picking up the angle quite well again, and helping it around. It's like something of a scoop or ramp, you call it. There he is on the back foot, and just going with the flow basically, with the left arm bowler bowling around the wicket. The natural angle is going to be into him, into the leg stump. So 262, he's already up to 30. Finishing the day in style. Again, looking to be inventive. Now fully confident, ready to take any chances. So that's the end of that game there. And the Payne and the Maple side wrapping up a 2-day victory there against the Signature Globe Financial BCA Youth in the first division competition.
Looking for two here,
I think they're going to go for the second run. They feel guilty of standing and waiting for the ball to come to him rather than attacking the ball from in the deep. And to close out the second day's play, where the umpires are picking the bails, and Fusionz Boutique Spartan 264 for 2, a lead of some 378 going into the third and final day's play. A memorable 103 not out from Akil Greenwich, heading back to the pavilion, and Teron Gibson, who added some spice and a boost to the scoring towards the end of the day's play. He will be 32 not out. I'm not so sure Spartan will be looking to resume this innings come next weekend with such a healthy lead. As a loud welcome back to the pavilion, a well played Akil Greenwich.
Excellent knock by Akil Greenwich, the young man coming in at number 3. A perfect platform being set between Captain Springer and the other opener in Achilles Brown. And from the time he got there, Greenwich, he looked very much in control, like you continuously said. You and Rashawn Hackett was playing some excellent shots, especially on the offside, off that back foot and punching the ball in front square. He plays a fantastic knock for his team. Put his team really, really in full control here. Win. They lead this ESAF Pickwick side, which look really, really dejected after being dismissed for 119. And you can see from the time the Spartan players took the field in the second innings, they were under tremendous pressure. You asked me a bit earlier how they would have gone about things, but I can tell you, Captain Sprayer and Akil Greenwich, they really took charge, took the mantle, took things into their own hands, and any plans that they really had to Pickwick side, I mean, they were faltered by this pair of impressive batters.
Well, yes, totally played out of the match. Spartan taking full control. First with the ball, getting rid of those last 7 wickets in quick time, and giving themselves a really big cushion, really healthy cushion, with a lead of 114, and really stepping on the opponents in that second innings, led initially by their captain, Akeem Springer, at the top of the order, in partnership with Achilles Brown. And I think this opening partnership between Brown and Springer has shown good signs in the past, and now one of the key components of this Spartan side, a resurgent Spartan side, having been demoted after the 2024 season, and you see a brand new determination and a team building project very much in place under the leadership of Springer, the captain, and of course Coach Dave Yamamarshall.
Yes, I had the opportunity to have an interview with the club president and the main bowler in Andre Marshall, and he said the resurgence is strong. The leaders are very astute as to what they want to do in this team. He spoke about the rebound after losing that first game against Wildy side, and just about how they will come back. And the comeback have been very good when they got a victory over the Barbados youth, and here they took full dominance against this Pickwick side going into day 3. I think they could say they are in a fantastic position to probably come out on top.
I think that was exactly the tonic they would have needed after going down in their first match. From a fairly steady position in that first game, they really lost it towards the latter half of the latter end of the game. But that victory against the youth, say what you might, would have been the perfect tonic for the Spartan side. And here they are now in prime position to close out with a victory. Of course, it is not a foregone conclusion. Pickwick will have their own ideas of how they're going to go about the next Saturday, and how they're going to prevent Spartan from winning this game outright. So we can't take it that it is a foregone conclusion that Spartan will win. We know that this game of cricket does not allow for that.
Yeah, and they've got some very good players in their squad. I mean, they didn't bat it through the true potential in the first innings. They have the likes of Kyle Hope, who's very dominant at this level. Captain Rohan Ryan, one who we know can play a fantastic innings, and also the likes of Craig Holder at the top. He's done well in recent times. So they've got a very good batting lineup. I mean, the likes of Preston Clark, the youngsters new to the team, but who really got the ability to do well, and can't leave out that man, Antonio Morris.
Well, just was going to say,
who hasn't been of recent. He hasn't given you those numbers, but still a very good player, good enough to really, if he puts his head down, can pull his team around.
I think he's an important player in this side. Still a young man, but he's got good experience. He would have played at the highest youth level of West Indies in the Youth World Cup. He has been around for a couple of years. He's had a good grounding, playing from a very young age. Playing among adults, playing against senior men. So I think if I were a Pickwick person, I would demand a lot more from Antonio Morris.
Yeah, I think he just needs that one good innings to really pull it around for him. And he's one who's still working hard towards this game. You know, has some academic stuff that he's been doing as well. But like I said, he just needs that one innings to really pull himself around. And he's got the capabilities of doing it. Like you said, you just spoke about his resume. And he's one of those players who we wish well going forward. And hopefully we can see him here next week, putting his hand up and answering the question, the call for his team.
Well, yes, we look forward to that. I would hate for this to just turn out into just a mundane one-sided contest. One hopes that there is some fight left in the Pickwick side, and we look forward to seeing the best of their batting ability coming to the fore next Saturday when we return to continue the coverage of the match. I don't know if you may want me to go into the summarize details of the game with Spartan 233 on the first day, Today, Pickwick came back here at 56 for 3. The game was at that kind of a position as to we were anticipating then whether Pickwick would have been able to make a fight of it and get close to that, or even surpass that 233. Spartan, though, went behind an excellent spell by the left-arm spinner, the evergreen Andre Marshall, a 5-wicket haul for him, and really rocking the Pickwick batting. Kyle Hope, on whom a lot would have rested, on whose shoulders a lot would have rested. He was dismissed by Andre Marshall, by the off spinner, Shem Holder, who quietly played a part in the demolition, coming on for a very brief spell and picking up 3 wickets. I think he only bowled 7 overs, but supplementing and complementing the work of Andre Marshall superbly. And I think once they got rid of Kyle Hope, the Pickwick team basically gave up the course. All out for 119, and then Spartan, as we've described before, coming back with the pedal to the metal, really taking the initiative and snatching the game entirely away from the Pickwick side.
Yes,
so,
Win.
To finish up in their second innings at 264 for 2, and I don't think we can say enough about that superb century, maiden Elite Division century by Akil Greenwich.
Yes, Win, great summary there by you. But just must say again, I thought the Spartan side, like you said, that true dominance led by captain Akeem Springer. Even his bowling changes, they were very well put together. You saw him come back here this afternoon. He started with his pace man and Stefan King, who bowled an excellent spell from this roadside end in park side, just containing it there or thereabout on the off stump, containing, not going for many runs in that spell, but it allowed Andre Marshall to be in a position to attack that first spell from Stefan King.
Well, yes, very much so. The tactics of this Spartan team are definitely superior. We saw some rather inactive, some rather mundane captaincy from on the other side, from the Pickwick side, with not a lot of initiative shown, a lot of invention shown by the captain, I guess, but being in such an inferior position, the game really taken away from him. But I thought that Rohan, Ryan and the Pickwick side basically gave up the ghost quite early here this afternoon. So Spartan in full control, and we'll wait to see the final outcome when we return here next Saturday for continued coverage of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Division match of the series, ESA Field Pickwick, being hosted by the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. That's it from me, Wayne Holder, on the behalf of Andy Payne and Rashawn Hackett. Here's wishing everyone a very good night and safe travels.